skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Res Regional SCA. As we're heading over to the last day, you'd be thinking, hey, wait, there's 2 more days of gameplay, right? No, sir. We're going to play both our semifinals and our finals today because tomorrow it's already TI qualifiers for the SCA teams, so they got to get their games out of the way. But, of course, not only just out of the way, you got to get some big points scored today to make sure that you are going to be qualifying for that main event just a couple months away from now. And of course, this is the second last SCA installation here, Otomo. So you got to make this one count.
Yep, we are, you only have 1 more to collect points. Top 2 from the region advance, you get 100 points if you are first. So if you have 100 points, you're kind of in that safe region. So, it's a good chance for them, especially some of these teams like Talon, who had 100 points. They made roster changes. Now they're down. It's like a good chance for them to get those points back.
Yep, an important day with the top 4. We'll take a look at the bracket for today. Who are still in and who have already fallen out from this playoff tree so far. As we can see yesterday, Team Tough took a pretty convincing 2-0 versus Yangon Galacticos, and Execration had to stretch it all the way to 3. We said goodbye to Bleed Esports, who I personally thought would go all the way, but apparently not. Not good enough versus the Execration squad. And these 4 teams, Talon, Team Tough, and Neon and Execration, who are you rooting for here, Otomo? Who's on your mind?
Well, I've been told who to root for. Certain people have whispered in my ears. They've been told me this, but influenced very much. In the first series between Talon and Team Tough, I don't really have a favorite, but this is a rematch. These 2 teams went 1-1 the group stage. It's all rematches today, by the way. Both of these are from the same group, both matchups. So Talon Team Tough was 1-1. It was very close, 46 and 47 minutes. I don't really have a favorite, but apparently some people are saying that Team Tough comes in looking stronger. We'll see. But for the second series, I do have a favorite between Neon and Execration. Neon destroys Execration in the group stage. I expect they'll do the same thing again. They're on fire. They're definitely my favorite team coming into this. So I do hope they go all the way.
I mean, it is a pretty spicy situation because if I remember looking at the previous 2 tours, I might remember this incorrect, but I feel like, I've got a gut feeling, it's the first time we're going to get a grand final with a Group A and Group B winner.
I have no idea. Possibly. I'm getting right. I was like, I haven't really done that one yet, but yeah, possibly. But after we do have our 2 semi-final matches, we'll have the grand finals, and then someone else will be taking over. I expect it's Neon, and I really have a tough one between Team Tough and Talon. I think this will go all 3 games in the first one, and it'll be close.
Well, let's start talking about our first matchup here. Talon Esports versus Team Tough. which is going to be our Group B battle. Who's going to be the most superior team out of the group? Talon, of course. They ended up winning the group as they had that 1v1 with Mikoto versus Emo in the tiebreaker. 7 minutes victory, a bit faster than our other 1v1, which took over 20 minutes to finish. So we've got ourselves, a very tough matchup here, not only just for Team Tough, but of course for Talon, who have 100% hero diversity. They have not repeated a single hero during the group stages, and this was intentional because of the TI qualifiers that are looming, and people there are already preparing for that. But of course, the question is, will they continue with that trend in the playoffs? We'll see that today.
Well, I think at this stage of you've played enough matches that you're kind of going to have to repeat some of them. But they have some interesting picks, like they got the Bane as a support, a hero that isn't as popular as some other supports. You also have Zeus mid, which a lot of people are seeing, like Zeus has to go back to the magic build. He got pretty nerfed. But Mikoto, I believe he's like unbeaten or something like 4 out of 5 with the Zeus. So he's looking pretty good with it. So I'm liking a lot of what Talon brings, and I like that diversity.
Then we also got Kip's favorite team, Team Tough, the Mongolians, mixed up with a couple Filipinos in the mix who have been definitely making a lot of waves. I'm curious to see what is Bob's form going to be like today. Is Seimei going to be unkilled against a team like Talon? Is that even a possibility? As we'll get the Team Tough slide in just a moment, so you can also see the names out there. But I think Tsukimoto and Carlo, their hero pools, have they still thought about some kind of strats for this playoff day? I think that also comes into big play. How much flex do they have in the draft itself?
I do like some of the support heroes they pick. You know that Tsukimoto is unbeaten with Tiny, 4 out of 4, which is pretty cool. Carlo's been picking a lot of Crystal Maiden. He's like also won like 5 out of 6 games going with it. We do have a draft though. We're not going to be wasting too much time. They get rid of the Phoenix team. Talon Esports been taking a lot of it, as well as the Witch Doctor, a hero that we talked about before this series began. On the other side is the Weaver. That's something that they play quite a bit of on Team Tough. It's 423's second most played carry, as well as TA, which, by the way, I haven't seen TA picked in a single game in any region throughout any tournament that I'm casting. It's just
that good.
Right? It's like sometimes you wish it comes through so you can be like, is it really that good? Because I would like you don't see it in you see sometimes in your pubs where like, is it that good? Because you've beaten it in the pub. It's not the same thing. So I want to see like 423 or Bob or Akashi, and then you're like, okay, I get it now.
Yeah, we had the Storm Spirit effect basically doing that, because I've been begging for the Storm Spirit pick coming out through more often. I was like, why aren't people banning this hero? Because it's actually busted as hell. And there we go. We'll get it this time. But only 20 picks. Sounds like it is a lot, but also banned only 29 times. So when you think about it, 49 out of the 63 games, when TA's been banned in 50 of TA's been banned more than Storm has been pick banned together.
Yep. That's crazy. I do like one thing though, is that you are blue and you are above Storm Spirit. So I think Team Tough should be picking only blue heroes.
All right.
I am red and I'm above Satan, which is also fits because I'm kind of mean. So I was like, all right, we should pick all the demonic heroes for Talon, who are coincidentally also red. So that's just kind of
interesting to put it that way. That Satan's an evil guy, when actually in all, if you look at history, the guy is actually a pretty good guy.
He's pretty chill. I mean, I think there's the death god like Hades who's chill. I'm not sure if the angel of death is the same thing, but we'll go with that.
Yeah.
As Talon Esports, they also get rid of the Crystal Maiden, which we mentioned. Carlo's been playing a lot of. And says, that's not good, is it?
That's not good for my blue team here.
No, we want the blue team. Come on, Team Tough. You know what's gonna happen, right? They're gonna pick purple, green, and orange next, and we'll be like, all right, the whole team's ruined.
Well, we still got Venge in the pool.
We got Enigma.
Enigma could work. Mirana's also blue. Abaddon is kind of purple bluish.
We have the colors definitely. It's just
we
they won't
can make a draft. Make a draft on those.
We can make a color. Darkseid comes out. That is going to be for Seimei's hero. This replays a whole lot of Darkseid, but we'll see about that. I do like the Centaur being banned out. Despite this hero being nerfed, he still feels very strong in what he gives you. And it makes me think that maybe... Oh no, you don't ban Centaur then pick Mars for Talon Esports. You might want to get the Mars anyway, but it's not like I got a ban Centaur to get the Mars. It's the other way around.
Well, they're going to ban out the Spirit Breaker and pick up the Tiny here. So we've got our first flex here for Team Tough. Wherever they want to put it. Now you just got to be careful of the trap of if Talon answers this Tiny as a core counter, drop it to a support position, and then you end up having an off lane that does nothing with the Tiny. That's a trap you got to be careful of here.
But for what I'm thinking is that Team Tough is most likely playing it as a support. Sukimoto's been playing it a lot, unbeaten with it competitively. It's very likely to be that 4 Tiny. As Talon, I would like something with some catch. You know, get that a little bit of stuns going on early. Dark Willow's gone, so what do you want? They have Bane, but I don't like picking Bane when I see Storm. I feel like it's just way too easy for him to be locked down. They go for the Shadow Shaman. Kind of the same problem, but at least your stun is in an ultimate.
True. And also kind of like the fact that even the hero has been nerfed quite heavily. Have to bring out that the damage amp is gone. That was a thing that worked very nicely with the Shadow Fiend when you had your Hex up. You were doing like 35% extra damage, and you know, Shadow Fiend, bursty hero, kind of missing on that now.
Wait, so I need to check this out. So it's completely removed? I don't remember.
It's
that
gone.
wasn't
That is gone. That was the big nerf for the Shadow Shaman, that they removed the damage amp, and then the 10 talent was also gone, which was an extra 10%.
Yep, I remember that. You're right. I was checking it because I haven't played. I remember seeing the nerfs and I saw his win rate plummet. I was like, that's enough. So you don't, but I don't remember exactly that. I know like you also don't get like the bonus movement speed when you hex allies and things like that. That was another nerf. I felt like that was a small thing. The cooldown for the cluster clock went from 80 to 120 seconds. But damage amp, that's definitely the biggest one. You know, a 35% extra damage amp is insane.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now it changes your skill build as well on this hero a lot, because you'd consider you were thinking about maybe skip an Aethershock and just being this crowd controller for the laning stage and out of the laning stage, because you get that level 10 talent. You pack a punch for your allies. But now you're kind of considering maybe Aethershock is better than maxing out Hex. You could still go for like a, let's say, example 214 idea build, where you have like a second value point in your burst. You can clean waves a bit easier with it too. You can keep your Hex at 1. You can max out your shackles still like you used to do before. Something you can look to.
Wasn't the shard also nerfed that now you have to, like, the moment you stop your shackles, the stakes also go?
Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of nerfs for this hero. Like, exactly that. Like, when you let go of your E, they just disappear. We also have... Oh, okay. We have a bit of a nice little quick registration for you guys. Hurry up. 1xbet at right there on your screens. Get that application. Nice little stinger in there.
Who are we going to go with? Oh,
we're looking at replays.
That's yesterday.
We're going places here today.
You ever watch a show and they're like showing a lot of these scenes, like when a person has a flashback, but they don't want to show you everything? It's like 3-4 images a second. You're like, what the hell was that? Same thing.
I think we've slowly transitioned into an Indian telecom or something like that.
Right. Oh man, I love some of those, but
not telecom, telenovela. That's the one.
Telenovela, but I don't think it's telenovela because that usually is like the Spanish like shows.
But it's a hybrid here, you know. Like we have a
hybrid,
lot of regions here at Relog.
The Indian Spanish hybrid is kind of out there.
All right, so I didn't quite get my blue draft. I got Razor and Storm, but Talon, they got themselves the Beastmaster. What do you think about their draft? Very physical heavy, minus armor, attack speed, buff, lockdown, burst, a bit of spell amp also added into the mix. I feel like Talon's draft is really good, but Team Tough, they also... Like, this Razor doesn't feel like it fully counters the Shadow Fiend, because if this ends up being a caster Shadow Fiend, or if he's put into the mid lane, or they can't put the Razor there anymore because of the Storm Spirit being your mid laner. Yep. I feel like it's a bit of an odd pick in a way.
Yeah, I'm also leaning towards Talon. I like, first the control that they have. It's a lot of burst damage early, you know, it's like Roar, followed by the Shadow Fiend. Even, you know, later on, when you get a few items on the Alchemist, he does burst damage. Wait, were you trying to get through the
I was trying to hide my eyes.
Yeah. Team Tough, on the other hand, it does feel like, especially if this is tiny support, they want more long fights, right? Storm's like zip, 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 damage. Razor's the same. And because of that, there's an incompatibility between the two drafts, where Team Tough wants long fights, Talon's draft is built to take you very quick.
And also, if this Razor ever gets his link up on a, say, carry Alchemist in this case, Beastmaster, if he's around, Link broken. You just roar him up. Same thing with the Shadow Shaman. If he doesn't have his BKB, quick Hex should be enough movement speed for the Alchemist to just disappear from the area. So that's why I'm a bit iffy about this Razor pick, because it doesn't feel right in this particular game. So you're going to need something that aligns with the tempo the Storm Spirit's trying to set for Team Tough. Yeah. And whether that's coming from your carry position, if this Razor definitely ends up being a 3 to counter the Alchemist in the lane, you need an active early core. Honestly, I feel like maybe even a Sven could work in this case. It could actually even work now because we see the Naga Siren coming up from Talon.
I'm very surprised by the bans from Team Tough at the end, the CK and the Puck. Because I was looking at it, I was like, well, isn't it going to be like the carry Alk? But no, it could be the Jokam Alk. And they're going to put the Naga Siren as a core instead. Yeah. She did get a buff to her Deluge, or Deluga or Deluge, I don't know how to pronounce it, facet, where it's like better. And the people are saying that is the support facet. I don't know. This at the end, this Naga Siren comes out, so you're like, I would have preferred a more standard 4 or 5, and you just play it normally. I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah. They did also break the pattern of having unique heroes because Mikoto's Shadow Fiend was out there, at least. But I'm still surprised, Shadow Shaman has not been picked by them so far, so they're cooking something different. Alchemist is a new hero. Beastmaster's a new hero. Naga also played twice by Akashi. Yeah. So now we got the Brewmaster in the end, so clean out those illusions. Help out those long fights for Team Tough. They're all about that. You're absolutely right.
I like it. I like the Brewmaster. I was thinking like you probably want something that can get a Radiance. You're up against Naga Siren. You want a Radiance builder. I was thinking, are they going to go for a carry who builds it, like Life Stealer, or are they going to pick something else? Depends on where the Razor goes. But like, nope, we want the Razor carry. It is 4-2-3's most played hero this patch, and so it's like I'm comfortable with it.
At the same time, I'm looking at Ponyo with Alchemist seed money. Are we buying a straight up bottle for Mikoto? I'm pretty sure we are.
I guess I don't know, man. I'm not sure how I feel about this position 5 Alchemist. It's like comes out. I was leaning towards Talon a lot. Then you see the Naga Siren. Kip sent me a private message saying, "Hey." So it's like, all right, watch it. I actually think on the last 2 picks from each team, I go way more to Team Tough, and I don't like the Alchemist being support. So I'm going to go with Team Tough on this one.
All right. I still feel Talon here, mainly because when you look at the lane of Naga Alchemist, Alchemist is not in any trouble. I don't think the Naga is in any either. You got a lot of minus armor, which will help you kill the Tiny. Tiny with 0, by the way. And of course, Seimei can end up getting zoned out of this lane completely if they can just get their connections out there. So laning stage-wise, if Ponyo also gets a starting item for Mikoto, you're winning 2 lanes already. So it's really down to the 1, which is basically the carry lane for Team Tough. And that carry, well, I don't know if I'm putting too much faith in it or if I'm putting any faith in it at all, but it's really just down to Team Tough. Can they prove themselves to be stronger in the laning stage than they always have? They've always been a strong team in the early minutes, but it's a Razor carry, so I'm not sure if I'm feeling it enough to grant them a victory with the way that the laning stage is literally Talon favored.
You're not a fan of... by the way, he does get him a bottle straight up. There you go. Wow, but this is... I feel like a very... Very sacrificial. It'll be tough, very tough for Bob to come back. Although Smoke's beginning and some break, both teams kind of see each other, know where they are, but not quite willing to go. One has a cliff, one has a tower. Which would you prefer, the cliff or the tower? Well, actually, I guess if you're moving into each other, that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, they're not going to invade that position at least. Let them be there on their own. Got info about that with the smokes popping on the way there.
Let's see, any interesting facets? Kind of. No, I see the Dynamo Razor. I know that there's the other one where you get the double Eye of the Storm. Not Eye of the Storm, sorry. The Storm Surge hits everyone during Eye of the Storm. I like that one. People are saying, nah, it's not good. And I don't play Razor enough to refute them.
There's one facet that I hope Tsukimoto does better. It can't go any worse than the previous Tiny support that I saw. I was furious that I saw Crash Landing, and I saw 1 point in toss and a maxed out Avalanche. I was like, what are you doing? That's not the way to play it.
I remember seeing a carry Pudge go with 1 point in Flare and max the other. Like, he has the Flare facet and he maxes the other 2 skills. I'm like, if you're going that
Carry
route,
Pudge?
you might as well not have taken it. Just take the Dismember, the Strength Talent.
Was that a support or a carry?
No, it was a carry.
That's fine. I've played a lot of Pudge. Like, you don't need any more points than just the 1. It doesn't really give you anything extra.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, he takes the Flare facet. So I'm like, you might as well take the Dismember fast anyway. You're gonna get the bonus strength. It's so much better.
Yeah, it's good. I've also tried it out with both support and carry, like missing out on the facets. Obviously, the Dismember, the fresh meat is really good for the core, and you of course have the support type facet with the Flayer's hook.
Yep.
But if you do pick it up, I still don't think it's any wrong, because 2 points rot is better than 2 points hook.
Oh, I agree with you. Because I feel like if you're gonna go that route with the carry, you might as well just take the Dismember. But meanwhile, top lane, it has minus armor. It is not fun. You know, it's like you walk into the acid spray, you're taking a couple of hits from the Naga Siren, and it is quite bothersome for the heroes.
Yeah, you can't harass these two. That's really what it is. Like, Kashi and Ponyo should be completely fine in this lane, added with the Riptide and the Acid Spray. Not a fun time for this Tiny to get anything in. And of course, the Brewmaster is going to be zoned out for a bit during that time. But he is, he's got his lane in a good position.
Yeah.
The wave is also pretty weak, so this is the thing you do. You throw in an Acid Spray, hope Seimei tanks enough of that.
I wonder... Oh, 4-2-3 gets a kill. Nicely done in the bottom lane.
Actually came out without a telekinesis even needed. What was WS doing?
And Jokam, by the way, he has Ether Shock level 1. I mean, that, you know, it's fine because you can, like, last hit range, you know, creeps and all that, but not the best defensive ability. You know, it's like you throw it, then you're kind of do nothing.
Yeah, they got to be careful on the side here that they don't just get lifted in. Meanwhile, Seimei actually finding a kill on Akashi. Team Tough really on a roll here today. They were not supposed to find a kill in this top lane, but they do. So I'm a bit surprised with, you know, is Talon still waking up to the day or what?
Well, some people are for sure. And that was without toss. That was just like, so he can't be like, oh, we got him out of position and they kill him. It's like, nope, we just ran him down. We didn't have to use a toss for that. It's just avalanche, few hits, and of course that blood grenade.
1,000
Love
damage.
blood grenade. We need more items like blood grenade in this game, I gotta tell you.
What would be, like an upgraded blood grenade? What would that be called? You know, like...
No, something... How about like something like a smoke screen? Like honestly, like a CSGO smoke screen where you get no vision if you're outside.
Ricky Cloud?
Something like that you can throw out. Why not?
God. Oh, that sounds like a terrible idea, Tomo.
Hey, I bet you if I told you a bunch of ideas that were implemented, a lot of them would be like, that sounds horrible. Then they get implemented and it's like, oh, okay, it's not so bad.
I mean, I reach out, I build a lot of ideas, and I try to think of them in a reasonable sense. Like, can it actually be utilized in the game? And then I go on this rant of like, yeah, that sounds like a great arcade game ability, you know?
How about this? A flashbang where you throw it and the screen turns very bright for a second. For the enemy team. How does that sound?
Yeah, maybe you could put that on the Night Stalker facet, like where you have you lose vision. You also get like a blind effect where your player goes blind.
No, we should do that for
Imagine the amount of complaints coming to Valve office at that point. It's like, yeah, my son is blind after playing a game of Night Stalker.
No, we put on Dawnbreaker. When the sun comes out, you get a seizure.
Oh, Mikado. Maybe getting a kill here on Carlo here with Joken level 2. Got the shackles up, but the raises can't get the short range raise to connect because Tsukimoto also coming in from the back. He still gets to fill his bottle with the water rune. But that is 3 heroes at mid at 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's also, I feel like it's kind of okay for Team Tough because Bob is already suffering anyway. And it's like you want to do anything that just changes the equilibrium of the lane. I do not want it 1 versus 1 if I'm Team Tough because I know I'm getting crushed, at least until level 6. So I like what Tsukimoto's doing, and I like what Carl's doing. They're like, our side lanes are fine. We should be okay. We can TP to help them. Razor's suffering, though. Razor's really suffering.
If there was a Dawnbreaker in this game, I'd love to be crushed.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, we don't have that, but...
There you go. Thank you very much. No, man. I feel like that's one of those things where I call them, you know, inside thoughts. But,
inside thoughts, you know, like something that you're not supposed to say out loud or what?
There you go. Well,
I didn't know you had any of those.
It's just unfiltered. It just comes out. As Mikoto, he is starting
We
to put in
gotta
the
be
towel.
honest. We can't sugarcoat things here. We're a professional cast. We gotta take things seriously. If somebody makes a dumb thought or a dumb play, you gotta bring it out. You gotta bring it up.
That's true. So far, Team Tough, they have not made any dumb plays, although Bob is really struggling, and that level 6 can't come soon enough for him. And he knows. I really like that Talon, they're putting their foot on the gas at this point. They're like, we need to prevent that 6 as long as possible.
Yeah, they are very active around the map already. But what I really like is actually this dire ward placed down by Jokum next to the mid lane. Because this is pretty early to place this vision down, and you are not expecting that to be there.
Ooh.
That's a good D ward.
That is. Very well done. By the way, Ponyo's got 8 CS. That's very nice for him. You know, you are amplifying all that extra CS, and Tsukimoto very wisely decides that Arcane Ruin is not worth my life.
Nope.
The stacks coming out from Carlo are also going to help Bob to recover a little bit. It's only a double stack. No, sorry, it's a triple stack, so
It's a
not
triple
bad.
stack. He needs all the money he can get, because if you're looking at net worth, he is already 500 gold behind the next core, which is the Beastmaster on his opposing team. So he's going to need every little bit that he can get. He's going to get that level 6, even though it is the Tiny now farming in the mid lane. But supports have also been struggling. Only 2 kills on the board here. Team Tough have scored both of them. So we got a lot of level 3 still on the server.
I think you're fine, honestly, for Team Tough, you know, with what you've got. Look at, the most important person is the Brewmaster, and he's at the top of the net worth. That is the critical, you know, core for you. Oh, they may not be
The
in time.
Wisdom Steal. Yeah, Tsukimoto's late.
Oh, they actually had the scan, but they didn't get the TP off. And even
How do you
the
miss
Brewmaster-
this, though? Like, he had a minute to move away from the Arcane Rune to catch this one, and now Seimei with Tsukimoto. No, if
Are you
Ponyo
kidding?
escapes, yes he does.
No way.
Absolute larceny. So, yeah, so he was contesting the 6-minute rune for the Arcane. You got
Yep.
1 minute to move over to the Wisdom Rune. Like, what was he doing during that time? Because he missed it completely. He should have won that trade with the Alchemist.
He's a rock. You expect him to move fast. It takes him a while to get going. Although he's got
Damn, son.
Windlace and the Boots of Speed, and it's nighttime, where you get bonus movement speed. So, okay. That is actually a very critical, I'm not going to say fail, like, mistake coming out from Team Tough. It is a big win for Talon. And you can see the supports now. 4 on the Tiny, 4 on the Rubik. Ponyo, going for it. He's lucky he got Shield Ruin.
Yeah, he soaks up quite a lot there. Here comes the jump from Bob. Going to initiate onto Mikoto. He's got the Requiem ready, though, but he's not going to get the loaded up directly. Bob looking for the dodge. Actually, just tanks the fear. But there's a Primal Split on the other end, and here comes 4-2-3. The whole team is here for this party. And now Ponyo's on the run, but there's nowhere you can go, son.
Well done.
Well done, indeed. You know, Bob getting a double kill pushes him closer to the rest of the pack. And that also takes away from this Shadow Fiend continuing his free farm. Like, this lane was already SF favored. Like, he got the straight up bottle in the lane. It was doing good. But these kind of things, they hurt you from progressing from that point.
Yeah, it's like you were expecting, you know, oh, I dominate the lane, then I can start, you know, murdering the guy around the map. And it's like, oh, I did dominate the lane, but this double kill doesn't nullify it completely, but goes a long way towards it. And WS, I love what he's going, the Aghanim Scepter. You know you're up against a team that can't let you down very quickly, so this is going to help you out. Just, you know, I'll healing, and hopefully I can get through that bit of damage, and then that's it. You guys can't kill me.
Also, look at Seimei. He's got 3,000 gold toward his Radiance at 9 minutes. This is really a sick farming pace for the Brewmaster right now. Like, the amount of CS he's built up, because they had a very defensive, protective lane with the Alk and the Naga. The reason why I said they're going to win this lane is because they aren't going... They're not going to get killed. They are really hard to harass. But I forgot to mention at the same time, while that is happening, it also means the Brewmaster is going to get his farm. And look at this guy. He's just balling.
Holy moly! He just smacked her in the face a few times. And there's really nothing that anyone else could do. What's Ponyo build. See what this support alchemist is going for. I mean, the Aghanim Scepter upgrades
Blood
are...
grenades.
Yeah, blood grenades are great, but I'm thinking about Aghanim Scepters. I guess you want to give what? The Naga? Kind of the best one. You know, Beastmaster's building his own, so you don't really need to... I don't know. Support Alch, man. It's always very hit and miss. Like, super.
Looking for the Shadow Fiend here at the same time. 3-man smoke, and they're going to jump straight to Mikoto. This is a really good play here. There's nobody who can save him, as he is just locked in under control. And now they're going to pressure mid as well for some damage on the tower. Tsukimoto, love that 3 points and toss at level 5. He's doing the right route here. Jokum also going to get surrounded by 4-2-3. You can turn yourself as much into a chicken as you want. You're going to get fried by this Razor, as he's got his link on him.
By the way, I love playing when you're playing against like Shadow Shaman, you have a Radiance or like Witch Doctor with that Death Ward, not Death Ward, sorry, the View Defestration. When he turns a chicken, you just murder him in like half a second after.
Yep.
There's no chance to escape in that situation. Alright. So far, Team Tough. I know it's less than 1,000 gold net worth difference, but it feels a little bit more as they're 6-0 at the same time.
Well, take it this way. If you look at Storm's net worth, if you put him with the rest of the pack, he'd had a fantastic game. This would be a 2k lead.
Yes. And to be fair, though, it's not really Bob's fault. He went up against a...
It's not Bob's fault.
Yeah. It's like it's an unwinnable lane.
It's your fault.
It is. I kind of backed him up, and we have Caster's Curse. But the point I was saying, buddy, is that when you're up against a Shadow Fiend with a bottle and you're a Storm Spirit, this is as good as it gets.
Yeah, making the best out of a bad situation.
Right-click Shadow Fiend seems like. He already has the Dragon Lance. I thought he might go for the Magic
Minus
Blade,
armor.
Blink. It's good, but now you can itemize for like physical resistance. That's it.
Tsukimoto, he did get his level 6, so he's going to soak up quite a lot of that damage with the extra armor at hand. And the blood grenade might finish him off. No, he's regenerating faster. Goes down to 8 HP. Calculated survival for Tsukimoto. And yet, Talon cannot score their first kill on the board. It's 7-0 for Team Tough. And that's going to be goodbye to your mid tower.
Not only that, they also get to farm those Shadow Shaman wards as well. So it's a lot of extra gold. Each one of these, like, I don't know, 20, 25, something like that. It does add up. Unstable Concoction on the Rubik. Solid.
Alright, so
fine.
I did some calculations with the minus armor for Talon. If Shadow Fiend, Alchemist, and Naga Siren are all present, that's minus 21 armor. 21 armor.
Razor looks at that minus 21 armor and he scoffs at it. He's like, really? That's all you guys got? I don't think that's going to be as big of an issue. Honestly, I would have preferred, because you can build like Vlad's. I don't know if you're going to build Crimson Guard, but you're going to get armor naturally. If it's all physical, I'm not so scared about it. There's a smoke bottom. They want to see who they can find. WS just got his Aghanim Scepter, so he might be willing to fight. We haven't seen him do anything so far on the Beastmaster. Oh, a DC comes out. All right. That is a little bit unfortunate. Gives us a chance to look at some of these items as well. So far, Storm is going to go for the early Kai. I like this. It just helps you farm and also gives you a little bit of damage as well. It's just like, yeah, I can scale. Oh, all right. Lots of disconnects. Tsukimoto, at one point he was thinking he had like 1,000 gold. Then he's like, I'm not sure what I'm gonna buy. He gets an arcane boots, phase boots, and still has money to buy for the Link Dagger in a little bit.
Also, what do you think about the Beastmaster Axe here, which is already ready on WS?
I love it. I think this is the way you want to go, honestly. It's, you know, you're up against sort of like long drawn out damage. This is the best way to, you know, be like, oh yeah, I can survive. You know, you want long drawn out fights? We have good long drawn out items to counter it. You know, we haven't seen much from the Naga Siren. To be fair, it's very early, but I am excited to see what Akashi can do on it. It's my first time actually casting a game with Naga Siren this patch. But I
haven't seen a lot of Naga Siren either. The hero's in a very interesting place, surely. Like it can work with the right draft, and especially in this case with all the synergy in the team, I see a way this Naga can actually really thrive and really show. But again, it's not necessarily Akashi getting all the kills. It's a sustained damager, where I think maybe the Shadow Fiend with his right clicks might get the majority of the kills. Maybe even the Beastmaster can start rocking off the chart because he's got the Drums of Slum.
I love the name of that ability.
Yeah.
I really don't like that Mikoto went for a physical damage build. I know there's minus armor, I get that part, but when you only have one damage type coming at you, you'll be like, oh, it's all physical? Hey, Sports, get Ghost Scepter. You know? Oh, is someone building Assault Cuirass? Now it's Ultra. It's like when you play against 3 Invis heroes. One dust becomes worth so much more. Same thing with Sentries. So this is the same logic.
Actually, talking about the Drums of Slum, while we're on a pause right here, what do you think the word actually means?
Slum?
Yes. Give me your best bet.
What it means? Oh wait, does it have an actual meaning, or is it like, oh, we're all guessing here?
Well, there's multiple meanings, and I've looked them all up. So give me your best shot.
I guess it's like jungle, drums of the jungle or something like that.
That'll be a no. So while we're looking at Bob jumping on WS here and opening it up, is this a chance for Talon to turn things around? They got the roar on 4-2-3, but WS is just being leeched away. And Bob will get this kill for themselves, make it number 8 for Team Tough. But going back to Slaw.
Oh, yeah.
So there's it's basically Serbo-Croatian background of the word. And I know our producer is going to be mad at me, but he'll correct me for what it actually means. But there's a meaning for breakdown or breakage. There's also a meaning for Slav that means sucks the life out of a person. That also kind of, sits in quite accordingly. Drums of Slum. It used to give life steal, or what was it as well? Oh yeah, he does healing to his units, right? So it kind of sucks the life out of them while he's doing damage. So that could also make sense, but
I'm just glad you went through all of that. Second set of Wisdom Ruins is going to be even. Same picks up his. They are really doubling down, on the Brewmaster. Like, yep, we think he's our most important unit. He gets the Wisdom Ruin.
All right, now I guess to sing away. Sings the song of our people to get away. Also, Slom is an abbreviation called sticking leeches on myself.
Nice.
Urban Dictionary.
Wait, ball lane Ponyo. The stun comes out. Should be.
Oh, that link range is just insane. I've been saying all time long that the static link range is just ridiculously long. Like, he got stunned by an alchemist, and he still got the link on him after it ends, and he just keeps on going.
It wasn't like, alchemist like stunned him for a millisecond where he charged up. It's like, nope, for almost like the full duration. Bob. Just found a couple of the wars. Good hunting right there.
Easy CS.
Do you think those leeches, have you ever seen any movie or show where they go to the Amazon, they go swimming, they come out, there's like this giant leech the size of, I don't want to say my hand.
I think you're missing out on the movie called Anaconda.
I've seen Anaconda. Jennifer Lopez.
I've seen that so many times when I was a kid.
Yeah, I've seen it too. The snake looks really good when you watch it now, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm surprised I never created a phobia of snakes.
Well, to be honest, the snake didn't look as like a snake as... But top lane, they do throw out the snake. They really want to take this down, but feels like the game is moving faster.
Oh no. Naga's going to get sent in there. The TPs are coming in as well. They're going to get this Naga Siren. And remember, no song. 10-0. It's happy hour, says Seimei. Not that much of a happy hour for the Talon fans out there.
I don't think anyone could have predicted that Talon would get no kills and bleed out 10 within the first 60 minutes. Bob gets a nice regen ruin for himself, by the way, so he's going to continue the snowball. They're trying to find someone on Talon. They have Jokam and Mikoto, hoping someone shows up, shackle into the ulti, but they're not obliging on Team Tough.
You can see also the odds are no longer favoring Talon Esports. They have shifted into Team Tough's bandwagon now.
Oh.
The team has definitely been on a roll. It started off Talon favored. Even at a 6-0, 7-0, it was still Talon favored, but now it's turning to Team Tough. They've worked hard to this point. Now they just got to keep that package together. Because I've seen a lot of teams crumble at post 20 minutes and be like, what happened? And the other team is just much better in team fighting. So Team Tough, this is really the do or die time.
I don't know. My biggest issue so far seems to be like, I don't know what this Alchemist is bringing you that in different position 5 wouldn't have. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I get the bottle. Cool. Wow. Whoa, so good. But then after like, I don't know, a minute in the laning phase, he would have bought his own bottle, and you're like, well, that's cool. Now what? Like, your whole facet is useless after that. So, I'm really not feeling it.
It's true. It's an early game spike. So
it's not even like it's a giant spike either. You know, it's like, here's 250 gold. You're like, wow, thanks a lot. Cool. But they are going for Roche on Talon. This is clever.
The hero still has its place. Oh, especially here, you can see Roshan is already at -6. Look how quickly this goes down to 17. They're also scared about Team Tough actually contesting this, so they're not sending everybody into the pit. Now Akashi also finally joining in, but they don't need him in the pit right now. And WS is going to be the one to pick up the Aegis. I can understand Shadow Fiend doesn't have a big use for it. Here comes 4-2-3 though. Very risky timing. Can they get their kills out in time? They will get Ponyo out of the way. The Requiem coming out of them back. Bob just jumping to joke him. It will force out the foul play, and he spotted him again. He's got the Vortex out. He also gets the right click out on Jokum as he casts the Shackles. Beautiful plays coming out from Team Tough. And the Aegis gone as well. There goes WS for the first time, going twice. And the winner for this one is Team Tough. It's 14-0. Oh my goodness. This was really a game that I thought I'm waking up to is going to be pretty Talon favored. But did I think wrong. Team Tough.
Man, I was like, I know this Aegis isn't going to make a difference. I didn't get a chance to say it because I was thinking about Slom and Anacondas. But it's like Team Tough, they've got a big lead in terms of like the net worth and the experience and the items, and their heroes are better. And Talon Esports, sure, you have the Aegis, but does it actually, the second life is going to make a difference? Very unfortunate fight for them. Oh, they're going for more. Akashi.
Oh, Akashi does have the song, but doesn't get the chance to use it.
We're having fish tonight.
Oh, we're having fish definitely here. Team Tough 15-0. Can you believe it out there? All the I mean, honestly, this is a result of the real Mongolian war horns just sounding on the side of Team Tough. Boys came in with a hunger.
Is this some sort of record? I know that like where it's like how many kills one side gets before the other. I'm sure there's like more, but we're getting quite there.
Well, for this tournament, sure, has to be.
Yeah.
That is 100% sure.
Rubik, by the way, he re-stole Roar in the previous fight. He actually had Roar coming in, then he stole it again. So it's actually going to be there for a while, and he's got Guardian Greaves. I'm not the biggest fan of Guardian Greaves on Rubik, but when you're snowballing, it's so good. On lane, 4-3, he's hungry.
Oh, he's definitely hungry for some kills. Bob, zipping and
Ponyo's
zapping,
gone.
finding himself a Ponyo. Doesn't get the Vortex off. Finally does, and there's the follow-up coming in from Tsukimoto on 4-2-3.
They want more.
If you can get another Jokum, just gets 3-shot by Seimei. He talked about the Radiance burning up the chickens. No way to get out of that one. Now WS. Yeah, that's scary when you see a guy who's drunk as hell. It's happy hour chasing after you, and you're like, oh shit, I need to get out of here. Meanwhile, next kill, Carlo lifting up Stolen Roar onto Shadow Fiend, and Seimei going to work, and Makoto good night.
19-0.
19-0.
All right. Panda, you think it's going to go 20-0? Are we going there?
You can't say that out loud. It's a caster curse.
All right, sorry. I believe it's...
But honestly, it doesn't matter what we say, because I just quickly read up on our Twitch chat, and they were like, yeah, the casters don't know that these are all made up slum abbreviations.
Of course.
They're like, yeah,
Azakashi?
but they believe us. So if we say 20-0 now, they will believe that we will actually see 20-0 here.
Seimei, he wasn't able to get his split off in time. So they're just gonna, Akashi's gonna TP out, but it's still a problem. He wants to farm, he doesn't want to be in the base.
Right, so what do we have coming up here? We've got Satanic soon up on Razor. He's going to be really hard to kill. Brewmaster with the shard, like that. Want to pick that up as soon as possible. Lincoln's on the Storm against the Roar. I also like that too. Even though there are some nasty spells, like an instant Hex from the Shaman. I think honestly, I think Shaman Hex is probably even worse than the Roar because it's instant cast. So Lincoln's on that prevents all the other CC from being thrown bobs away.
In general, Talon isn't getting much on their supports, right? Like Jokam's got Aether Lens, which is nice. Ponyo's got Force Staff, which is okay. But the other side, you have Guardian Greaves. Sure, it's just one item, but Greaves feels super impactful at this stage of the game, you know? The Dispel, I don't know what you're actually removing on yourself, but the extra heal. And remember when we talked about minus armor? You get a lot of extra armor from Guardian Greaves. You get, like, 3 natural and additional 8 when you go low health. That is 13 armor. That's half the minus that you're getting.
Ponyo gonna go for a quick TP. Tsukimoto. Oh, reaction time.
20. Oh, come on. Don't do this to us. Yeah, I really like that Carlo went for this Greaves. Like, you can get so much armor out of it. It's very clever. Very clever. What else do we have coming out? What about the other side? Is there anything here? Akashi's got the Orchid, so the silence is nice. But I guess you don't really care if you're Tiny or Rubik, you know? You got Greaves and you got Yules on these two.
That's true. That's true.
Actually, two big game-changing items is the double BKB on the course. Wait. Is it happening?
Wait a minute. Is it the first kill? It's not gonna be 20-0 by the looks of it. Yules comes out. Mikoto with a Requiem. Not gonna pop it through. The Razor's going out. Tsukimoto surviving with 50 HP, and there we go. You jinxed it. You bloody jinxed it. It's 19-1. Talon, their first kill in 23 minutes of gameplay, but it's a 5v4. What can they do with it? They've got the silence out of Seimei with the Orchid coming out, and they just completely pile on top of Seimei. That's a streak also broken. There's going to be a bunch of streaks still taken away. You got a 7-0 Storm. You got a 6-0 Razor. Song comes out just in time. Jokum trying to survive. He'll be able to get out. The web flies out onto the Storm, and Ponyo does stun himself. He'll sack his life. They forced out the BKB of the Razor, and they're happy with getting just 2 kills going their way, because Talon, you know, 2's better than no.
Yes. Holy moly. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the split off, and Tsukimoto, he tanks so much, but Seimei, he wasn't sure if they want to take the fight or not, so saves the split till the very end and doesn't get off. I think the gem was just bought on the Rubik? Someone just bought a gem. Yeah, it is on. So it's on Seimei. You need this. You're ahead. You want to start closing off the map, and one way to do that is, of course, taking away all those observers. Yeah. No.
Well, there's an avenue now for Talon. You know, they actually found the mortal. They can actually kill him now.
He bleeds. You know.
Yep.
So they're like, all right, we can kill it. Talon though. They're still very far behind. Next rush could be up soon. So it was a bit of a, you know, kind of a jab. Not really a knockout punch that they delivered. Well, in the meantime, I do like what Razor's going for. The Assault Cuirass. Again, this... Oh, you're going a lot of armor. We're going a lot of minus armor. We're going to get a lot of armor items and nullify it. I'd love to see a Vlad's come out later, but that's not an item that people generally buy. There's some disconnections coming out here on Team Tough side, really.
Yeah, they've been struggling with the Kale today.
Where does that come from, Kale? What is, like, is there a history there? I'm sure there is, but what is it?
I mean, if I honestly just remember it, Kale's meaning, it just means lag in Chinese, but...
Oh, okay.
That's literally what it is.
That's kind of cool. And what are we looking at here from the other side? Looks like it's going to be is Mandarin, not Chinese. Yeah, Chinese is not language. It's Mandarin's their language, which is like Yeah, but let's see what we're looking at. Shadow Fiend. He's got the Yasha. He's going to go for the Hurricane Pike next, which is nice. Akashi wants to build a BKB, so we're gonna have triple BKBs on Talon soon. Which, to be fair, nothing on Team Tough actually pierces that. Unless you steal Roar. And that's about it. So, that would be...
we did see a really good Roar steal there from Carlo earlier on, where they just locked down the Shadow Fiend. Where he was just sitting invis right next to him. It's like, guys, You want the next kill? I got him right here. Lift into roar.
And by the way, he actually, unfortunately, Carlo, that previous fight, he stole inner beast because there is a active component now to it, which if you're playing Beastmaster against Rubik, I think you want to take that facet. You're like, I roared, oh shit, I don't have access. Oh, I'll just activate inner beast. There you go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, that always works. I've really not seen a single Beastmaster. When you talk about Naga, I haven't really seen Beast around at all, so I haven't had the time to look at his Beast mode. Just the bonus attack speed on top of attack speed that you already have from Inner Beast, so it's kind of like an amp, right?
Yep, and when you attack, you also add the debuff, the wild axis debuff, which is you take more damage, which is not bad, actually.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Oh no, boys. Oh no, this is not going good. Joe comes out. Joe comes out, WS will live.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, looking a bit rough. Meanwhile, Akashi pops his BKB. He's fighting 4-2-3 and Bob. There's nobody else coming though. Naga also TP's out. So that's her 9-second BKB to retreat.
But at least you didn't use Song, so you still have value in the fight, and Roshan's not up for about 50 seconds, so you'll be close to having the BKB ready. And looks like Tsukimoto, he's kind of sitting up there, or he took the Watcher. You know, I kind of like the IO facet that gives you the Watcher extra vision, because without it, I think the Watcher is kind of garbage. I mean,
maybe.
The biggest value I feel like with the Watcher is when you can go and like take you like, oh, someone was here recently. Nice blink away by Tsukimoto, keeps him alive from Akashi's net.
You know what? There's actually a good use for Naga Axe this game, and I'm not talking about the ensnare. I'm actually talking about the relin.
Of course.
Because of Razor.
Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, what, you pull him off from someone else?
Yes.
Right? He's like,
exactly. Like if a 4-2-3 is running the other direction, linking up on somebody, Naga from the other direction just reels him away. Break link. Easy.
Yeah, but he gets a shard, and then one of the guys pulling the other guy. It's like, nah, you ain't going away from me.
I got a big fish, boys. Here we go, though. Smoke coming up right from the behind here. Same Carlo. Carlo might just be the one to fall
nice
first. Ponyo right next to him as well. They don't have the vision. Ponyo going to stun himself in the trees, and that might just be a call in for battle for Team Tough. They're going to connect right on top of the Alchemist, and he's going to go down. Ponyo gone. Jump coming up from Bob as well to Jokum. Jokum going to be dropping as well, so that's already 2 kills going for Team Tough's way. Bob completely drained out of mana, but Mikoto does have the Hurricane Pike, pushes himself to the high ground, but Seimei still in the chase here. He's got the Storm Spirits, Storm Brewlings right nearby, and Mikoto is spotted. Doesn't matter if they missed a crash landing. Doesn't matter if they missed the avalanche, because Mikoto, you know, he TP's out and he is down. Still got the damage.
And that was
gone.
Oh, that's his 8-second BKB. Now we're on the shorter end. By the way, Carlo MVP of that fight. First, he breaks the smoke. He dodges Ponyo's unstable concoction. He puts a beautiful ward right where you want. Unusual. You look at it, you're like, not the best ward, but it gives them the vision they needed. Like, amazing move by Carlo. Very impressive, honestly. Very impressive, this game.
Yep.
From the Guardian Greaves, the Stolen Roar, that ward, the smoke breaks, like everything he's done is perfect. This is what you usually get.
And they don't even have time to de-ward it as well. It's like the moment it just drops, it's like, well, they see us all.
Yep.
Gonna have to capitalize with the best that they can. Doesn't matter if we hit this ward out of the way, because we're still gonna lose our lives. Hopefully we can kill them early enough. But really, it was so close. Ponyo was hesitating, and since he does not have a blink on this Alchemist, which obviously we're so used to seeing, like Alchemist with Concoction loaded up, usually just blinks in and tries to land it on a target. It's a support Alchemist who had to go for a Force Staff, and he's building a Lotus Orb as well to give some extra protection to the team. So he can't just go in and land it on somebody. He's got to hope that there's a target nearby the moment he presses W. You got to be sure when you press that button.
Well, you do also now, you have Satanic on the Razor. So these long engagements are just super tough for Talon Esports. What do they have on their side? That's, like you mentioned, the Lotus Orb is now finished. Oh, I love this. Nemesis Curse on Mikoto. I also think if you have damage problems, you get this item. It does alleviate a lot of that pressure, the damage problem. I don't think it solves it, but it does help.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
What do we have on Wiz? Nothing so far. He's going for Dagon on the Beastmaster, kind of standard. I like that. The supports on Talon keeping their Philosopher's Stones. They're like, we need gold. We're so poor. They just...
Net
You know, they
worth
pick up
stays the same, though.
Yeah, it has. And surprisingly, as the net worth stagnates, it does start favoring Talon just slightly. I mean, you know, they're still like, not, you know, 20... Sorry, not 20. They only like got 18%, but it used to be 10% chance of victory. So it is increasing.
That's something.
I don't know if their late game is that much better than Team Tough, though. We'll see. I did like what Alchemist was going for.
I mean, it is a bit iffy because, you know, minus armor is something that works really well in early and mid game.
Yep.
You counter drafts like this with items, and literally armor items take away 3 entire spells from your category. And it's like, well, we're not doing that much damage anymore. You wish you had a TA now, which is never getting through, by the way.
The most banned hero in the tournament? Yeah, I think we all wish we had her. Every team wishes they had her. Meanwhile, bottom lane, the Team Tough is like, does it start ending? You know,
Finally getting the high ground push to happen as well. Tsukimoto with a toss in, gets Alchemist low. Just need a bit more to finish off the Alch, but Ponyo is able to run away as that fresh Lotus Sword picked up. They dropped the wards down as well. They're not cleaning them out. They're trying to focus out. Alch is healing up to full. Naga Song interrupted that for a bit. Tsukimoto another toss. It's this time out to Jokum. Jokum, man, you gotta watch out for the crash landing. It does so much damage. And he goes for the zap in onto the back. He can't see Jokum though, and Bob might have just gone a bit too deep here. He does get 4 staff safety, still has the H's for himself as well when Mikoto gets his BKB up before the avalanche, and he's just going to drop in the Requiem so they can reset and re-engage. Meanwhile, Bob just going deep right behind enemy lines. Seime's there to help him out. Ponyo in the fountain, and he survives the Radiance damage. It's not enough to finish him off, but Akashi getting jumped on as well. And that is a very grim situation now because they had to buy back on their cores. At least one of them. Shadow Fiend can't get back. The wave is coming in, so the backdoor protection is going to be gone. And Team Tough 27-3 right now. Ponyo going to throw in another stun onto Bob, but it does nothing to him. And they're just going to follow the Alch down. He's going to get his Ogre Seal Totem to safety. Meanwhile, Bob jumping on another target. Akashi, the dieback on the Naga Siren. Jokum can't do anything to help his buddy out as he's being focused by a Storm Spirit, and they're planting their banners. It's a banner of victory because that's GG. Team Tough take the lead.
Very well done by Team Tough. Like the way they itemized, the way they played around it. In that fight just now, you can see like Akashi, he was all on top of Carlo, and Carlo would just force staff himself from the low ground to the high ground, and then Akashi was like, all right, now I got a U-turn all the way to catch you, and it was really tough for him. So just Team Tough outplayed them, and coming with the draft that they had, I hated that support Alchemist from the start. I don't think that fastest is enough. It's not good. And Mikoto, he crushes the lane, but he can't do anything. I don't like that they went for a physical build. You want the magic damage so you can blink in, Yules, bring people down. Talon Esports, they were up against a team that played really well and itemized perfectly.
Yeah, Team Talon, the only losses they suffered in the group stage were versus Bleed and versus Team Tough. Otherwise, outside of that, with unique heroes, they were able to win every single game outside of those two. But now they are facing elimination because, you know, semifinals and finals in the same day means that Team Tough, they've done the first step out of the 4 wins that they need to get throughout this entire day. Let's see if they can get a second, or if Tomo is going to get something else, then a support Alchemist for Game 2. We'll be back after the break. See you guys in a bit.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
All right, gents and ladies, we're going over to game number 2 of Team Tough versus Talon here at the semifinals, our first semifinal round of the day. We got all 3 series being played out today, so, you know, hold your horses. We got a lot of Dotes coming up today, and, of course, this series could still stretch to 3 because you do not want to see a very disgruntled Talon. You know, they got 3 kills in that first game, which is definitely not up to their standard, Tomo.
No, it was a very odd draft. Firstly, you have the position 5 Alchemist, which is unusual. Then you triple down on physical damage. And we all know when it comes like to armor that there is a certain limit where going past it is very diminishing returns. You know, it's like when you go Dragon Knight, you put on 3 Shiva's Guards and Assault Cuirass, you don't really get a whole lot after the first few. So yeah, I'm just looking at your face. You're smiling. I'm happy too. I don't know what, but I'm happy.
I mean, I'm happy to see Team Tough is thriving and doing good because this team has a lot of promise, a lot of capability, and of course, is this going to be their miracle run where they finally get themselves into the finals? Because, you know, Team Tough, they've wanted to show for quite a while now that they're definitely made for it. And they definitely want to be in that spot.
I think they've won the previous one, actually. They won.
I mean, they won the last one. They want to. They want to keep repeating on that, keep building on that, because you know, one time might be a fluke. One time might be just they got a lucky run. They can repeat that twice. No one's going to say that anymore. I
don't know, man. I feel like if you win big enough, you can't. You don't get to the top by fluking. You know, it's like someone's going to catch you eventually. And I imagine if Team Tough does come in, like, you know, top 2, they're basically secure for the playoffs because they'll have enough points. But first place definitely guarantees it. So, yeah, good luck to them. Talon Esports, they are also champions, by the way. This is the tournament of champions right now. Talon Esports also have a victory under their belt, but they got a new mid since then. You know, Chien was replaced by Mikoto. I don't think there's like a big difference in skill between these two, but the chemistry does change. You know, you bring in a new mid, Maybe he doesn't want to gank as much. Maybe he wants to farm more. Or maybe the other way around. It's suddenly the whole dynamic shifts in the team.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of roster changes, and I think I agree when you say like this is a tournament of champions, or at least playoff of champions, because like you said, Talon won the first, Team Tough won the second. Team Tough was also fourth in the first tour. Neon and Execration were second and third, fourth. So Execration had that split position there. Losing in the semi-final round. Neon also losing to Team Tough in last tour's final. So all of these 4 teams still in the mix here to look for another grand final spot. And, Team Tough being one step away from that now. A clean game again for 4-2-3. And I was hoping maybe Tseme could have done the same thing. Of course, this Brewmaster got killed once, but still a 22 KDA out of that game. And this Brewmaster, the laning stage, how much he got out of it was probably something Talon didn't want to let slide that well, because Storm was already shut down. The Brew got a lot of farm. 4-2-3 was winning his lane, and it's like, oh boy, where are we going here? Beastmaster losing a lane, he doesn't really come back into the game that hard. Like, I've seen this happen way too many times where the Beastmaster is just not capable of bouncing back into the game anymore.
Yeah, it's some heroes where without gold, they don't seem to function super well. I feel of heroes like Necrophos and Death Prophets, where it's like, oh, there's a lot of percentage sort of damage where I have to be alive to hurt you. And if I'm behind on items and burst it down, I just feel super bad. So I don't like that situation. I feel like Beastmaster sort of falls into that. You still have value with Roar, but when you're going for an Agams build, you're like, I need to be tanky, I need to be ahead of you in levels with items, so you can't just kill me. And we're talking about the back to the Tournament of Champions thing, is that these 4 teams are also all going to be competing where? In the TI, group stage, not group stage, my bad, sorry, qualifiers. You're up against like Aurora, you have Blacklist International there, but you still have some of the best teams in the region playing here right now. So this is a really good time for you to get some of those wins and go tomorrow with confidence.
Oh, absolutely. Like, that's going to be the big prize on their eyes, is getting to the international, or the road to the international, to be precise about that, as we are going into the second game's draft here. Let's see what they're cooking this time around. The Shadow Fiend instantly banned out by Talon. They also got the first pick on the Dire side. One thing I'm really happy about is not seeing Dire's second pick, because that is the lowest win rate. Has been like that for a very, very long time. First pick Radiant has always been higher.
I was wondering, but do you think we'll ever get something like, the street to the road to the international? Is it going to be like that? Because just with the international, that's the road to the international. Very soon they'll be like, the train ride to the road to the international. Like, we're going way with that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's been branded like a couple years back already, where the road to the international is every other part except for top 6. Where it is the actual international. It's been like that way for like 2 years now.
Damn. Well, I don't know. I just wish it was just the international. Why we gotta split it to the road? Like, I feel like that adds a thing that doesn't need to be there. But the bans come out, Team Tough, they get rid of the TA, of course. They also get rid of the Phoenix, which for Talon Esports has been one of their premier pick. I would like Talon to pick Zeus from Mikoto. He looks really good with it. Gives you that influence across the map where it's like, oh, someone's low, I press R, I don't have to show up. I have to do more than that. I mean, you would love to, but you still have influence.
Well, Storm Spirit is going through at the moment. Clockwork is also a pretty interesting hero. Clockwork banned. Spirit Breaker, I will meant to say, was also a pretty interesting hero that has not been picked that frequently, even though a lot of teams have been experimenting it in other tournaments. Here, we've only seen Spirit Breaker, 15 times. Still pretty decent amount of picks, but 53% in win rate. But by the way, you want to know some of those highest win rates out there?
Okay.
Pango and Puck.
Of course. Why not? Oh, Witch Doctor! How could we forget? And Talon Esports has it. We might as well just go game 3, right? Did he pick Voodoo Festration yet? No. But Team Tough, they take the Dragon Knight. I have missed a couple of their games, but the last time I checked, they were unbeaten with a Dragon Knight with 3-3. I imagine there's something I think they lost at least one game since then, but still very high win rate. Most likely Bob's hero. Seme prefers slightly flashier stuff.
Yeah, let's see if they have the option to flex it around. They don't have to lock it in yet. This DK is fine in the lane versus the Witch Doctor. The HP regen works in your favor versus the damage output the Witch Doctor has. You can sustain yourself in the lane a bit. But of course, if you go into the mid lane, you'll maybe find bigger impact in the game.
Interesting Hoodwink ban. Sugimoto does play it as his third most played hero this patch. So it's like, okay, it makes sense. But are you also going for like strong passives on Talon? Or a lot of melee? Generally, these are sort of the situations where like, yeah, Hoodwink too good. In general, the hero is very strong though. I mean, you know, the Gleipnir is also amazing. But
Yeah, you have options in building around the hero.
burst, yeah, the burst damage. All right, that's going to be Carlos ban. We'll see if he's going to be taking the Crystal Maiden in this game. Although Crystal Maiden up against Witch Doctor, assuming it's a 4 Witch Doctor in the lane, I don't think you're very happy if you're the Crystal Maiden. This facet came out. Voodoo Fester, she got a buff of 10 at all levels, heals him for half, and it was like, yeah, this is pretty good. I hope it doesn't get nerfed. As obnoxious as it is, I want a hero to be strong, and you nerf other aspects of it. Like, reduce his strength gain or something. Like, -1 armor. There you go, he's in the gutter now.
Yeah, that actually brings in a pretty interesting idea. We did some theory crafting with a friend of mine. I think one of the worst ways to actually nerf a hero is adding cast points. Because it makes the hero feel like super clunky and it no longer feels good to play. Like say Pango, they added a cast point on his swashbuckle and it feels awkward and it feels so awful to play it now. Though the hero is in a pretty good place when people have actually figured out that the physical damage output on the hero is really good versus low armored targets. Like take Dark Willow for example. I just saw a clip of Divine Llama playing Willow, I think, and he just gets one shot by a shield crash. And I was like, what the hell is that? I was like, yep, he just took 1,300 damage from a single jump. I was like, sure, just delete it. But adding cast points really, I think, is one of the worst ways to actually nerf a hero.
It depends on the hero, though, right? Like Earth Spirit would hate it, but for a spellcaster,
any hero would hate it. Any player would hate cast points on their abilities.
I feel like some heroes hate it a lot more than others, though. Like if you're in the backline throwing spells, it is noticeable, but it's not as bad as Earth Spirit, where it's like, oh, a millisecond makes a difference if I land my roll or not. You know, like that is a bit more annoying. I remember a Spirit Breaker, when you could charge, he has to sort of go on the ground, then charge. And when people were going the trees, you can't charge them because like it takes forever for him to get there. That was removed. He feels better now. But back to the draft.
You had to build an Ags for that because it removed it.
Oh man, he's so much better now. You know, you get you can charge BKB targets now. I'm like, wow, why did we get this? It's lovely, but why? It seems too much.
Well, looking at the draft so far, we got the Venge paired up there with the DK, followed up by the Tiny Darkseer, which I was expecting. This is an off-lane duo I have yet to see work a single time. So I hope Talon has something that has you know, the tools to make themselves win this lane. It is against the Oracle hard counter towards the Darkseer. And then you have the Troll as well that deals a lot of damage to both of these two, has his range attack, so doesn't have to worry that much about the Iron Shell. But I'm feeling a bit worried about seeing Tiny Darkseer just based on I have not seen this lane win. I know it's a good lane. I know it's a good, strong combination. Yeah. You have the crash landing, and both of them at level 3, very capable of killing. But I've just not seen it work so far, and it's also been against an Oracle, which is supposed to be the hard counter versus the Darkseer. But I've also seen Darkseer win an Oracle not too long ago. It was in the NATI qualifiers when Gunnar was playing it. He destroyed an Oracle in the lane. It's like, what the hell just happened here? He's beating the carry, he's beating the support, he's higher in CS, he's higher in net worth. So maybe WS can pull off a performance like that.
I don't think this is going to be a Tiny 4. I'm not sure if it's going to be like a core, like if it's going to be carry or mid Tiny, but I'm leaning towards it not being a position for Tiny. Jokam plays a lot of sort of range-ish heroes. What is his most played heroes this patch? Dark Willow, Morta, Shadow Shaman, Phoenix. Then you have Spirit Breaker, then it's like, oh, back to Marcy, sorry, Hoodwink and Shadow Demon. So I'm not feeling it. It could be something they've been practicing, but I'm leaning towards this Tiny being into a different role for now.
Yeah. And I mean, they want to keep it open. That's why they picked their mid here.
Yep. All right, and I gotta say, this draft, at this point in the previous draft, I felt the same way, which is I'm leaning Talon. At the end, I switched to Team Tough in the last 2 picks. And right now, I'm also leaning Talon. If these are the 3 cores, they're very durable. Very durable. And Team Tough does not have the damage to chew through these 3.
Radiant team ban.
You
See
need
if that works out. Also, like, what is the Dragon Form DK is going to go for this game? Because if you wanted the damage output, you go with the poison. But I've seen DK carries. Of course, in this game you got Troll, so you're probably not playing that. But if you have HP region you have to work against, Frost Dragon is really damn good from the carry position.
I've seen I think we've seen all of them then, because I've seen the fire one where you get that cleave and you just farm. Yeah, you just farm like a madman. So there is definitely, it's meaningful choice, which is what you want, right? Am I taking buildings? I can, you know, I want to reduce armor. I got acid. If I want to go for, like you mentioned, minus regen, there's the frost one. So I like that you have choices here. And I love the ban from Enigma. I'm thinking Team Tough, you need something that deals a good amount of damage. Percentage damage is one of these top level things that you can get for that.
Yeah.
Well,
what they could still do here is, you know, Slardar is still in the pool, which could also work for Team Tough here. It's not exactly the AoE you're necessarily looking for, but it really complements DK and Troll and Venge.
Let's see. Seimei does play Slardar. Actually, Seimei's second most played here is the Dragon Knight. This might be an offlane Dragon Knight, and you pick something like a Leshrac or a Zeus for Bob. You know, apart from the catch from like the Tiny, I think the Zeus would work fairly well. You can expect the Guardian.
I'm just looking at Bob's actually played 3 out of 4 DK games for the team.
Yep.
Seimei only has 1.
I feel like, yeah, the DK
they can
is the
leave
one
that. They can still leave that open because they get to see Talon's last pick before they have to, so they can decide where this DK ends up going. Is it mid or is it off lane?
I want to see a Zeus for Team Tough. I definitely want to see a Zeus. I think that you need that so you can get those extra. We were talking about durability, right? If you can get a couple of those kills with Thunder God's Wrath, you can snowball. For Talon, I think they get the Leshrac. You know, that's one of the heroes I want to mention. They go for the Razor. This is going to be the support Tiny. So, and 4 durable heroes. Give me Zeus. Fight lightning with lightning. I believe that is the common saying that they say.
Could also do. I mean, Bob doesn't really play Viper, but
10 seconds remaining.
I guess Zeus is the one big option that he has out of the heroes that he's played so far. Does Bob play Invoker? Probably not.
No, but Coddle isn't also a bad option, right? That's a Spirit Vessel builder, very fast.
Yep, Coddle could work.
Coddle, Zeus is what I'm feeling right now. What else?
An option.
Yeah.
Coddle's only been played twice though in this entire tournament, so that hero has been neglected quite heavily.
Or they could go for Seimei, pick him a Wind Ranger, put the Dragon Knight mid, or a Slardar, and they pick a Lina. Okay, so this is going to be the mid lane. I like it. I want some sort of magic damage that can just run at you. I was hoping for Zeus or Coddle, but Lina gives it to you. So that's pretty damn solid for me. However, I think I favor Talon Esports draft overall, despite your hesitance about Darkseer Tiny. Because you said it's, what, 10 out of 10? Or was it 9.5 out of 10? I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, they're going up against a Troll Venge lane. Oh, sorry, a Troll Oracle lane, my apologies. Which I don't think feels very good in general. Like, obviously your Oracle counters them a bit, your Troll gets to deal a bit of damage, but I've seen the Darkseer Tiny win once or twice out of maybe the 10 times that I've actually been casting this, so more losses than wins on this lane duo, but it's a very capable lane. It's Jokum and WS. Like, these guys aren't any newbies here. I'm not saying that Carlo and 423 can't fight back against them, but I think Jokum and WS actually have a way to win this lane. But it really just comes down to the small detail, because this can go either way. Then you have your Razor versus the Troll, which is Razor favored. Then you have the Timbersaw versus the DK, which is also Mikoto favored.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's not playing in the lane versus the DK, but DK struggles versus the Timbersaw because he can't do anything to him.
So wait, do you have a?
I'm pretty undecisive here on who's actually going to win this game. So I'm not going to say who's going to win this one, because you got to see the game. Actually, you can look at the draft and be like, there's good perks on both sides. You got Team Tough also. You have to apply the momentum that they're going with. They just beat Talon pretty easily. Let's put it that way. So Talon's going to be really mad about that. They're going to bring in their energy for this one, or do they just fall flat and be like, well, today nothing just worked, you know?
I think You know, because we have people in chat waiting for us. They'll be like, T-Panda said Team Tough. I'm on Talon for this one. But no, for me, I think I'm going to go with, as really difficult as this, I think we got to pick a team. Harry never lets me off the hook. I think I like Team Tough a little bit more. I think the support duo could work later on. That gives you that extra oomph of survivability and damage, the minus armor salt, and I love the Lina mid. So I'm going to go with Team Tough.
Well, as much as chat would like to hear my prediction on it, I'm staying undecisive on this one. I'm not deciding one here. Don't believe the graphs, guys. Don't believe it there. It's always 17 to 83. I think like that is the constant. It's the 17% factor.
Wait, so you're sitting on the fence? Isn't it like digging into your pants and all that? It's uncomfortable.
I want to see this game play out, honestly. I want to see how much has Talon regrouped since game 1. Did they just, literally wake up into the first game and be like, yeah, we're still, wash your face effect.
All right. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna go with Team Tough, and we'll see how it works out.
I don't think it's my job to predict anyway.
Is it part of our job at all to do it then? Because everyone does it. Oh, okay, cool. Hear that? We don't have to predict nothing.
That's the panel's job. We don't have a panel.
By the way, do you notice that Team Tough, they are now called Prism? They have been, I believe that is their new official name.
Tsukimoto isn't a part of Prism. Yikes.
Oh, wait, is he actually? Let me go see. Let me check for a second.
He's TT Tsukimoto.
No, but he is.
Oh, look at top. Look at top. By the way, they're setting up the poke Akashi here. He's going to be right next to his wave. He's not going to want to block it, but he's already going to get hit by the roots, and they are going to deliver the punishment. Team Tough starting things off early here. Tsukimoto, he's going to secure that first blood for Team Tough, and that is a bit of a, a bit of an awakening there for the Razor.
He's like, wait, what happened? Hey, he's got Prism at the end of his name, though, for Tsukimoto.
Oh, yeah, he does, actually.
Yeah, but, they are going to
both.
be... They will be playing tomorrow as Team Prism, so I'm guessing they're like, let's debut it early. Because I don't remember them having Prism in the previous one. Top lane, 2 range against a melee is always very not fun for the melee, especially when it's like Witch Doctor as well as Razor. So despite the kill, I still favor Talon the top lane a lot.
Troll.
That's a toss right there.
Yep, a lot of damage already dealt to him. He's got that clarity up on the Tiny, so he can keep up the pressure in 4-2-3. And really, like, that crash landing has slowly but surely become one of my favorite facets because of the amount of damage that it applies. Asame also being applied a lot of pressure. And Talon, this time you don't have to wait 23 minutes for them to score the first kill.
I expect this to happen a lot. The Avenge is not a great bodyguard. She can't do too much against these, so she'll stun one, and you're like, well, that's cute. But Maledict, the heals, as well as like a Razor Plasma Field is tough.
They're trying to kill Akashi here. Well, Jokum does go down to Carlo. As they throw in the Blood Grenade, slow up the Razor. Same with a stun, has Breathe Fire.
Should be a kill.
And then we got it. That's another kill. Another death for Akashi. Another kill for the Team Tough off lane.
Do you see this? I was looking at Tsukimoto's attack, I'm like, that's different. And it is the melee facet, the Soul Strike. Unusual to see this.
Unusual?
On a support, yes. Cores,
that's the go-to.
Even on supports, you usually go for the Avenging Missile.
No, that's bad. That's a bad facet. Because everything you do with Soul Strike, you still keep your range attack, but you attack faster, means more damage in the lane, more harass.
That's true.
That works with Phase Boots, that works with Bashers, that works with every melee effect. Plus, you can't miss on high ground. It's a melee attack.
And you also
it's just so much better. Like, it takes at least 30 minutes, 40 minutes until you're getting value out of the Magic Missile when you can already lose a game in that time. This is just the better facet. I'm telling you.
Well, if you told me, I can't dispute it. I was like, all right, I was told by T-Panda, but I'll open up to chat and we'll see what they have to say. If you look at
Dota 2 Pro Tracker, in off lane especially, 96% pick Soul Strike. If we look at Pause 4 support, 52.7% pick Soul Strike. If we look at hard support, there the Avenging Missile is actually winning with 59%. But as played in the off lane, where you get to actually trade a lot more compared to as a pause fight where you're busy with pulling and keeping your Lotus pool secured and doing some lane shenanigans and maybe getting harassed on a lot. You'll probably get more benefit out of the Avenging Missile.
Well, we'll see how it fares up. But I just don't know. I like the benefits you mentioned, specifically the high ground hit. I'm like, that is something I don't think about.
That is pretty big.
That is a nice one.
Because you can still build Dragonlance on the hero if you're like pause 3. You get extra attack range, and if you have vision, you can't miss on the high ground with a very long hit. And you're like, yeah, that sounds balanced.
The other one that we can look at, Bobby's taking the thermal runway. I've seen people take one or the other because the other one does give you a little bit of that extra damage, but the supercharge is nice for the Lina.
You're dependent on dots at that point because the dots can do a lot of damage, but you can counter it with duels. You can counter it with any dispel that you have in your disposal, and then Lina just does nothing with that facet.
I've seen, by the way, Oracle also has one that has 2.
Can he kill Makoto here, by the way? Okay, there's 22 stacks. Seimei actually goes down to Akashi in the top lane. Bob's still harassing Makoto here. They're stretching their limits here, but the damage is just not sufficient, and he cannot kill the Timber. He's doing like 20 damage to him, and now Ponyo's moving in as well. So this Lina, oh no, Bob getting surrounded by both directions.
Well, he was way too aggressive. He's still getting good CS though overall. 29-9 to the 18-0. So Mikoto is suffering. This is different from the previous game. One facet that I've seen, Jokam, nice deny. He actually denies an observer ward right in front of his enemies.
Yep. But Akashi is getting kited a bit there, so he won't be able to finish off anything here. Has to run away from Seimei and Tsukimoto.
Well, let's see. Oh, Carlo, I've seen a lot of what's it called? Oracle go for both facets. Both seem very viable. The other one gives you extra magic damage or something per level. So both seem like they're pretty damn solid. What do we have? Is on the dire side, nothing crazy so far.
Alright, let's see what the Oracle has predicted the rune to be at. Bob should get himself a bottle refill, because I was talking about this where you can set up under enemy vision on the other side, which is actually the wrong side, but now you're always going to know where the rune is. So you can try to bait your opponents into it, like, oh, they're stacking top, the rune's going to be there, and then nobody actually goes for it.
I really like that facet. That innate ability of
the damage. It's not enough. Tsukimoto, he dies mid attack animation.
More.
And Seimei, he's going to drop as well. And this is the anger of Akashi coming into play.
Yep, that is why this top lane is brutal for the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight Venge against these two, it's going to be a disaster. They are lucky though, because the other two lanes are overall going very well for Team Tough. Like, look at mid. He's 20 CS ahead of him. That's him dying as well. And still Bob's doing a good job.
Yep. Power of the Lina versus the Timbersaw here definitely is favorable in this matchup. But even if the bottom lane is 41-33, I think WS has done a great job with this Darkseer. So again, like, it's not a lane where you loses, it's not a lane where you wins. It's pretty much a tie lane. Both are getting their farm out of this one.
Yep. Ponyo going mid, just going to refill that bottle. That was a lovely.
They're trying to kill Carlo. They're moving towards bottom, but they can't find him in time. They only got a bit of information with the Iron Shells, and here comes the Root. That's going to go for the Dispel. They've got Surge available. It's going to be difficult to get it off. And Jokum. Here comes Akashi out of nowhere. Kind of like a Randy Orton. This Razor just shows up, and they're surprised completely about it. Carlo goes down. He's missing all his attacks on the Troll, and he'll go down. And now Bob, looking to turn things around, gets vacuumed into the wall. He's getting burnt by the Iron Shells. And Ponyo, man, that is so much damage. Double Iron Shell with the Voodoo Festeration. And Bob just rots on the spot. Avalanche connection, toss in, and boop. There goes the Venge.
That was a nice, lovely rotation by Akashi. May lose his life in the end, and he's like sort of the highest value target, but they still get so much out of that. What was that, 4 kills? Very nicely done.
4-1.
Talon looking completely different than game 1.
Yep, it's the anger kick in. And at 4-2-3, he does get his Ulti off just in time, but is it enough for the Maledict tick? No, it literally just expires before the Maledict kicks in, so he'll go down to Ponyo. Now they're going to finish off the top. Oh, sorry, bottom tier 1 tower. Mikoto is stealing some stacks. They can't let him have these. Bob and Carlo moving in to interrupt Mikoto.
Bob has to work miracles. He's got to be able to get some stuff going for his team right now. You know, you have that magic damage, Lina. I mean, not that she's going for the build, but she has a lot of magic damage. She needs to deliver. So you're kind of looking to Bob to lead the team at the moment. Be like, guys, all right, we're going to go kill here and there.
Yeah, he needs Maelstrom first.
Yes, he does. Surprisingly, did not take any point at Light Striker rate to level 8. I'm used to seeing like the 3-1-1 build, but never seen the 3-0-2 build.
Yeah.
That's same as losing his life. I think Team Tough is going to be losing this way if this keeps on. Like, you can't have it going on for even 4 more minutes.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure coming out from Talon. Pretty early on here versus Team Tough. They got their early CS lead, but they've been giving away a lot of kills, which Talon's completely fine with. We might lose a couple CS here and there, but we're getting kills.
Lots of kills. 5,000 advantage in 10 minutes. It's not like an insurmountable, but it's very close to it. What are they looking for? Yeah, I don't know, man. This is... I'm thinking I backed the wrong horse on this one.
I mean, you did say you liked the Talon draft, so...
I do. It's just it's very even. I thought Team Tough, though, because they played so well in Game 1, that they were going to come in like kind of favorites. Top lane, I knew it was going to be a disaster.
Yeah, the momentum factor, yeah.
Well,
you can never count it out. And now the odds are very heavily leaning to Talon's favor. 106.
That's pretty insane. By the way, Seimei, he is going for Blink Dagger first on the Dragon Knight. Recognizes that I need to jump in and catch people. But it's not stats as Seimei. He actually gets linked by Akashi. I don't think there's no way he's going to die, is there? No way.
No way.
Impossible. Are
no way
you
Seimei
kidding
dies
me?
here. I actually zone out Akashi, so he'll live. Just as expected. That's a bit greedy for Akashi.
Yeah, Seimei is like, you guys see that? I completely did that on purpose. A big kill, though. These are the kills you really need. Although Sukumo's taking a bit of damage, but...
A bit of damage?
a bit of damage, you know? It's like when you smash someone's head with a hammer. He's got minor concussion. You're like, I think it's more than minor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very grotesque thought.
Well, yes, that came out a lot darker than you think.
They're looking to fight top. Even with the tower down, WS, he drops the wall. He's still got the vacuum available.
False promise,
he can connect it onto multiple heroes, and they are taking so much damage. Carlo and Seimei and Talon, they get the punish. So this tower does not fall in vain. They do get a response out of that. 15-5. We got 20 kills in 11 minutes. This series suddenly turned into a bloodbath.
I'm loving that they got an early mech on WS already. You know, that is going to... We talked about Talon. You're very durable, and you have a mech on top of it. Team Tough, this is Disasterville right now.
Yeah, and I love it.
I love what Ponyo's done. He's put the Gree into the inventory. I know this sounds like a small thing, but some pros eat the Gree by like the 10-minute mark or like 15. Because they keep it in neutral, they don't realize you can move it around. So, yeah.
Yeah, or maybe you just need like the panic gold to like pick up a couple of wards that are really needed. You know, a couple sentries needed here and there, so they just sell it. But it is true. You can't just move it into your inventory slot. No.
Sentry is 50 gold. You usually get that by the time you respawn. You know, you die, you respawn, you're like, all right, I have the gold. So, no, I'm not. You can't make excuses for them, T-Panda. They just did know that you could do that.
Okay.
And they should feel bad about it. Or probably not, but still. It's scary. Jokam is about to get the Blink Dagger. 100 gold away. He should probably eat a Gree for it.
Yeah, let's give it to the tiny, right?
I know, just like, there you go, buddy. You eat the Gree. So
we were actually talking about this with Trent, because we were like, I need to ask like, what is this item? Like, what is it supposed to be called, and what does it mean? So Gree apparently are when you have like rock climbers with their ice picks.
Oh, the ice pick is called Gree.
Yeah, so they're called Gree, yeah. But this one doesn't even look like a Gree gear. That's just some kind of emblem.
No. It's something else. Now, someone explained it to me. It is some sort of like voodoo thingy.
Let's see. Oh, Mikoto taking a lot of damage, but Lina can't get the kill. And Bob gets hunted down. Surrounded by 4 heroes. He wanted that Timber Saw.
The mech.
And Greed is good. Yeah, the mech save.
No, the Gree, like, it's an actual voodoo thing. You can Google it. It's not, you know, it's not an ice pick.
Don't worry. Twitch chat won't believe you.
No, well, they know. They're smart people. They figured it out by themselves.
Yeah, well, what do you think they think that it is?
That
was a stutter.
Yeah, I don't think they think it's a ice pick. They're like, yeah, this looks like a hammer. This looks like I can climb walls with. Tsukimoto's in trouble.
Ponyo misses Maledict.
Holy
moly. Carlo, don't grief your boy. Oh, those are the things that you're going to get flamed for your teammate from because you show up for a coconut. Both getting stunned by it. But yeah, he missed his Maledict, so they miss out on the kill because of it.
Yeah, plus Carlo was there. He has false promise, but 9,000 leads for Talon? What? Like, this is insane. Alright, what are we looking at for terms of Tsukimoto just wants to get that Drums of Endurance, wants to go for Boots of Bearing. I love Boots of Bearing. I think it's a great item. But the recipe
Drums of Slum.
It's pretty good. But it's 1,700 gold for the recipe. That is just way too much for Boots of Bearing. That's nice, by the way.
Costly.
This is very costly. First big victory for Team Tough. They get both Wisdom Runes at 14 minutes. Very nice. Look at the EXP graph though. It's barely dented. Alright, there we go. The EXP kicking in. It is like a tiny increase. Wow, it's really tiny actually.
7 levels though.
Bob's dead.
Yeah, Bob's got nowhere to run.
They
had Akashi planted right in front of the tower, so they felt comfortable making this play. And they can even keep on going for more because Tsukimoto is going to run into a hasted Tiny. Surge giving him all the movement speed in the world. And they are going to tank the tower for a bit, but Tsukimoto still not getting any backup.
And no one's even thinking about showing up. You know, even though you have like 4-2-3 as well as Seimei with TP scrolls, they're like, this is not worth it. We already did it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, Carlo also wanted to just go quickly push out a mid-wave, but they already TP'd there. So Talon, their moves are just a lot faster.
Yep.
Team Tough does not get to play the map at all. Yeah, the troll has to back out. He's under a vision too. They see Bob. Jokum could go in and just grab Bob, and he's going for it, but he doesn't go for the toss. Mikoto's too far away. He'll have to toss in 4-2-3. He's got no mana. He's got no mana for his ult, and he just goes down. Ponyo. He'll drop down the Death Ward. WS with Akashi going to be going straight to Carlo. Carlo's going to be dropping here as well. So Talon will clean up after losing their Tiny, and they're not done yet. They're going straight for Bob. Slowed down. There's the swap save on the other side of the Defender's Gate.
It murdered! The lightning actually strikes him while they're separated by the barrier. But in the end, another victory for Talon. By the way, the Witch Doctor has now taken over Seimei net worth, and he hasn't even eaten the Grizz.
Nope, still not eaten.
Yep, Blink Dagger available on the Timbersaw along with the Kaya.
Oh my god, Witch Doctor has more net worth than the DK. Man, Seimei's had, like, he had a really good last group stage game and that previous game as well. He was doing so great with the Brewmaster. Yep. But this is the DK trap. I've seen way too many DKs in the pause 3 position just have no net worth, no impact, no levels. And even with a Blink stun, you're like, hey, he has Blink. That's all he needs. Oh, 4-2-3 is going down as well at the same time.
You know what Ponya's buying with all this gold? He's going for Vanguard. He's like, you know what, guys? I'm feeling like Vanguard. Vanguard and Eternal Shroud. Why the hell not?
Yeah, because they can.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, the game is at, I mean, honestly, the game is at the point where you're just waiting for when is Team Tough going to tap out and go to the next.
Agreed. It does feel that way. I mean, this team did get a draw in the group stage. There's no possibility of a draw now. It's a best of 3. But Team Tough, they're at least going to be, you know, maybe going to game 3 and be like, ah, well, that's unfortunate. Man, Carlo's got no items. He's got boots and that's it. Top lane, Seimei.
Bob's there to help him out. Nice avalanche from Jokum, catching both of them at the same time. Bob will throw out the Laguna Blade, but it's really no help here. This is a big setup there with the back wall. They ain't going anywhere, and Seimei's gonna die too. An ultra kill for Akashi. The only one who's not there is 4-2-3, and he's just, you know, molding a bit. As we're really not winning this game with this current pace.
Well, if he was there and died, they would have called out. But when one guy's playing, you don't want to GG out when one guy's still kind of playing the game. And he's like, oh, guys, got, you know, my Battle Fury. I'm kind of getting in there with the farm. So, okay, we'll let you play. But the items, man, there is just... Carlos got boots and nothing. That is sad to see.
Rough game.
It is a rough game. Mage Slayer going to come out on the Dragon Knight soon-ish. That's going to be nice. You're up against a lot of magic damage. That does help. Oh, 4-2-3!
Ruh-roh.
I love that he has come on.
Is he still playing the game now?
He is kind of. He's directing his friends. He's like, oh, you guys go there, you go do that. Well, Bob has got the Maelstrom. He's working towards the BKB. So some items are sort of coming in, but it's not much. Oh dear, Bob.
Oh no, going right on top of Bob here. They're TPing to the outpost, and the rest of them are just chasing. Makoto knows he can stand here for quite a long time. Jokum with the toss in into the Whirling Death. He finishes 2 with a single press of a spell. And there goes 2 heroes out. Sorry, 3 heroes gone with 4-2-3 only just respawning after his death in the triangle, and they just tap it out. Yeah, I was expecting this to happen.
Yep. Same.
There's no game.
I was like, this is... I don't want to say it's been going on too long, but still, it's like, yeah, this game is over. There's just no chance. There's no chance. They got destroyed in the laning phase, particularly the top lane. Like, that was insane. Bottom lane also didn't go well for them. Mid, actually, Bob was doing well, but the rotations come, and you're like, well, you know, it's the same thing as what happened to Mikoto. You shadow feed, you get a free ball, you crush, but then you die a couple of times, and you're not able to snowball.
Oh yeah. Like, they got themselves a really good lane going with WS and Jokum. Like, they kept up in farm very nicely to the troll. No real, only 1 kill happened at that lane pretty much, but I think that's more than what they bargained for. They were able to get a really good start there. They had a Razor basically just rolling out of hands. It was the DK lane that looked really difficult. I was like, should they have put the Timber versus the... put in the... some other hero than this DK, because I'm just not feeling this hero whatsoever. Like, this is a hero that I just see struggling so much in this patch, the DK.
I mean, he's looked good when Bob was playing him, but Samey, that was just not his performance just now. So it's tough. It's just tough. If you play against Witch Doctor Razor, you know it's a hard lane. So it's not something that DK was going to do well. So unfortunate for Team Tough, but we are going to have a game 3. We will have a finalist after that game.
Well, let's go to see game 3 after the break. Who is going to take this one and earn a spot in the grand finals? Is it Team Tough or Talon? We'll see in a couple of minutes.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Time to decide our first grand finalist here with Team Tough and Talon, both tying up now the series 1-1. Both games have been stops so far. We had Talon with 3 kills in game 1. We had Team Tough with 6 kills in game 2. We're going to get 9 kills for either team in game 3, or is it going to be a whole lot more competitive? That's at least what we're hoping for, because it is the prestige, the prize pool, the RES points towards the LAN event, and everything on the line here for either one of these two teams, both previous champions, and would love to keep that trend going.
Yep. I mean, the last time these two teams met was at the group stage. It was very even between them. 46, 44 minutes, kind of back and forth as well. This is not the series I was expecting to get. You know, I was expecting the second series where Neon would crush Execration 2-0. But here it's like, wow, this is very different. So, I don't know what that's a sign of. When two teams who were very even in the previous, they come in one stomps after the other. You're like, what does this mean? I'm not quite sure if this, what the logic is here. But going in, I still might favor Team Tough slightly more. I think they put up like a smidge of a challenge more in game 2 than Talon put in game 1. But it seems like the drafting is all about, you know, who determines the win.
Oh yeah, definitely. If a game 2 ends with Witch Doctor still having his gree in his inventory, then you know, something has definitely gone a whole lot wrong that game. But I agree. I think Team Tough, they still have the capability. I think they have the hunger to take this series and go all the way to the grand final. Talon, they're mostly worried about tomorrow. I think, in all honesty, bless you. I think in all honesty, they're preparing themselves for tomorrow. Even with all the money on the line today and everything that they can earn, none taken away from that. But Road to the International is such a huge tournament that they want to be loaded, they want to be prepared. Of course, if you can do that by winning all your games today, winning a tournament, going into the qualifier as a tournament victor, people are going to be a bit frightened about you. Like, okay, Talon's form is pretty scary. So they can also use that to their advantage.
Yeah, you know, I don't know about that point that you're saying, that it's like they're more focused, like they're thinking about tomorrow. I'm sure they are, I'm sure every team is, but if you win here as Talon, you guarantee the trip to Serbia. You're playing for nearly $250,000 as well. So there is quite, yeah, there is a trip on it. LAN experience isn't just, you know, the next Birmingham or the next Copenhagen. It's also like any LAN you can go to. So this is important for Talon. And victory here gives you more confidence for tomorrow. You go in tomorrow, you're like, I wouldn't even beat Team Tough. Not saying that they're a bad team, but, you know, there is a lot. So I do think Talon has to take this one very seriously as well. Not saying that you didn't say that, but there's a lot on the line too in this game.
Yeah, there's perspectives. It's just which one do they choose? Which one do they think about? You know, like a Serbia LAN is still quite far away. They're just thinking about what's in the moment right now. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of path they choose for themselves.
We don't even know the prize pool for TI. It has not yet been announced for this year. It's still like, you could show up and be like, well, here we go. It's 100,000. You're like, what the hell, Valve? So Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to go that below 1 million, but we don't really know.
I don't think it is because it's always been at least 1.6.
Alright, so the draft begins. Team Tough, they get rid of the red and purple. The Phoenix and the Dark Willow, along with the Witch Doctor and the TA. You can see like what pawn you did with that Witch Doctor in the previous game. That was illegal in most states, I believe. So, like, we're not going to give you a chance to do that.
Storm Spirit goes through. Easy pick up there in the first phase. Let's see what we're going to follow it up with.
Well, they banned out the Shadow Fiend and the Puck, and they also, interesting, they got rid of the Crystal Maid. That means Clockwork is in the pool, that means Spirit Breaker is in the pool, but Team Tough, they go for the Dragon Knight, which honestly, I would say is probably a lower priority than the Spirit Breaker and the Clockwork, so... Interesting.
It's their most.
I'm sorry, I got gases coming out everywhere. I'm so sorry.
It's their most picked first phase hero. They've gone with 5 DK picks and 3 Storm Spirits. Everything else has been picked once. So they've definitely been replicating that quite a lot on the side of Team Tough. For Talon, second phase is going to look a whole dicier because they only have unique heroes on the board. So we'll just have to see. How does Team Tough adjust to this? Are we just banning series-wise heroes? I think that probably is the way to look at it, is literally just getting rid of heroes that they've already played in this best of 3.
I like what they're doing on Talon. They feel like, okay, say me, not saying it's bad, but he clearly did not have a good time with Dragon Knight the previous game. And I imagine when you get crushed with a hero, you're not really in the mood to be like, yeah, let me play it again, boys. So they're thinking, all right, Bob is going to be taking this Dragon Knight, so let's ban out an offlaner. And Night Stalker has been that S tier tippity-toppity of the offlane pool.
Mary Poppins Atomo.
You know, my wife loves that movie. She like loves Mary Poppins and the sound of music and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to watch them. And she's like, what, don't you want to spend time with me? I'm like, yes, let's go spend time together.
Also, the what was the was it Cinderella with the bippity boppity boo?
That is the one. Yeah,
that's the one.
But that,
my girlfriend was watching it a couple of days ago, and that's the only thing I remember about that movie entirely. It's just the bippity boppity boo. And we're gonna go for the Weaver.
Yeah, I was going to continue with that thread, but fine, we'll go with the Weaver.
Go ahead. Continue. Just don't break it like that.
Alright, it's no. Actually, my son's getting to that age where he can actually watch a movie and understand. He's about 3.5. So now we get to watch all the movies from your childhood, but you're like, I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for him.
So,
you know?
which movies are you going to show him?
We saw Cars and Monsters Inc. so far.
Okay.
My son scares me sometimes because we watch a scene and he's like, I want to see the part where Boo cries again. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Why do you want that?
That's like, a true Dota player. He basically living off the tears of his opponents.
Like, no, I'm serious. Like, we watch that part and we go in and every 5 minutes he's like, can we see her cry again? Like, what? Why would you want this, you weirdo?
You do it on your free time. They only have free time, though.
Well, no, they don't have... Their time is our time, basically. But, alright, Team Tough. They get Weaver. We're discussing carries before this, and it could be a support Weaver, but no matter what, Weaver, shitload of damage. I believe that is the scientific term that he does. For Talon, they take the Clockwork, who is also seen as that S tier plus support because of the expanded armature that you can pop those... not pop them, sorry, kick them around the cogs.
Yeah, you've I think you've got the possibility of still flexing this as a support, considering there is Clockwork and Gyrocopter in this game. I'd rather see a support Weaver, and I actually really like Pos 5 Weaver in this current patch. Let's see if Carlo wants to bust it out.
I think 4-2-3, after the Razor, his most played hero is the Weaver, though. So it's kind of like unlikely. Actually, Razor has not been picked or banned. And that is the... so far it's won both games it appeared to in this series. So, you know, Razor, come on. Anyone? Nobody? Anyone want Razor?
I'm just looking at their win rates when they've been second phasing CM, Razor, Tiny. CM, when they've picked her in the second phase 6 times, 83% win rate, by the way.
Oh, in general, she's been doing really well. 5 out of 6.
83% is pretty wild. Like, considering to some of these first phase CMs, which have a much lower win rate.
But team is banned anyway, so none of the team could take it in this situation.
Yep, for a good reason. For a good reason.
Alright, so yeah, Team Tough, Do you want a Razor? If you take a Razor, you're kind of saying, you know, Weaver mid-off doesn't happen. And you already have the Dragon Knight. That's going to be a support. So I wouldn't mind, though. And it does force the Gyro to go to a support role, which I think it might be leaning towards anyway. Because if you're Razor, you're staggering the Gyro, you're like, wow, I really do nothing now as a hero. Taking their time here with Team Tough. Dipping quite a bit in their reserve time. Let's see. Dark Willow's gone. Tiny is in the pool. I don't know how much
the Tusk Tiny Axle is what I'm thinking about here. It's either one.
Oh, okay, they go for I like it. I like the Disruptor. I was thinking about I don't want to say Tiny. I think going Tiny against Clockwork, Storm, and Gyrocopter, you know, you're like, I'm gonna toss one of you, and you're like, nah, you're not. You're gonna take a shit ton of damage. Sorry, I said that word twice now.
But that also means Weavers now carry, so Talon see their carry matchup right away.
It'll be the 4 Weaver, so it's not yet confirmed. And I believe
4 Weaver is kind of bad though.
What?
You want to punish today's safe lane duos. I think Weaver 4 does the weakest job out of all the 3 positions you could put it. It's better as it's best at the 5, second best as a carry, and I think it's at the worst as a pulse 4.
Wow. Do we disagree with this? But sure, you know, it's always weird when you're casting with someone. You're supposed to be like, oh, you know, we're professional. I respect their opinion. They respect your opinion. But then they say something kind of crazy.
I respect your opinion. I just think like I'm also entitled to an opinion.
Oh no, I'm not saying I don't. No, but it's like it's very weird when you hear something that's super different. Like today I was watching a stream, and someone was saying that you can dispel Heaven's Halber's disarm, and you can't. And I was like, you can't do that. He's like, no, you can't. When you try disarm Manta, you still keep it. But when you BKB, the effect is muted for that time. So you're not disarmed when you BKB, but you don't move it. It's just it can't be removed.
Yeah.
So it's just some decisions. Oh,
Talon bringing up the Slardar and banning out the Troll. I mean, pretty much when you pick up the Slardar here is kind of answer to the carry Weaver. So let's put it into a support position. So you're gonna get your pause 4 Weaver this game, very likely.
Which means I have to back up Team Tough. Can you imagine when they put the hero in the role that you say you're like, I don't think they're gonna win at all. But Talon, they're also flexing the gyro with this Slardar.
I really want a Caudle here. A Caudle for Talon, and you got Caudle Storm, and this game is over.
Caudle Storm? But and gyro would be core, huh? I mean, if you do that, you could take
Gyro core. You got Slardar with your team, you'd be fine. You can play your offlane Slardar, you carry Gyrocopter and your mid Storm Spirit, and pick up a Caudle here as your last pick, and you've got yourself one of the best combos in this patch right now, which is Storm Caudle. It's double mana.
Well, you could take the Razor then and just get on top of the Gyro and steal all his damage, and it's like the damage then from Talon does. Or ban it. I don't know. They'll see what Talon wants to do with here. If they ban out the Razor, then they're probably going to be playing Gyro as a carry. What do they want though? And, you know, 423 second most played hero is the Weaver after the Razor, so it could be that Weaver core. Although it's good damage, but I feel like you're going to see Orchids coming out from the Storm, maybe even the Clockwork. Slaughter, you got the tracking missile, which is very annoying for the Weaver because you're like, I move super fast, but it still chases you like a crazy ex-girlfriend or partner. So that's... No, you banned the Naga instead. Naga. Why is Naga seems very popular today, doesn't she?
I mean, they don't have an answer to it.
That's true. I suppose.
I think even the Gyro carry doesn't do that well versus the Naga Siren. I mean, you have a way to deal with the illusion, sure.
Yeah.
But in general, like the amount of problems you're facing this game, it's like, are you ever going to actually deal enough damage to the Naga Siren? And Slaughter doesn't really do anything to the hero. Storm is countered by the web. You just don't want to play against the hero.
Yeah, we'll see what Talon wants to go with. They don't have a lot of time with this last pick. Is this going to be a carry or is it going to be another support?
Just give it a Caudle.
Oh yeah, it's going to be the carry. Okay.
Treant Protector. Okay. All right, I can see this working now.
It does help against like a they take Morphling instead. I was gonna say Razor, but they go with the Morphling. Is going to be the position for Weaver, which I like. And Talon's got 2 BKB piercing ultimates on their supports, which is very nice. Team Tough's got a lot of sort of control, not mobility per se on the Disruptor, but you know, that where you can sort of control the battlefield with Glimpse and Shikuchi, where you can sort of move around. Either way, I'm going with Team Tough. Seimei was crazy on the Brewmaster. Bob's nearly undefeated with his Dragon Knight. I'm all in on Team Tough.
Well, I think I'm a bit of a crossroad here. I still don't feel this Morphling in this current patch. I know Seimei had a great Brewmaster game, would be a heavier reason to go with it, but I'm going to go with Talon instead. I think the Treant Protector just solved a lot of problems for them. Like, if they went for the Coddle, I think it would have been a bit of a one-trick pony in a way. With this Treant Protector, now they have a lot of team fight and a lot of damage as well. And it's also pretty easy to execute because it's not just the Slardar who has to go in or the Clockwork to open up. You have 4 initiators in this team.
Yes.
So Talon, it makes it really easy for them to jump from hero to another. I think what can hinder Talon this game is literally Carlo.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. We were like, they jump in. I was thinking, what if you jump in to Kinetic Field? Kinetic Field, Static Storm, you're going to be a problem. I do... One thing about the Morphlings, so while I do agree with you that I don't love the hero, against Gyrocopter, you do get that free flak cannon, which is really nice, because you generally will hit harder on the Morphling than you would with a Gyrocopter. So I kind of like that a little bit more. And yeah, I'm with Team Tough. Are you with Talon? Is that how it's going to go?
I'm with Talon on this one, yeah. The Gyro Morphling can go either way. Either Morphling bursts everybody down with a flak cannon, but Gyrocopter wins in the 1v1 versus the Morphling. Like, directly, if it's just these two heroes against each other, the Gyro wins every time.
Okay.
But Morphling can just blow everybody up with that one quick flak cannon if he has vision on everybody. Yeah, that's a good night for Talon. They're not exactly the most durable heroes. The whole lineup, that is. There's a couple squishy ones added into the mix. But hey, we got 2 pretty even drafts still in the end. I think this is not like a massive outdraft on either side. You've got your answers. You've got your counters. You still got some of your own flair added into the mix. And really, what's best deserving of a semifinal here?
I agree. And we're going to go through some facets. Nothing crazy.
That's caps lock.
He was like, good luck, have fun. You're like, all right, just calm down. Tsukimoto did go for the scare step. I like this way more than Hive Mind, even for support. I feel like Hive Mind doesn't give you enough EXP. And try to throw out bugs, sort of, so that you can get the EXP out of it. It's just not ideal most of the time. Well, have you played any Weaver support?
Yes, I have. I've been playing it as a 5 mostly. Very, very fun.
You like Hive Mind, don't you?
I do not like Hive Mind.
Oh my god. Oh,
it's literally been our inside joke and our meme. Hive Mind is it's literally a joke.
Yeah. No, I do not like Hive Mind. I don't think it's bad.
But I have one thing for you though, Tomo. I know I'm going with Talon this game, and you're going with Team Tough, but I got something for you.
Yeah.
It's the Warhorn coming out from Mongolia for Team Tough. Let's see if it's enough to get them into the finals.
First I was a little surprised, but that's really cool. Please do that more often. Wow, the odds really favoring Talon, though. I'm surprised that one-sided. One thing I like about the Weaver support is that you do right-click very nicely in the laning phase because of the free Geminate. That is such a nice quality of life change. Like, from the start, I can Geminate. It's not a ton of damage, just the second attack by itself is worth a lot.
Yeah, it's not the +5 you're looking at. It's literally the second right-click.
Yep.
It's good.
And it is very good, although it's...
the early harass. Might as well do it. You've got all this evasion on Brewmaster, but Akashi's got Rocket Barrage. Look at him go.
Yeah, then the Seimei... the afterburners on Akashi, that means it's also very easy for him to stay on top of the Brewmaster. So Tsukimoto's got to do a lot of work. The problem with Weaver support, by the way, is because you don't buy boots and you're kind of slow, when you exit Shikuchi, you'd better be in a good spot. If you exit Shikuchi in a bad spot, you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it. Oh, the tree plant. Like that. I'm going to quiz you, T-Panda. What is Treant Protector's second facet?
Treant Protector's second facet. I mean, I haven't really even seen this hero. Okay, so he's got Sapling's the one, but what the hell is the other one, actually? Tell me.
Do you want to know? It is every time you level up, you get 5 extra
it's
strength.
the damage. Yeah, that's the 5 damage every level, right. Yeah, I don't know the name of it, though. I thought that's what you were asking.
Me neither. To be honest, I don't know the name either. Oh, nice dodge by Carlo. Dodges one, and luckily enough, the second one times out.
I'm gonna look that up right now. I want to look it up because I have a question for you as well, Brendan. So it's Primeval Power. That's the one.
Wow.
So I got a question for you about Hoodwink, actually. This is a bit of a tongue twister in a way. Well, not that much, but do you remember his facet names?
No. No, I don't.
So he's got Go Nuts and
yes.
Tree Bounce Trick Shot.
I like Go Nuts. That one's pretty nice though.
Go Nuts is alright, but the Tree Bounce Trick Shot is what's killing people in the laning stage because you do 2 times 90 damage. Oh, sorry, 4 times 90 damage already in the laning stage because of all the bounces have been reduced, but the damage output is pretty crazy. Jokum also trying to be a bit crazy there in Carlo, but the electromagnetic repulsion pushes him away.
It's great. I love this one. I thought this would keep him in the S tier supports, but other heroes just risen up and people are like, yeah, we don't really like disruptor. But this is such a good innate. Most likely though, you won't proc it too often late game when you get bursted down those 5 seconds. Like the cooldown's too long. Sorry. Meanwhile, in terms of the laning phase though, it's going very nicely for Talon. Mid lane is a
except for
stomp.
Gyro.
Yeah, but Mikoto's crushing it in the mid lane against Bob. Top lane, sure, it's fairly even, but it's even. You're winning 2 and you're even in the 3rd. You're very happy for your Talon.
Yeah, Akashi was like sub 10 last hits at 3 minutes, so that was not looking good for Akashi at all. Like, he got his early harass on Seimei, sure, but it felt like they're on the receiving end more. Even though they are trying to make another play onto Seimei here, again trying to push him out.
Nice
He's also dealing a nice amount of damage back while Tsukimoto does get the pull through. So that's going to hurt Akashi a bit here. He's going to be forced to brawl, connecting these waves.
And Seimei does go for the double bracer into Radiance, and that gives you a lot of extra regen, right? So you got a lot of health, you got a lot of regen, so the harass becomes less valuable. And I was like, oh, he's just gonna heal up anyway. It's like not that big of a deal. The guy already commits to buying the regen, so you're not really like affecting him. He's gonna be healthy no matter what. It's different when you're playing against a player who doesn't want to buy regen. Then you're like, oh, this really ruins my gameplay.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Oh, bottom lane though. Looks like a nice recovery here by 4-2-3. He was kind of not farming too well, but now he's ahead of WS. Not by a lot.
I also want to see WS's build here. Like, he's got already the 1-1-1, but is he going to put out points in Crush, or is he going to put points in Bash? Like, which one does he prioritize? The Bash damage on his opponents or the Crush's farming speed?
I mean, the Crush seems like barely a stun at this point. Was it 0.8
It's the damage. It's just that if you put 2 points in it, you can clean out an entire creep wave, pretty much. If you go for Bash, that's when you want to poke your opponents and try to look for kills. Crush is just for farming.
I think he's going to go for Bash, but we'll see when he hits level 3.
Yeah. Bash is the majority of the time.
Oh, nice glimpse back, but I don't think they have any damage on top of it. It's Morphling, you know, not exactly the strongest hitter.
Yeah, really hard for them to actually get any kill. Akashi, one Rocket Barrage that takes Tsukimoto down to 50%, while Seimei was, you know, healing up at the secret shop.
Yeah, just in general, everyone's kind of like, it seems like every few seconds you see this guy come ahead and farm. Like Bob was just even with Mikoto, but then suddenly Mikoto gets a lot of CS, and you're like, well, now he's ahead. Kudos to him. Tsukimoto, he does have the urn. If he wants to go, if he can get a kill, probably going to build into Spirit Vessel. It's the classic Weaver build. Wow! Holy shit, he takes almost all his life and damage.
Holy.
Oh, sorry. Oh dear. You know, Weaver just took a lot of damage. Akashi, top lane.
Get done here. Gyro is chewed up by that bug. We'll lose a lot of armor from it. The rocket almost takes down Tsukimoto, down to 50 HP as well. Almost 2 heroes dying.
You know, I'm a big fan of the Weaver support. I think it's actually solid in the lane, but you definitely don't have a whole lot of stats. You know, you can't just like stand there and like I hit you, you hit me. You're kind of like weaving in and out, sniping couriers because you do have that double attack, which is very useful. But in terms of like, oh, I'm up against a very high stat hero, I'm not that effective, and that's what Gyrocopter and Trinity both feel like. Lane. Yeah, a bit of a rumble here. A bit of a tussle.
See what they can do here. DK Dropping pretty low here. Joker might be the one to drop first, though. Bob gets 1 kill here, and that is the 6.5 minute first blood, by the way. Mikoto might just get dove onto the tower, but doesn't actually get the connection with the Shukuchi onto the storm, and he also hits level 6. So Mikoto's going to be alright here. But Bob does get 1 kill for himself with all the trouble that he was facing there.
Very nice, a much needed kill. Although overall the CS across the board, not a huge difference between anyone. Very even game right now, but Team Tough for the first time, they do get that slight advantage. Ponyo, he's going for it, and they scan, they're they're like, we know this is happening. He's done it before. And Samey's like, I'm gonna get there.
Yeah, now this time Ponyo's going to be late for it. So Samey's got it, and there's the glimpse from Carlo.
Same punish.
Securing the kill for the Stream Protector.
And he's gonna be losing his life. I like how they all walk away just so he gets the kill, but Carlos still actually gets it with a Thunder Strike.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Then Samey is just again farming very. I was gonna say very well, but he's rushing the radius, so he seems like he's got gold, but not really. Just
yeah, last time he had like 3,000 gold at 9 minutes, so this one's been going a little bit differently. Has been contested more in the lane, has been pushed back a lot, had to buy a bit of extra regen for the salves too. So you can really see the impact of this gyrocopter compared to the Brewmaster, and when game 1 it was a whole different story.
At the same time though, Bob as well as 423 are having a nice time overall. So you're not being squeezed too tough on Team Tough. Too hard, sorry. As, well, just like, let me hit the tower a couple of times, see what I can do. 6 people mid. Looks like they want to tussle again.
Possibility for it, but the regen rune is secured by Mikoto. For the Storm Spirit, he's going to be happy to have that one. It's not as good as it used to be in the early levels. I mean, you did get a buff for it that it doesn't break when you get hit, which is a bit of a difference. But the Arcane, I think, is still more valuable in the early game for the Storm Spirit.
I kind of like it more because you can jump into a fight with it. But yeah, there's also like, it doesn't, I believe, heal as much. Or like,
it doesn't heal you at all when you've taken damage. So if nobody hits you, you can keep zipping and zapping. That's where you get the most benefit of it. But there's a lot of AoE this game. You have Breathe Fires, a random Thunder Strike proc when you're nearby, even a Weaver Bug.
I thought that when you take hits, it goes from 6% to 1% HP and mana. That's what happens. As Mikoto, he's trying to do something here. He comes in, he's like, oh, a stacky. How nice. Samey, though, he doesn't want this to happen. No, they're going for Jokam.
Okay, no, Tsukimoto doesn't take too long to take him down. Ponyo for the kill. The glimpse comes back onto Jokam, bringing him to Bob and Samey. His Clockwork is in trouble. Carlo might be traded as well. Mikoto getting himself another.
Mikoto, he's kind of out of mana, but he doesn't get the stack still.
Kills
2 for
back
1
and
trade.
forth. They're still
The
considering
big creeps are
Bob
still there,
here.
and I imagine
Ponyo's
Talon,
sticking
like,
around,
we still want these.
and they're gonna go for it. Valiant effort here to push down this DK. It takes a bit of time, but the job's done. And now Tsukimoto, he's already respawned, but he's not gonna get a lot of damage done here.
Odds come out.
Alright, so I'm not sure if you guys can actually hear right now.
Although not as big of a gap as when we started, so looks like they're like looking at it, be like, yep, Team Tough's putting up a bit of a challenge. As yeah, I do believe that T Panda, is he back? No, we'll see in a little bit here. In the meantime, though, 4-2-3, he's getting trading bottom, and WS. Do they have anything to catch him with? It's looking like he's going to be fine.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, you came in with a big huh.
Yeah, the classic huh. But that's what it is. Had some issues getting back in. So I was like, wait the hell. Like I'm actually, my connection's not gone, but I just can't get back on voice comms with the rest of the bunch. So well, things are fixed, I hope.
Thankfully, because I was like, my God, don't do this to me, Panda. And the fight began, and I was like, well, he's taking a more observational approach to this one. He's learning, studying them. But in the meantime, Talon, not as big of an advantage as the first one, in game 2, but still a sizable lead for them right now, as they kind of keep bringing down these supports. The position for Weaver, damage-wise, amazing. So durability, kinda non-existent.
Yep, it's trade-off. Trade-off with the Weaver. But he's so annoying to play against because he can get to those low HP backliners. He can give you so much vision. You have the Crab Orchestra, aka the Swarm. It's just the skill set of this hero is just so good. It doesn't matter if he dies right away because you're already giving a lot of valuable information to your team. And even if you get your time lapse off, which is also pretty crazy. Meanwhile, Morphling getting dove under the tower. WS and Mikoto, they're close to getting the kill, but it's not enough. And now DK is also forcing the TP out, but not going all the way. So they're going to go for round number 2. Is that the mistake? 4-2-3's gone mana-wise. But Tsukimoto shows up and pushes them away. Now WS, quick Corrosive Haze. Follow where he's going. Maybe with he's got the movement speed. There we go. That's a blunder.
That was very well done, though, to bring him, sort of lock him down. He doesn't die. He's got Fluffy Hat as well as the crown, but not enough to survive in that situation. And this is what we meant. He's a low stats hero, and very easy to bring him down. Actually, I say low stats. He's actually got 7.3 stat gain. That's on the high side. But base stats are still bad. Joe Cam. He gets the double damage ruin. Bob. Oh, nice
Static
job
Storm.
by Carlo.
Might have just been a bait by Carlo. As the Storm Spirit is taking a blunder, Mikoto goes down. Akashi won't be able to do anything here. He has to wait for the backup. Here comes WS and Ponyo. Cogs pushing and keeping them at bay. Another glimpse onto Akashi. They can't lose their gyrocopter here. They gotta fight back. They gotta try and get some kills here. Seimei will fall. Bob's gonna maybe drop as well. He will take down Jokum with him. And now Carlo, the electromagnetic propulsion, pushing back the Slardar for a bit. And won't be able to chase this Disruptor all the way through. But if they lost their gyro, that would have been a huge kill for Team Tough, as they already got Bob, who really did feel like he felt... sorry, Mikado. Like he fell a bit for that bait there with Static Storm. Still going for Tsukimoto, but won't be able to get this Weaver.
Yeah, he was able to help them hunt down Jokam in that fight. He was able to do a decent chunk of damage, but then it's a 2-for-2 trade. Talon also get a tower out of it, so very much a Talon favored engagement in the end.
Yeah, Talon now 4K up ahead, 14 minutes in. Capitalizing on the majority of the action here. Gyrocopter with his Ags almost ready, in a good position.
Oh dear. Bob's got the Blink Dagger, which again helps you initiate, but in terms of when I'm butting heads with the enemy, it doesn't give me stats that I need. As 4-3 wants to go for Lincoln Sphere, I gotta say that's a little unusual to me that he's going for Lincoln Sphere first item on the Morphling. Not that's bad, just it's not Manta, it's not like some damage you get from the Kanda. Mikoto, he's kind of in trouble.
Yeah, the Static Storm comes off cooldown again, so he's got no way out. The healing is a lot, though, even with 4 points in Leech Seed, but it's just not enough to get him out of a Static Storm, which increases its damage the longer it lingers on the ground.
It does. It's such a nice ability. I really like the whole Disruptor skill set. It feels like every ability is a lot of fun to play with.
Well, I mean, instant cast abilities, just like Skywrath. It's fun to play.
Seimei, he's getting very close to that Radiance. That's going to be a nice power spike for Team Tough, for sure. And they kind of need it, with them being a little bit behind. Tsukimoto, he
got dusted.
He's gonna be fine.
Ponyo was thinking about an overgrowth for a second there. It's like, nuh-uh. Not on
I think he was baiting him to use his time lapse. He's like, we're gonna play the chicken game. I'm gonna pretend to do it, and you gotta pretend to do that. But Weaver's like, nah, I know what you're trying to do. I ain't no fool. WS has a Blink Dagger. Orchid on Mikoto. Probably the best person to Orchid is either one of the supports. Like, these guys are very burstable.
Yep. Just keep farming the Disruptor. Prevent him from getting that Static Storm off. It has to happen before, because
yes,
if you're getting glimpsed and getting sent back, then you're going into a Static Storm. There's no way he can survive it.
Solid time lapse just now.
Yeah, glad he had it now and didn't use it before.
He wants to go for a Yule Scepter on the Weaver. It is a bit of lockdown, but it's also a very nice way to remove, the Corrosive Haze and the Orchid that we mentioned, and even just the overgrowth. Like there's a lot you can remove with Yules.
Tower is under attack.
I like it. Not the most common build, because on Weaver you often find Gleipnir being like the end-all goal. Samey, very close to range. They smoke up though. They want to kill someone here. Both teams are going for the carry in this lane.
Alright, WS throwing in the hatred onto Bob. There's the overgrowth, keeping the DK on the spot. Tsukimoto trying his best. 4-2-3 showing up as well. We'll take down one, but he's between two. Does get a couple flat cannons off there. A bit of damage all over the place. And they got Mikoto as well inside the static storm. 3 down for Team Tough though, and they gotta get more. Akashi considering going back in, and 4-2-3 just melts when Akashi takes another approach. And Seimei, that's gonna be a team wipe. He's got no way out of this one.
Ooh. I think that 4-2-3, when he morphed back, he tried to wave form away, but he was hit by the Train Protector who has the shards. So he's like, oh crap, I'm rooted. And that's a little unfortunate there. Another nice fight for Team Tough. Sorry, for Talon Esports. Going for Akashi, very difficult.
Well, I mean, it was a good fight for Team Tough, where they got the flat cannon off, they got the static storm on the Storm Spirit, but Akashi was able to get just outside of distance and vision, basically, for Team Tough to finish up with. Like, oh, well, the big prize just kind of escaped. And then he shows up at the final moments to clean everybody up.
Yep. Seimei will have at least the Radiance in the next fight. So you're still getting a little bit stronger here for Team Tough, but I don't know, just this Lincoln Sphere on the Morphling, I'm not feeling it at all. I think that, I don't say like it's a bait or anything, it's just I don't know if you need it this early. They're going for Akashi again, they really want him. And do they have Glimpse? Very soon they will.
An attempt is definitely made. There's the Glimpse back into the arms of Seimei. Ponyo coming up as well. 20 seconds for the overgrowth. He's just going for the straight up teleport on the gyrocopter, and he's out.
What?
Oh my goodness! That is such an illegal move. Glimpse was still on cooldown, and he just recognized that yeah, they used their stuns. I'm gonna get the hell out of here. 4-2-3 using his adaptive strike for damage, meaning that he will not be able to get that strength adaptive strike off on time.
Oh. Very unfortunate. The thing is, like, they used the Glimpse to bring him back anyway, so I was like, alright, I'm cool with this.
They were just trying to interrupt him as much as possible, but he was still given a chance to just TP out.
Joe Cam taking a bit of damage mid against Bob. You ever been in that situation where you're like, I didn't need to throw my stun, I could have saved it to cancel TP, but you see someone, you throw a stun instantly, then they TP out and you're like, oh crap, that was on me, guys, I'm sorry, that was my bad.
Yeah, can happen. You know, taxi service. I think it's more happened with me on Disruptor, actually, which is technically not a stun, but you catch somebody and then you press your Glimpse and it's like, oh, he's going away, and you get tipped.
Oh, they might. Could they Glimpse now? They don't have a stack stone for 18 seconds, so not really worth it. But they do see WS. That could be the kill they want.
They can get the Slaughter. They have the firepower, but the silence comes out, and he's going for the TP, but Bob shows up with the blink stun. And you're getting value out of the Blink Dagger in moments like this.
They're doing very nicely in this pick-off move by Team Tough. Looking very solid. They see Akashi top. They're like, this is the one we want. No BKB. He is tipping out, though, so he should be fine. He recognized.
Yeah.
Amazing awareness.
Alt and out.
But it is time away from farming. The net worth advantage from Talon went from 5,000 to just 2 at the moment. Well, looks like I mean, sure, Akashi is farming well, but you look at the other cores, they're only fine. Like, Bob is a little bit ahead of Mikoto by not by much, but it's still like a Dragon Knight. I mean, he does more with the gold, you could say.
Yeah, you could put it that way. Like, DK only needs a couple items to work, but can increase in potential.
Yeah, I think he's next to Ponyo, but Ponyo can spot him, but Tsukimoto can't. Tsukimoto, nice use of Shikuchi.
Yep, just as the Orchid connected too. There's the time lapse. Overgrowth misses.
Whoa, what?
Whoa.
Ow.
Whoa, what was that? How did that not hit?
I think Talon might be a little bit miffed at the moment, you know? They're like, we've been, getting picked off here and there. And now you can go against Roshan with no overgrowth. We'll see if they want to go for it here, but that is an opening. If Team Tough is quick enough, it doesn't seem like it, though.
Fun fact, by the way, you have these abilities where you're just standing still when you press an ability, and it still shows you the AoE it affects. Overgrowth doesn't have that green circle.
I've heard of this. It's the only spell in the game that has this.
Ruh-roh.
It's the only spell.
Did we all just disconnect?
Oh no, I'm in the game.
All right, I'm falling out, and our observer is also falling out.
Oh, it's just me. Oh, I do radio. They found Seimei. They get the silence off with the Orchid, and looks like he is gonna lose his life. And they get a hook shot right after on Carlo. Carlo's also gonna be losing his life. The feed train. You should have seen these things. This is absolutely wild stuff happening.
Oh, yeah, I believe you. I'm just gonna have to take your word for it because we can't get back in.
Oh wow, really?
Okay, our observer's back in, but I can't get back in. So, all right.
Let's just listen to the sound of my voice. Is what we're working with here. Tsukimoto. Whoa, they find a kill on Jokam for the other side. Nice move by Team Tough. But you just lost 2 people as well. One of them was Seimei, so it's not enough. Ponyo. He's right next to Tsukimoto. I think Tsukimoto might be losing his life.
I think he's got a bit of vengeance going on because he missed that overgrowth before on this map. And there goes Bob with the blink stun. No catch. Ponyo with the dust that was still lingering. And WS is going to be jumping in. Same thing for the Storm Spirit, targeting the Disruptor. They don't have the detection. They will lose Carlo out of sight. And there's the Static Storm. He's holding him still, but he actually walks out for a moment. 4-2-3, meanwhile, trying to clean up house at the same time. Turned into a Slardar for the time being. Will not get that flat cannon for himself. Gyrocopter thrown into the air. Mikoto able to get out as well.
They want Akashi.
Hook shot connecting onto the Weaver. At the same time, they're fighting a separate battle on the sidelines here with Akashi battling the Brewlings, and Seimei lives with the Primal Split running out. Mikoto, another silence, but Mikoto just gone. 4-2-3 with the boys. They delete them out of the way, and they've got Glimpse in 12 seconds, but they can't catch Akashi. So wow, what a sequence, and oh my god, that's an ultra kill for Mr. Morphling.
Well, Mr. Morphling, they handled really well on Team Tough. They were able to separate them from the fight. They were fighting like 5. They were like, all right, we got a couple people here. And Akashi, for all the strength of a gyrocopter, mobility is not one of them. He's kind of stuck in that area fighting. And on the other side, Jokam and Mikoto trying to get kills on Tsukimoto. Tsukimoto's like, I'll just lead you to my team. Very well done. Look at that. Look at how much money.
And that was without the flat cannon as well. You'd think Gyrocopter is your prime morph target, but he went into a Slardar, threw in a couple stuns. I was scared for the Disruptor, but honestly, just the lack of detection.
Yeah, the Glimmer is really good. We actually haven't had a chance to talk about some items here. It's Eye of the Vizier for Disruptor and a Glimmer Cape, so it's a lot of cast range and ability to stay safe, and you get the shard, which is one of the better shards for sure.
Yeah.
BKB very soon for the Dragon Knight, along with the Mage Slayer Blink. Love the Mage Slayer. You're up against a decent amount of magic damage, so it does help a whole lot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's like it's going to be the Manta on Seimei. I was wondering, I was like, wait, I don't often see Diadem on this here. Then I'm like, that's why.
I was curious for a moment that Mikoto's actually going to start playing Dust versus the Disruptor.
That's a support's job, man. Like, why would I buy it when someone else can do it for me?
Yeah, if only one of our supports could get into the front line, would be easy. You got the Trim Protector with Blink, and you got Hook Shot on the Clockwork, but as we saw in that fight, it was very spread around.
I think you're still worried about Akashi, though. He's got Daedalus, Aghanim Scepter, Aegis, BKB on this Gyrocopter. He's still...
Strong boy.
He's a very strong boy. Very, very swole, I believe is the term people are using these days, right? Swole?
Yeah.
So
sounds about right.
5-on-5 is still scary. Glimmer Cape comes out. Carlo's gonna be okay. And yeah, well, for 50 seconds, Team Tough is just gonna be like, whatever you do to us, we'll be fine. We'll lie back and think of England or something, because we know that we can't fight if Akashi's on a full 5-on-5 with Akashi's Aegis.
Yeah, they've got freedom on their side.
Freedom? Oh. Good movie, gotta say.
Yep.
Very good movie.
Very good movie.
My
Gladiator.
dad, when... Oh, Gladiator is good, but I don't know. I think I might like Braveheart more than Gladiator. My dad used to describe it as, show us the movie with the man. I was like, what man? The man! He likes the girl and she dies. I'm like, that's like all the movies ever
Every
made.
single, yeah.
And,
but hey, your dad is he's a simple man. He's an enjoyer.
You know, he knows what he's looking for. He's like, man, he has a sword. I'm like, well, there you go.
Yeah, well, we found a movie with a bug this time, which is Tsukimoto. Aegis expires, but Bob's gonna go in.
Oh.
Akashi pops his BKB at the same time, dodging the stun. The big flat cannons there from 4-2-3. Akashi still got his own cooldown. Nice connections there. WS will go down. Bob getting jumped up by Mikoto. Carlo also solo on HP. Ponyo can't get close enough. Mikoto's running out of mana. 4-2-3 run on top of him. Akashi, they could really use their gyrocopter right now. He's so far from the rest of the bunch. And then glimpse back. Mikoto has to forfeit his life. First an ultra, now a triple. 7 kills in a row for the Morphling.
Dude, this is what happens. He sticks to the flat cannon. I tell you, this guy does more damage. Like Morphling versus Gyro, I always favor the Morphling this matchup. Even though I don't like Morphling as a hero. But you get that flat cannon on top and you just dish it out.
Yep.
They timed it really well.
We were talking about that in the draft. Like, Morphling is better against the enemy team than the Gyrocopter is, but the Gyrocopter beats the Morphling in the 1v1.
I don't know if I agree with that one either. I feel like Morphling dishes out way better single target damage as well. But regardless, right now, Team Tough, they're saying they timed it so well. It just expires immediately they start. Well, this is... What's the win percentage saying right now? It is favoring Team Tough by quite a lot. 72%. That's not a little bit. I also like that Carlo, he's got a gem on him. So he doesn't get all those free D-wards going for it. A lot of times he's walking around and we see like Ponyo punch someone. You're like, this is a bad start for us. So the gym does help prevent that. Oh.
The swollenness.
The swollenness, yes. Disruptor hasn't taken a talent point yet. At level 10, I feel like this is the one where there's most choices. Because both are... Oh, they found Ponyo.
Alright. Quick cleanup of the treant.
Yeah, with this one, you can definitely feel like you've got a choice. It's like the extra Thunderstrike damage is good, but the kinetic field cooldown is also really solid. The rest of them is all very one-sided, though. It's like you always want to take the Static Storm duration, kinetic field duration, and Static Storm radius. But the first one's like, both are really good. Do you have a preference? Or do you like, nah, they're all the same?
No real preference.
No real preference. You don't play Disruptor, do you?
Not at all.
I knew it.
Only now and then. Only now and then. I mean, I play like these heroes that are way too hard for my usual team to play around with.
No, trust me.
I'm an offline player.
I can tell. I'm a position 4 player, so we have to hate each other, right? Because every mistake that happens in the lane is one of our faults. It's not you. It's not me. So it has to be you, but no, it has to be me. God, offlaners are the worst. Why do you guys always die the moment I go and pick up a bounty rune? It's like, could you just not feed in that second?
Why are you picking up a bounty rune?
It's good. It's gold for the whole team.
But what are you doing with a bounty rune as a pause for? Bruh.
What do you mean? I can't leave you for 2 seconds to pick up a bounty rune? And
that's for your mid laner. You're griefing your mid laner's bottle.
He's got his
Now I understand what's wrong with you, Atomo. God damn it.
What's wrong? I know what's wrong with you. You can't, like, be less gung-ho when we go for bounty runes.
Wow, putting the blame on me. Oh, such a pause 4 thing to do.
No self-reflection. Typical offlaner.
Wow.
Well, it's so far Akashi, he's still farming, but you can see the other cores. Actually, besides 23 and 423 and Akashi, the rest of the core is quite a bit poorer than the rest. Like, Seimei is doing okay, but even him and Bob are just like meh. And Mikoto is
this is a rough game for the Storm because he's not really getting a lot of galvanized stacks this game. Like, this is not your plus 20 stacks where he gets to do whatever he wants. This Disruptor has always been a prime counter to this hero, and you can already see it in action. Like, you get your glimpse off, the guy, it doesn't matter where he zaps, he's going to always be sent back in. And these fights have been under Team Tough vision as well. Like, the same Obs ward, they fought twice under it. And it's been leading to a lot of kills for them.
They smoke up, they realize the Roshan's probably up.
Rosh, yeah.
Yep. Radiance, the scans come out. And do they walk? I'm not sure which one's the Radiant, which one's the Dire, but I don't think that's a Radiant scan, so neither one knows who's going to catch whom.
Yeah, that was a Radiant scan on the Dire.
Okay.
Not quite to get the connection, but they see the Gyrocopter. Mikoto right next to him
jump.
as well. They're going to get the jump on him as well. They're almost taking down Mikoto at the same time. Akashi's down. And they are taking a blunder. They're taking a big beating here. Ponyo, he's also going to fall. The gem down on the ground. And Talon losing a lot of members here. And crucial members as well. Jokum trying to cut the wave. The one thing that he can do. Even using his hook shot for it. But he's going to run into trouble. Same-8 trying to find him, but Jokum actually able to teleport away.
I think Jokam's positioning that fight was what cost him. He went very much to the right, near like where the healing lotus is, and then he doesn't break the smoke. He's flying there. They go, but Team Tough, they go from the side, catch them with their pants down, bring down Akashi immediately.
Yeah, no hook shot used there in that fight. It was a bit of a sad moment.
Yeah, I think the creeps maybe have been on the way, all along the way, or he was just too far. He was just like straight away at Roche. And now you get the Aegis 2, 4, 2, 3. And of course the new flag thingy.
Yep. And he spotted Mikoto. He's on the edge of vision, but Carlo, I mean, he's got a very high cast range, but isn't high enough. Tsukimoto will reveal Mikoto now. There's the Yules, and the static is not up yet.
But he
Mikoto
does have the... That's too
safety.
far. Oh, he's got Blink Dagger now on Carlo. He's like, yeah, guys, you know what? I feel like me hooking them from half the map away is just not good enough anymore.
Yep.
I want to hook them from fountain to fountain.
They missed that gank by like 5 seconds. If they did that a bit later, that would have been a dead storm. Storm in a kinetic storm.
Nice.
Or static storm. What about kinetic storm and static field?
Yes, kinetic. Well, I mean, I guess static field is combination of the two spells. So he's like, he's been static field, you know, that sort of thing, or kinetic stormed. You can go with that because it's all these two spells are always used in conjunction. So it's like should be like one word for it, one phrase.
I can talk about the storm when there's a storm in the game.
Morphling, he is decked out. He's got the Manta, the BKB, the Butterfly. Butterfly not so great because there's an MKB on the Gyro, but you still get a decent bit of evasion out of the Butterfly and the Radiance.
It's the base attack speed percentage. The flak cannons fly out so quickly, man.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, it gives you a lot of, but like that part of the like one part of the item is somewhat neutered.
Yeah, well, the evasion's gone. Everything else is still good though.
Satanic. On 4-2-3. Look at him go. And he said the rest of his team right by, and they're like, yeah, we're right here, buddy. Tsukimoto's.
BKB's already forced out. Mikoto jump in the back line looking for the disruptor. Yule's up in the air by the Weaver. And he can't get to him right away. Mikoto has to chill for a bit. Now Akashi already down by 4-2-3, and the rest of Talon, they're on the retreat. They're running back to their fountain once they started this game from. WS does not survive the adaptive strike. Nobody's hitting the bug and giving all the vision for the Morphling to clean him up. And they're going to go end the game. Team Tough.
Yep.
Looking for the grand final spot here. 60 seconds, no Sardar. 60 seconds, no Gyrocopter.
They watched that Reddit clip today. They know what Leviathan did. They're like, we can do the exact same thing as this. Yeah, we know Akashi. With the two of your cores dead, very smart move by Team Tough. Just like, let's just finish it.
Yeah, they can't do anything here. GG. Team Tough to the grand finals, and Talon. Their run here at the Rest Regional ends right here. Of course, still, they've got them these TI qualifiers to play tomorrow.
Yep.
But Team Tough, they get to play for the prize pool today.
And they also already secured themselves an extra $5,000, 25 RES points. They're already champions, so this is goes a really long way to making sure they go for the land in Serbia. But overall, like, I really liked how, despite losing early, Team Tough kept very cool. You know, they got these pickoffs. It was the pickoffs, right? Like one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. And then they jump on Akashi the moment the Aegis expires. Tsukimoto loses his life, but they don't care. They get the kill on the 4 of them. The next fight, they jump on Akashi again. Jokam messed up by going so far from the team. And then there's just like, they were too far ahead to lose.
That can happen sometimes. But for Team Tough, they are very happy to take this victory in the end versus Talon. And they're going to wait for their opponents from this next series, which is going to start in just a couple minutes. We got Neon Esports versus Execration. So we're going to take a tiny break and start talking about the second semifinals in a bit.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present Betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, one finalist has now been finalized, and we know Team Tough takes down Talon Esports with a 2-1 victory, and now time to find out a second one. It's Neon Esports versus Execration up next on our schedule here. If we take a look at the bracket tree at the same time here, these two teams, well, Neon, they earned a direct path to the semifinals, and Execration had to beat Bleed in a Game 3 Rumble. So did he manage to catch those games that they managed to play versus Bleed?
No, you watched them though. What happened?
I saw a Pudge. I saw some Invoker stuff happening there as well. So, I mean, I had some happy looking drafts. Though, I mean, I was suspecting maybe Bleed to sweep that one, but obviously it's Execration. Can't really count them out from any matchup that they would not fight back hard. So they've earned their spot here in the top 4. Both teams have been in top 4 before, so a bit of a repeat for them. But is one of them going to go for the final spot? Remains to be seen.
Yeah, which one? Which one will go? And it's interesting because these two teams, some special stuff about them. We'll see the draft, and sorry, not the draft. As we go to the lineups first, which one we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Esports. So first, Esports, they got a new carry in this tournament, replacing CDR, and they've been looking pretty good with him. Their problem has always been that they are kind of weak laners, you know, because Bombi likes to farm, Castaway like, you know, playmaking heroes like the Winter Wyvern, Silencer. But in general, when they get through the laning phase, they get great pickoffs, they avoid fights. I feel like they're a very good team at the mid game forward, just their early game is not amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Ken has definitely shown in a lot of matchups that he's looked like one of the brightest stars on the side of Neon. Of course, their support duo bringing in a pretty interesting hero pool too. Castaway and Bombi both share some of those heroes that they play, so a bit of flex between 4 and 5, which is a good strength for this team. And of course, it's JG, which we also remember from Fnatic days. This guy can also cause a lot of damage in whatever game he goes to. But then again, you're looking at Execration and how they set themselves up for this one. Old-timers, Tino, Shanks, these guys have been around together for a very, very long time, no matter what team they've been in. Mostly Execration, of course. They know each other's all the way out. And of course, Abat in the carry position. Lewis, I think, is the one that might be a bit of a wild card here. How good of a series does he get for himself? What kind of matchups? What kind of heroes? When do they pick his hero as well? Because I do see that they have sometimes maybe opened up straight up with their mid pick.
I like how you say wild card when what you mean is like he's inconsistent, which is, you know, what wild card means. And he's up against Ken.
There's consistency and inconsistency. Yes, you're right about that. It's kind of hard to lock it in. Like it's consistent if you win, loss, win, loss, win, loss the whole time. It's consistent if you only win. It's consistent if you always lose. But I guess you could say inconsistency that there's no direct pattern going on.
Yeah. But Execration, they've been kind of unique in the way they play. We've seen off lane, Mirana and off lane Hoodwink. Tino loves his like different stuff. And he's been playing Hoodwink a ton in the pubs, by the way. On the other hand, you also have like CML plays position 5 Tinker. He has played competitively, it's a pub pick, but it's like, whoa, okay, that's different. And we've seen like, what else is there? Like the Mid-Nature's Prophet from Lewis. So of all the teams, Execration's hero pool is always like, wow, you guys are kind of funky in there. What are you guys cooking? So I like it. And you can see, yeah, they banned Monkey King, a hero that no one's really playing, but I'm guessing through scrims with Execration, either it's a 1 or a 4 Monkey King, but they're like, yeah, we're not sure. These guys are crazy.
Yeah, they at least have you know, the middle ground higher up in their hero pools and diversities, picking at least 70% of the time something new. Of course, there are a lot of repetition on the side of Neon. You look at Ken's only played 4 heroes, JG and Bombi have only played 5, so I only played 10 games. While as Execration, they've got a lot more games under their belts because they did have that best of 3 yesterday. Also added up a lot of gaps to fill. We're going to start things off with SF, so I would not be too surprised if we just see another SF into a Storm Spirit or potentially even an Ember Spirit in some cases. Ember can really, really roughly lose that lane to the SF if that is a mid one.
Yep.
You've got to be paying attention to.
In general, I don't think we've seen anything other than mid SF, and I generally feel like that's kind of what I like to see SF as in. Ken mostly plays Storm and Puck, but he does have a good amount of SF as we are seeing opening up with the Clockwork. Sorry, not Clockwork, my bad. Tiny.
Almost looking like the same.
I was like, what the hell? Yeah, that's going to be Abed's, most likely Abed's hero. Okay, the Tiny is fine, very durable. You can jump on the Shadow Fiend. He's not super tough, so you can actually crush him before he gets any of his spells off. I like it. It's solid. Meanwhile, heroes that haven't been banned, Witch Doctor. No, I was going to say Witch Doctor. Weaver's in the pool, as well as the Dark Willow. 2 heroes that generally seem to get banned out quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Darkseer Spirit Breaker also out, so I think we might have some room for different types of picks, like maybe the Night Stalker finally shows up. Probably not right away, but maybe Night Stalker could start to appear again. Heroes in a very good place. Pretty high win rate too.
Yep.
What else do we actually have here? The Winter Wyvern hasn't really been picked that often, but I know it's a Bombi favorite.
And so is same thing with Castor. He also loves that hero if he can get his hands on it. So it's the same thing with the Treant Protector. But yeah, we are starting to see a lot of, you know, the classic bands coming out right now. Hoodwink again, still in the pool. We'll see. But I like what you're saying about Night Stalker. I think Night Stalker Tiny is a very strong duo. You get a lot of vision, you can track people, especially this Shadow Fiend, and bring him down.
Yeah.
Or it down.
Can also consider a Pudge maybe in this draft too. Shadow Fiend does not like playing against him because it interrupts his Requiem.
Pudge, huh? Who plays Pudge in this one? Sorry,
Shanks is one game.
Yeah. And guess what? They take Elder Titan.
All right, the businessman.
The businessman with the suitcase, you know, shows up. It's like, all right, who wants a beating? You know, because it is Execration, I always think about, is it going to be a core Elder Titan?
You know, like, Elder Titan, all right.
Why not? I mean, they are the most unusual team in this tournament, so they were, like, if someone's going to pull it off, it's going to be them.
If there's a Medusa in the game, then I'd maybe see it happen.
Looks like it's going to be the Bat Rider as well as the Centaur. Who's going to take the Bat Rider? I believe more likely it's going to be Castaway's hero. Although...
Or JG, but JG has also played a lot of Centaur.
No, more likely to see the Centaur off lane for sure. So it's like it's going to be a support Bat Rider. We just don't know which one yet. Man. Alright. If, let's say, you know, you're playing your off laners. Who do you play? Night Stalker? Do you play Night Stalker? Right.
Probably not in this particular game. I mean, Night Stalker's alright versus the SF and good versus the Bat, but I don't see this being like a very free Night Stalker game. There's still possibilities for Neon to pick up like a Timber Saw, maybe some AoE control to go with that Stampede. You already have single target lockdown, and you have some fear and also some damage coming out from the SF. But I think if you go for the Night Stalker, you are still very weak in terms of receiving damage.
Yeah.
And there's no particular hero you're focusing on this game. There are no Disruptors, Storm Spirits, maybe even like a Witch Doctor, which is also banned. Like all of these heroes that it's actually good at are not there right now.
I suppose you could take Mars, but you know, I was actually going to say, like, you as a player, if you, let's say you pick a Night Stalker, and your position fall rolls up with Centaur, you feel good or bad?
Depends what you're going up against, really.
Well, I mean, it's first two picks.
It's not like you can always pick like a Tusk Dawnbreaker and always have fun, because you know you have so much kill potential. If you're playing a support Centaur and an offlane Night Stalker both in the same lane, you need a matchup which is like a Wraith King or something like that can't just go in and hit you because you get to hit back. So I like this idea much more. You bring out the Pangolier, one of the I think this is the highest contested hero with the highest win rate in this tournament. Yep, that is correct. 83% win rate right now in 12 picks. Has been a total of 16 games so far. So 4 bans on top of that. Just Pango is very good here. A lot of low armor heroes. Well, not the Shadow Fiend exactly, but his physical damage output is good. He can always get to the SF.
But you know, you can also just stampede away, so that's kind of cool. And Execration. With the Tiny and the Elder Titan, the Shadow Demon, you know that one of these three is going to be a core, possibly up to 2. Well, not likely for the Shadow Demon. But it is like, hey, we got Tiny.
We talked about the Tiny carry. I mean, it works nicely now.
It is. It's very durable group from Execration with Save. Neon, with the Naga, I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel a bit squeamish, you know? I'm starting to feel like this draft from Neon, it's not working for me. It's not doing so hot.
Why's that?
They feel fragile. They feel like they're also kind of like, you know, I gotta get the good lasso. Maybe Shadowfiend will get a good ultimate off. There's the sleeps. Like, there's a lot of things that have to kind of go right for us. Execution, you roll in, and Tiny just whacks people with his giant stick, and it's like, that's easy. It's easier to play for the Execration side. So I'm just not feeling the Neon draft at the moment. I do think they are the superior team, but not this draft.
What I like about the Naga is it's a Pango counter.
I guess. Is it because of the Aghanim Scepter? You reel him in or something like that?
No, just the Aghanim Scepter, and you go for his Rolling Boulder, Rolling Thunder even.
Right. Let me see if you can get an Orchid as well on the Naga, so you can control him a bit more.
That's also a good
nice. They're starting to ban some of Castaway's heroes, those position 5s, the Disruptor as well as the Enchantress. What else does he have? They banned out his Winter Wyvern as well. That is a lot of respect.
Castaway has played 8 different support heroes this tournament, so there's still some options open.
Treant Protector, or
you could
I feel like Treant Protector.
You could do Rubik here as well, which is pretty decent too. You can steal Pango roll every single time, get yourself your own counter going in fights. SD spells are good to have. You could also pick up an Abaddon if you want some extra tankiness for the team. Probably not Abaddon Naga. I don't really like that lane too much. Honestly, I think the Rubik is the best option here if they want to pick himself that.
Rubik's solid. I like the Treant possibly as well. Pudge is not bad as a 5 though. I'm not so sure. It could be Batrider.
Unless they play the Bat 5 and pick a Hoodwink, which you've been talking about a lot here.
Yes, Hoodwink wouldn't be so bad if they could get their hands on it. Or a Grimstroke, actually. They do play a bit of Grimstroke for Bombi. It's not... I mean, you know, that's been a classic counter to Pango. You roll in, you get soulbound to someone else, and you're like, come on, baby. I got lasso.
Yep.
Oh, they are taking their time. They are taking their time with this one. What are they thinking of Neon? It's mostly just where do we put the Bat Rider, and how do we play, like, what do we pick instead of it? Although,
honestly, I would probably ban either Invoker or Void Spirit here, but we'll see which one they decide to get out.
What's Invoker or Void Spirit? You don't think this Pango is going to be mid? You think they're going to put Pango offlane?
Pango offlane.
Really?
Yep. Tino's played it before.
Tino does play some
Okay, so they ban out both lanes, so they get rid of both the Lesh and the Brew. Okay.
Not quite sure exactly what's going to go for. Neon, what support do you want or if God answers prayers, will this be a Centaur 4 and you pick some sort of offlaner?
10 seconds remaining.
I'm very excited for that, the idea. I don't think it's gonna happen, but okay, they take the AA.
Ancient Apparition. Okay, yeah, I mean this is one of his comfort heroes, sure. I was not expecting him to pick it up here.
It's a lot of damage. You can also set up very well with the Shadow Fiend, right? Yules. I think this is going to be a Magic Shadow Fiend. More likely than not for Ken.
I mean, I guess it makes sense picking up the AA and taking the Strength facet if this Tiny ends up being a carry, which it looks like right now. That takes a lot away from him, actually.
Ooh. Is it going to be Elder Titan 5? Right, okay, so it's going to be Tino with the Beastmaster. That's very, you know... What are we looking at? See, okay, so it's gonna be the position 5 Elder Titan. It's gonna be the carry Tiny, which we kind of expected from the beginning.
Right, I'm going Neon on this one. Pango into SF mid lane, not a good idea. AA versus a carry Tiny, also not a good idea for the Tiny. I'm going Neon on this one. This is an outdraft.
Really? I don't know if I would say that. I feel like Execration's draft is really solid, apart from the fact that
they're losing 2 lanes right now, and they also lose all that scaling on the Tiny because of Castaway. Unless they blow up the AA right away and he gets nothing done, which is one thing. I do have to check that did he pick up the right facet here? The Bone Chill, yeah, that's the one. If you go for exposure, then I'd be like, okay, maybe I'll go Execration instead. But Bone Chill is the one you want to have.
Is that the one that was the one that reduces
That's the strength
right?
reduction, yes.
Okay, cool. Damn, I'm having a tough time with this one because I don't feel it's as clear cut as you. I actually think Excavation's draft is nicer. Damn. I don't know. This is a tough one. You know, I'm going to go with Execration. Just because I think we have a way more durable draft. I think Neon's going to run out of steam. I'm going to go with Execration. I'll see how it's going to pan out here. As, yeah, I'm excited to see what some of the fastest they're going to take. JG... The Centaur, he got nerfed for the horsepower fast, but I don't think anyone still likes the other one. The, what was it, Return Edge? What was it called? Counterattack?
Yeah, we've been seeing both. We've been seeing both.
Really?
Most of the core Centaurs have actually been picking up the strength one.
Yeah.
The double edge one. But the horsepower has also been picked up by some supports and some off lanes. I think it's close to 50-50 with the both.
I'm very surprised to hear that, because I remember thinking that the other one was also pretty good, but then it's so conditional. You know, it's like I have to take damage to get value out of it, and that's not... Like, conditional facets oftentimes feel to me like they're not as good as just like, oh, passively on, even if they're weaker.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, they're matchup dependent, because even though horsepower is still being picked, at least I see 83% are still picking up the horsepower above Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is still good in some particular matchups here. Especially now, it would have maybe even made sense, but not probably needed that much.
Shadow Servant being picked up on the Shadow Demon. I don't like this one. The other one seems just so much better, but Shadow Servant, again, is very conditional. If I get kills, that's even better. Oh, Elder Titan, his movement speed also grants attack speed. That is the fast he takes. Very odd. Movement speed as attack
I would have actually
speed,
liked the Promulgate much more on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, same. And this is, we don't see Elder Titan a lot, so his fast is that you get 30% of your movement speed as attack speed, which can actually be quite a lot when you're moving at 400 ms. So you're getting 120. That is, yeah, he's moving at 170 attack speed right now. You do lose 75. You have a 75 attack speed penalty. So most of the time, you are going to get a lot of extra damage.
Yeah.
Oh, Ken?
Ken's got to be careful here. He's going to get, sees the information with the Watcher that, I'm going to have to try and get out here as fast as possible. Lewis with the body blocks. The bobble comes out as well from Shanks. They're going to lock in Ken. So that's over for him. First blood for Lewis. And he's going to need that first blood, especially in this matchup versus the Shadow Fiend. So every little bit counts when it goes in that mid 1v1.
I was wondering, did Ancient Apparition get buffed? I thought the Death Rhyme, the Bone Chill used to be 0.25, but now it's the same as it used to be. Any interesting talents?
They nerfed him in the A patch.
They did.
I'm not sure if they did anything to him in the B patch.
Let's see. Riptide. Tell me about this. What do you think about this Batrider innate ability? Attack applies a debuff that deals 15% of attack damage every 1 second for 2 seconds. So you basically do 30% extra damage every time you hit.
Yeah, it breaks blinks. It works with your napalm. If you have Arsonist as well, you also do a decent amount of damage onto buildings, but Arsonist is barely ever being picked up. Stoked is just too good.
Stoked is very good. Stoked is very nice. Levels up with Flaming Lasso.
It breaks salves, clarities. Even though your napalm cast also applies a bit of your right-click damage, and you can break consumables with it, it's not amazing. And of course, with the A patch, it also was fixed that it doesn't work on wards or couriers, so you could actually snipe a courier with just one right-click.
I've generally not been a big fan of... There's like 3 support abilities. Innate I don't like. Shanks has one of them, which is when you hit, you apply 2% stacking debuff of damage. I'm like, wow, that is so not useful after 10 minutes. You know, like when are you ever... As a Shadow Demon, how often do you go like, yeah, I'm going to go punch him? You know, I was like, thanks a lot, man. Same thing with Grimstroke, where he leaves a trail of ink for 4 seconds. I'm like, that's okay in the lane stage, and it's complete garbage.
Yeah.
So,
there's a lot of interesting, some are early game based, some are mid game based.
But
some heroes just got directly buffed by like a lot. They were like given something new, like say Storm Spirit. They just got themselves a free Bloodstone.
Old Bloodstones, you know, we have some of them Zoomers here. They're like, what do you mean Bloodstone? This doesn't give you. It's like, nah, the old one, the one your grandfather played with.
Yep, Bloodstone.
Good Bloodstone. So yeah, so far top lane is going to be the Ancient Apparition and the Naga versus the Beastmaster and the Shadow Demon. It should overall be a farm fest here. Although Naga, he is suffering here on CJ so far. Not much CS on him. Mid lane, as expected, Ken is doing really well against Lewis. It is Shadow Fiend versus Pangolier. It's just not easy.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend versus anyone.
Yeah, basically, right? That's how it works right now.
That's why that first blood was so crucial for Lewis, because now he's got his bottle money. And this is, remember, like every time you have your mid laner in a 1v1 and you get yourself a first blood off of someone, you get your bottle in the first creep wave. This is already like 5-6 creep waves in, basically.
Yep, it is.
And now just got it.
Every 30 seconds, so this is definitely the 5th creep wave. Not fun for Lewis, but it is this is the lane matchup. Let's look at bottom for a second. Let's see what we're working with there.
Yeah.
This is going to be the Centaur and Batrider versus the Elder Titan and Tiny. You know, I think this is the most even in terms of who could kill who. You know, fairly high damage from both sides. Some movement displacement. Tanky core for each as well. I like it. I think I favor Neon slightly in this one, though. Very slightly. Super marginally.
But you're still liking them.
I do like it. I do like them. Although I believe that Execration is going to take this match overall. Not this match, sorry. This particular game. Sometimes you mean match, series, game. People are like, which one does you mean? I'm like, this particular one. Elder Titan still no. He's taking 2 points as Astral Spirit, but he hasn't decided whether he wants the Aura or the Echo Stomp. So not getting any value from one of his skill points just yet.
Go for the Centaur here in bottom. Getting a bit of poke on JG. Will keep CML at bay. They are moving the Batrider towards mid though, so it's going to cost a bit here. Tino falls and Ken looking for the teleport out, and he's not going to be able to. Shanks, you know, applying that menace. The increased damage taken on the Shadow Fiend, and he goes down.
Damn. Hey, maybe they made a difference in that one. But in the meantime, though, they do lose their Beastmaster on the other side, so it's kind of okay for Neon overall. Although, I think you need Ken to do well more. That's more important for you. And I think Ken is definitely going for that Yule Scepter. He's already started off with a Windlace early, which means, you know, you're going to be building it into something most of the time.
Ken actually died as an... Yeah, because he tried to teleport out. He's going to have to walk all the way back into the lane.
Oh, walk of shame.
So, Pango actually is able to catch up in CS with the 2.
That's a problem. JG, in the meanwhile, he's going for triple bracers in the bottom lane. And he's just like soloing. I've seen this so many times. Bombi, he is He plays position 4 like me, but 10 times better, where he's very greedy. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go farm, and if I find a kill, I'm gonna go there. I don't really want to just hold your hand in the laning phase.
Yeah,
I like that.
And bad gameplay in general. Just want to stack up and farm, get your item timings. They're going to be a useful pause for your items.
Exactly.
You need farm on this hero.
So if you're you're playing against a Viper Veno lane and your position 4 leaves you'd be like, I understand, right? You'd be that kind of guy.
Tino's got his head leashed to the ground, spreading particles all over the place, while Bombi tries to farm this stack away from the Beastmaster, but ends up basically just softening it up for the Beast.
I think you got a couple of them though. Is at 15 CS, that's not a little bit. But yeah, the big ones all go to execration, so they're like, yeah.
What's up with Tino? Like, damn, these graphical bugs.
I think every time we put
the map
on. Ken? Oh, okay, Shanks.
There we go.
In trouble. As goes Shanks.
Swish and flick by Ken.
Oh, that is true. They have different animations for each one of those shadow races, which is very nice, very cool to see. And yeah, I think every time you look at him, he's leashed to something different. Like if you move the camera, you come back, he's leashed to the tree.
Yeah.
And what is coming out of him? Is it like the cosmetic, the ass of the bird or something?
So I don't know.
Like what is he? He's got something on his head. I think it's a bird.
It's a leash.
No, I mean like, is it or is it some sort of? Wait, let's go.
I'm just kidding with you.
I'm trying to go into this cosmetic, see what
he's in a puck coil right now.
It happens with Mars as well. I've seen the Mars, that one.
Yeah, Mars, DK, all their cloaks are just spreading around all over. I've had it with Shadow Demon too, where Shadow Demon's cloak is also spreading. Bunch of particle madness. And
we like it.
Looking at the laning stage here, we've got ourselves Execration on top with a triple core net worth lead versus Neon. Mostly with the Shadow Fiend getting shut down, he hasn't been able to make any moves so far. That was actually really well read and played by Execration to shut down the SF, prevent him from participating in the game.
And they're also stealing a massive stack, so they're very happy on Execration's side right now. They're like, oh, you guys, we're just farming very well.
Neon's gonna need a lot of time.
Yeah, and I don't really like that late game with this Neon draft too much. It's like Centaur's fine, Shadow Fiend the magic build is fine. And Nagasar, I don't care what people say, her damage late game has always been like meh to me. It's like, oh, it's a 6 out of 10 damage wise. It's not amazing. When you have Talon on the other side with Echo Saber and crit, and he just comes at you with a tree, you're like, alright, that's it. There's no way. Well, they might be getting a nice kill here on Castaway. That's a stack. Oh!
Stampede save.
Well, I don't think they had enough damage to kill him anyway, even if he landed it with the Stampede coming out. So, not a big deal.
CML stealing these stacks away. All these stacks that Neon have been making and Execration just farming them up. Gotta feel a bit bitter about that.
Yeah, but Bombi is still top of the net worth in terms of supports, so it's not like it's really hurting them too much. But yeah, his advantage would have been
is he really that far ahead though?
Right? It's like, yeah, I'm ahead, but I'm used to being it. I should be way further ahead right now.
Yeah, it's like missing almost 1,000 gold pretty much. We want it to be super active and efficient on the Spat Rider. Get a fast blink going his way. That blink's gonna take some time to finish.
Lewis is very active. He's been moving around a lot, hasn't he? They're not farming, just trying to hunt for kills. Doesn't have a whole lot of items on him though.
Yeah, they're stronger. They want to keep up the pressure. Understandable. Bombi farming and Shanks stealing these creeps. SD has 17 last hits as well. I mean, think about like support CS, Elder China with 11, SD with 17, and this Bat Rider is the one who's supposed to have been farming these creeps. Only has 30.
He's got 30.
Yeah.
He does have 30. He's not far, but yeah, like this is a huge credit to Shanks to keep up because it's way harder for the Shadow Demon to do this. Looks like JG, he's going Blink Dagger. He might be thinking about a Crimson Guard. To be fair, Crimson Guard, the new one, is designed for Centaur. There is no better Crimson Guard builder than Centaur.
Pudge.
there is no better Crimson Guard builder than Centaur and potentially Pudge.
All these high HP, a lot of strength builders are definitely good, but yeah, it is a Centaur item at the moment.
Yeah, so far very compared to the previous series. This is very passive, as both teams are like, yeah, I'll farm. You want to farm? Don't punch me in the face, bro. I'm farming here. So very respectable gameplay.
Start. Very calm start from both teams, finishing up their items. Tino almost has an Aghanims. Tiny's also finished his Echo Saber. Pango's also now working on his Echo, over halfway. Going to soon have a lot of items on the Radiant side. Still working on the Blink for the Bat. Without that, they can't really make too many plays happen. Of course, the Naga still has some items to go.
Yeah, Naga. And we'll see what CJ can do in this game. Oh, I hear an Ice Blast, but I don't think it actually...
It was an attempt on Lewis, but he didn't get close enough for the double raise. Otherwise, they could have just killed him with a blast and raises.
Yules is available on Ken. And he gets a Blink Dagger, or even just now on top of someone with a Yules, you can burst anyone desecration, except maybe that Tiny. Damn, Tiny's not super tanky. I don't like this again. I don't like this pace of the game for Neon. This is suiting Execration because late game they look way better.
Yeah, I think they're very happy with just stretching the game as it is. Nothing happening. Stampede, though, running down the mid lane onto the Pangolier. And Lewis will fall to Ken on his raises. Also has the Yules ready, so we've got to be careful for those Requiems. Stomp misses. Tiny on the chase. Tosses in the SD. Yules him up. The Avalanche comes out as well. There we go. The ulti from SD and the Earth Splitter. Wow. Ken, he's going to have to force his Requiem. He will get CML for the help of Bombi. The Insanity. Or CJ. Where's that CJ? No, that's just... Yeah, that's just Insanity. Yeah, just trying to make his run out. CJ also... Yeah, I'll bet that's the one, yeah. Oh, poor Naga, though. Well, look at that.
Overall, very nice coming out from Execration. Getting they lose their supports, and sure they might be losing more actually right now. As
I really like that little move there from JG, but Lewis has already come back, and they have all stacked up together to take down the Centaur.
Tino's like, what? You think? Do you see my head? Do you see what I'm leashed to? I'm unbeatable. I have this thing on me the entire game.
Yeah.
Very nice move overall from Execration, getting that kill on JG at the end. And in general, it's just looking like really solid from them. Wow, look at Tino's farm. What is he going for? I think I saw him going for Ags. Yep, he does have the Ags already. This is a problem. First, it's great against the Naga Siren. And secondly, as long as he doesn't get Requiemed, and I guess Ice Blasted, and I suppose Lassoed, as long as he dodges these, he's going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah. Indeed, he will. Also, 30 minutes in, Tiny already has his money towards his shard if he wants to bring it up. He also has
I think Blink. I like the idea of a Blink first. He's like, I know we're strong. I want to jump in and burst people with you guys. Echo Saber going to be the pickup from Pangolier as well. That's going to be very nice for him.
Does have maxed out tree though. It would be nice to see if he just sticks with picking up the shard first, but we'll see. See what he needs.
He wants to jump in, burst people down. It's the right thing to do. Of course, if he buys a shard, I'll be like, yeah, it accelerates his farm. It's a great item. To be fair, both are very reasonable decisions to make. Pangolier disconnects, but he's gonna be hopefully he'll be back very soon. What are we looking at? Naga Siren. I mean, she's close to the Manta, but doesn't feel like she's farming amazingly fast. And JG's got the Blink. He's working towards the Vanguard. That's cool, I guess. I'm not feeling any big items coming out. They do have the Blink on Bombi, though. If he can get on top of someone, that could be a nice way for Execration to start fights.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to have a Blink on Ken as well. Lots of Blinks coming up in this game. We're going to have, like, 4.
A bunch of mobility.
Yeah. I like that. You know, I'm counting. He's like, either we're gonna have like bunches of it, bunches of movement. Yeah. We're looking at here as a couple items come out from Neon. The Blink is a big deal. Not sure I care too much about the Vanguard on the Centaur though.
Yeah, he'll soak up some of the damage, especially when Tiny, Pango, Beast, they're all physical. That Vanguard into Crimson Guard later will be a very huge pickup. But for now, ignoring it, going for a Lotus Orb and a Veil, probably into Scotty after with the Scent.
Scotty, I think you mean Shivas.
Sorry, Shivas. Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Don't worry, it happens, it happens. But yeah, I would
long day ahead of us.
You do. Me, I'm kind of halfway done with my day. More so once this game is over. But if you guys don't know, T-Panda is doing 3 best of 3s, which we call doing the animal, because that takes a lot to do that.
Yeah, couldn't wait for tomorrow because of the TI qualifiers. Portal action, Execration coming through and bringing in the numbers. There's a Tiny that is gonna be bound in trouble, but a nice scan coming out at the same time, and you've already got CJ on top of him with the song, and he's just TPing out. Roche is also appearing himself. Lewis, though, can't get to use his AD rune the way he wanted to. They tried to make a wraparound of a wraparound. It could have been a nice pincer move there for Execration in the bot half, but no fight, and we're still stuck with just 10 kills.
Yep, really, this is Southeast Asia Dota. Not a whole lot of kills happening. But both teams just farming away. I'm surprising to see Tino continue to be #1 on the Beastmaster. You're up against you have Nagasan and Tiny, but it's like the Beastmaster is out farming everyone. That's cool.
Beast has the highest amount of CS as well, which is crazy.
Yeah, he's got a storm going for him. All right. It's going to be Manta Style finished up on the Nagasan. I see the value of this one in particular. It's like you're up against the drums, there's the Pango, the Tiny. There's so much AoE damage that Manta, it's a good item, but
it's a good item stat-wise.
Yeah. But you don't get the value as you would like from the defensive aspect of it.
Yeah, you don't get to use that. You can dispel something, but yeah, most of the time it is literally just the Naga stats gained from that. Meanwhile, a lasso onto the Pangolier. Lewis gonna get blown up as the AA blast connects from Castaway, and Bombi gets this one. Shanks, CML, they're gonna have to back away. Same thing with Abad.
No Aether Lens yet on Shanks, otherwise might have been able to help his friend.
Ken's going in. Requiem time. Good night, ET.
Nice kill as well. 2 good strikes from Neon. And Roshan is on their side if they want to go for it. Naga's not there, though, so it may not be the option. Naga actually went for Roshan bottom lane at one point, but then left, and that's why, and she slept and ran away. So I imagine Neon's thinking about it, but with your draft, you're not that fast at taking Roshan. I mean, you have Presence of the Dark Lord, but it's a magic SF.
He's got Yasha soon. Help him with his mobility. Meanwhile, Bombi getting blown up by Abad.
I always called him as Abed, but the way you say it is much nicer.
Abad?
Abad, yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool. I
remember when someone was calling him a bat.
A bat.
Like a bat.
I wish we had interviews with some of these players so that you can actually be like, hey, just for, the viewer's sake, how do you pronounce your name? This is how you... Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's a big reason why I've had, a lot of these players on my friend list, so I can just talk with them, hey, I had a question about your nickname. How do you pronounce it?
It starts with an exclamation point. What the hell does that mean? Am I supposed to yell it out?
Yeah. It's a statement. So is this Execration Roshan, as Aegis is now picked up for Tino. The man with the highest net worth. They want to protect their precious Beastmaster.
If they do, Elder Titan doesn't have a whole lot of gold. He only has a phase boost to his name so far. So CML definitely not getting much farm. Yep. Between the two,
and also, Tiny actually did build the shard before the blink.
Nice. That's fine. I mean, it accelerates your farm very nicely. I thought you'd want to sort of fight with this team. I was not super against it.
You were.
No, I was just saying that getting the blink early gets you more tempo. But at the same time,
Debbie Downer.
I am so not the Debbie Downer. I'm a upper Ursula.
Upper Ursula. What the hell is that?
Hey man, I was thinking of names that would be good with you, and that's the only one that come to my head.
All right, well,
variety.
I've got Bombi this time around here. His little creep cutting is going to be cut short.
Still pushes out the wave pretty damn deep, so he's not too bad with throwing his life away. And he is starting to make a bit of distance between him and the other supports. He's got the Blink, the Force Staff, and the Whip. So basically the ideal Bat Rider setup.
Tino can take down this bottom tower. They are only 2 here, with him and the SD.
Yeah, there aren't really that many. There aren't that many names, women names beginning with U, are they?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
In the meantime, they are just putting push bottom here. Again, Execration and Neon both very careful. This is a single...
very deep. So is CJ. They do get themselves the Pango in the air. Requiem in a safe spot. Earth Splitter comes out as well. Ken does take his share of the damage, and they're just going to sing and TP out.
Nicely done. Nice escape coming out. But, yeah, both teams...
A quick hello and bye-bye.
See you later, buddy. Kiss him good night and see, and that's it. Yeah, this game, it is elimination, it's a single elimination tournament, so if you don't win a match in the playoffs, you lose a match, that's it, you're out. There's no there's no lower bracket. And there's $5,000 on the line, as well as 25 RES points. The RES points are needed for you to go to the LAN event. And both of these teams are very close to getting there. You know, like they both could really use a first place. Meanwhile,
yeah, those points will be really important. I don't actually even know how many are getting invited to the event.
From Southeast Asia, only 2. Europe, 4, and South America, 2. So it's even tougher for Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so the race is on, so to say.
It is, very much so. We will be doing South America starting in, I believe, 3 days. But Southeast Asia is like, yeah, this is your time right now. Deny? Looks like CJ denies the Wisdom Rune on the other side of the map. Very nice micro being done. I saw someone do that with CK today, with his ultimate. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. It was on our side, of course. We were losing, and he took away our Wisdom, which was not fun.
Yeah. Can't happen.
Look at what Beastmaster has as well. Nearly perfect, the Vampire's Fangs. Oh, he's going for more.
That's a big one.
Dead.
Dead indeed, and he's like, there's a ward here. No, there isn't. They just strolled upon you.
Caster is also like, enemy has vision there. Very unfortunate. We'll see though if Extraction can make anything happen out of it. They've just been very, very slowly eking out this advantage. Like super
I mean,
tiny.
this was the split pushing hero, this Naga Siren. So if he is gone, it's kind of like with Tinkers and Nature's Prophets. It's like, yep, we can finally play the map.
What's up on Tiny? Sanj and Yasha, so even more stats resistance. Very nice to have that, for sure.
Yep, that's a solid one.
Pangolier, he is Echo Saber into Manta. Manta this game, again, feels meh-ish for both sides, honestly. What are we looking at for Beastmaster? Blink, BKB, Aghanims, and go also Sanj and Yasha for him. So they really don't like being under the impact of Ice Blast. They want to reduce it as much as possible. I like it.
Good builds coming up.
Yeah, I'm getting worried. Shadow Fiend, what's he got? He's got Yash and Kaya, so he can jump in, do even more magic damage now, which is fine, I suppose.
It's a Stampede spent at the same time here.
Do you miss
actually, I'm looking at the Ags coming up with the Centaur. Like, can you bring up the SF and he can just channel while the cart's rolling? He can, yeah?
I'm pretty sure you can, because we've seen it being done with Enigma, so why is Shadow Fiend any different? Yeah. Although very odd to see him going for Aghanim Scepter. Like, Tormentor, Shanks gets it. Nice one, by the way. I'm trying to remember, what's the other shard actually? Oh, it's not the lower cooldown is good, I suppose. I believe he bought that one. That's how much he wanted it. War comes out. Bombies it again.
Bombi getting caught again. Rolling Thunder, though, trying to find somebody else here as well, but they've already gotten themselves out of harm's way. So we'll just have to leave it at that, even though Tiny, some aggressive pinging coming through here. Is the Scent or is it the Tiny doing it? But at least they know about the Tiny's position. The Scent, quick bail pop up, walks into the Avalanche, tossed up in the air. Does get the stun out and teleports, but he does not have the survivability to actually get out. He's still lacking the armor versus this Pango.
Yep, until he builds the Shivas, he's not gonna get it. Vanguard, honestly, it's like kind of good early on, but later on just doesn't feel like it's enough. And he wants to get the Shivas. The plate mail will help once he has it.
Yeah.
Overall, Neon, just feel like this is not the usual Neon that I know. You know, they're usually really good dodging fights and getting pickoffs. Here's just mostly dodging fights, not getting anything.
They feel a bit disarmed, yeah.
Right? It's like, what are you guys? What's the game plan here? Are we going late? I don't know. I wouldn't want to go late in this situation.
Right, well, Execration still looking around on the map for a potential kill, and oh my goodness, if Ken walks in. Yeah. Oh, the blink out just in time.
Very lucky.
I think what Tiny was trying to do there was a toss. I think it was a bit greedy. They're saving the Avalanche.
Maybe, I don't know what. Maybe that he just thought that like it's. I mean, the Avalanche does have travel time, right? So it's like tosses somewhat better.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know, but anyway, he didn't get anything out. Meanwhile, CJ goes down again. Oh boy.
Solo kill.
Tino soloed him, yeah.
That is pretty insane. This is very scary. Again, Neon, what is the plan here? Because Execration is doing. I don't feel like Execration is doing anything amazingly wow, where you're like, wow, who could have played against this? Just like they're like playing standard Dota, but Neon is just responding very badly.
Yep. Yeah, Execration are always a couple steps ahead. Like Neon's game plan is not working whatsoever. They're TPing into the bottom tower here. They're going to find themselves a bat. Right, the lasso comes out. The Requiem is dropped as well. And there's the Workhorse, but finally picking up the SF aboard and now stampeding themselves away. They got themselves a bat. And they're also able to zone themselves out for now. Lewis, though, it got Tino in front, spotting Castaway.
Nice double stun.
The backline, beautiful stun coming out there from JG, and they're cleaning house.
Done. I was expecting this the whole game to happen, but Tino's in an awkward spot. He does have the blink. Roars off, probably gonna kill Bombi. Maybe he can
get
blink
something out of this for his efforts. He'll have to battle it out versus the rest here. Shadow Fiend also looking for Lewis. He's the one holding on to the gem. Here comes the song. And the web as well, so Pango ain't going anywhere. Does get the Manta off, but he's silenced right after, so he cannot get his swashbuckle.
Tino, he really wants this GG kill. He's gonna get it, but might cost him his life to do so.
I mean, Tino's still standing his ground very nicely here. He's doing all this work. He's just life-stealing throughout of all. AA Blast! Oh my goodness.
He gets it with
he only got the debuff out of it. This guy is destroying everyone. Tino, he could kill Ken as well, but maybe now his hopes are drawn down with the Requiem coming out. You know, that rampage of the Beastmaster. He did 14,000 damage.
He was all about doing damage in this fight, honestly. Ooh. Like, holy moly. Yeah, if you don't catch him with an AA Blast, Tino's unkillable, it seems like. Neon, we've been saying, magic damage on Shadow Fiend and kind of lack of this Nagasar not really dishing it out too much. I don't like it. He's going Dagon as well, so getting a little bit of that extra spell lifesteal. Very useful. With Vampire Fangs, geez, 25% lifesteal. You have Regen App, I don't know, this is very scary. I wonder if he's going to consider going for an Eternal Shot at some point, because magic damage is still a bit of a problem for him, though.
Ken. He's got some unwanted visitors around with Abbat going for a bit of a chase there, but Tiny sees nobody's around. They're going to go for another Roshan, potentially, at least warding out the front.
Centaur brings it out.
They do have vision there in the lane, and they dropped a sentry ward. Sorry, that's an observer ward named Sentry Ward. So So they know what's up. And the smokes are
here we go.
popping. And Abbat gets to jump out before Batrider gets his
Nice
lasso
move.
and he's dead. Oh, the backtracking there.
Oh, JG's here. And he's
And
cut.
we've dropped from the server again.
Oh, well, unfortunate for you guys. But no, so far they used. All right, the Stampede is used. They're trying to catch anyone, but no. Sanity jumps in again, catches 2 people with his avalanche. Castaway is dead. JG's caught by a lot of people. The demonic purge is on his ass, and he is just dead. And looks like Ken is like, all right, he TPs away. Same thing with CJ, who wasn't actually there, sorry, to begin with. And it looks like a free Roche for Execration. Man, oh man, what's going on here?
All right, so we missed a team fight, very timely there. We're both back into the game finally, and yep, Execration into the Roche Pit. Another Aegis to be claimed for them. Neon just playing it out on the map. It is what it is.
If one of these disconnects happen, I should tell you a completely different narrative than what's going on. When you come in and you're like, wait, you didn't say this was happening. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
Sad face.
I can do what I want. And it's going to be another Execration again, just looking really strong. More Assault Cuirass coming out very soon for the Insanity. Actually, I say coming very soon. Not that soon. He still needs the placement and the recipe. It's pretty expensive. But it's you got problems, man. You can't kill Tino. You can't kill Abed. You got Save coming out from Shanks. You got Kaya Yasha on everyone, which reduces your best ability Ice Blast by quite a bit. Like, there are issues here.
Yeah, their capability is definitely slipping away from them.
What do we have here?
Naga has really felt like a mispick.
Yeah, I didn't like the counter. I guess
hadn't had any
Ken's in
impact
trouble
whatsoever so far. Meanwhile, Ken, saved by the Stampede. They turn things around. Go
Good
for
kill.
the SD. That's a good one, but that's saved from
Nice
the scent.
save.
And the Ice Blast comes out as well. He gets the Requiem off. CJ will get one kill, and CML will lose JG as well. So does Lewis fall, and now Neon. Well, just as things have been said, they finally
Almost
find themselves a successful team fight to go with on a bot. Tino is there to help him out, though. Able to clean out one kill. CML.
Buys back.
Buying back.
Unusual. I didn't think that they needed him to buy back, and I'm not sure that they felt like they were.
The fight was already over.
Right? Oh, the gem. That is a big one. Losing the gem, that is CML's gem. That's a problem. That's a lot of his net worth. He just lost the gem, which he bought, gave it to the enemy, and he used the buyback. That's pretty devastating economy-wise.
That's a gold swing.
That's a massive gold swing. Castaway has it. Probably one of the better D warders here, thanks to the stuff you put on the ground. I forgot the name of the ability for a second. It is Ice Vortex. Thank you.
That's the one. I was just thinking about it. Verdur's Dale.
Yeah, that's from what you call it, the Healing Seeds, Seeds of Serenity.
The Seeds of Serenity. Yeah.
It's a very nice name, Seeds of Serenity, I gotta say. Or, I love it. Alright, so Shadowfiend, he is as strong as he's gonna get in this game. Level 25, has the Axe, has the Refresher Orb, has 30 souls, by the way. Not 20, 30.
He's been racking them up lately. He has survived a couple times now, saving his souls. The literal SOS.
Meanwhile, JG, he noticed that the Tormentor's gonna drop, but he doesn't jump in time. So a nice bit of Tino gets the shot. What does this one do again? Cooldown reduced by 10 seconds. Okay, that's something. 2 Hawks seems like. Beastmaster. You get 2 Hawks and 10 seconds reduced cooldown. That seems not bad. No?
Yeah, it's not bad, unless you're playing against Lich. And
Yeah,
it's
I
actually
wonder.
good, because if you have one bird with you, it's you and the bird taking all the damage. If you have 2 birds, there's a 33% chance you're going to get hit by it.
Yeah, do you think that Beastmaster might be played different roles soon? Because now that he's not like, he feels a lot less macro. He's got BKB Piercing Ultimate. I don't know, this guy could be a support at one point.
Yeah, good. Or mid.
Or mid. I think he's been mid sometimes. Dagon maxed out on the Beastmaster, by the way. The most expensive item of the game he's got in his pocket.
Solid. Here we go in, and there goes Shanks right away.
Good kill.
Got themselves a Centaur
CML's
as well
gone.
being controlled. CJ will find the kill on CML. JG will fall too. Lewis rolling about. They're trying to catch somebody with a song, but there's nobody around. Still need to worry about the two big cores, but they kite out one. Arcane popped up for Ken. Ken needs some help, but nobody is arriving there to help him out. They all spread it out. Like, I think that was a bit unnecessary, unless the entire plan was just disengage, get out. We already got a good fight for ourselves. There's still the Aegis on the Tiny.
Yeah, that was surprising.
This was messy.
I thought they got the kill and they were going to be doing very nicely for them with the 2 supports removed instantly, but no.
Yeah,
that
2
was
supports for 2 cores.
not good at all. Not good at all. Still, Bombi as well as CJ are pushing out the side lanes, which means that you aren't able to just, run up and get a ton of building damage. So, Execration, I think they're slightly too cautious. I mean, you have Tiny with an Aegis, which is about to expire. Maybe put him forward, have him smash buildings a little bit. Bombi, find someone. Oh, there you go. Now they got him.
Ice Blast is on the money. Have to chill for a bit. CJ keeps them at bay.
Abed doesn't care that he's got hit by Ice Blast. He's like, it's gonna wear off in a little bit. I've got something like 45% stats resistance. So it's really just like 5 seconds of Ice Blast. Not a big deal for him. He BKBs, he doesn't care.
Execration considering the high ground to be an option now.
You know that there's no Bombi. That's kind of their biggest threat, right? Bombi jumps in, lassos someone, you're like, alright, this is an issue. And you do a lot of damage to buildings. Beastmaster, attack speed, and Tiny. You got drums and Salt Cuirass as well. I mean, the attacks for Beastmaster doesn't affect allies, but he at least has it if he decides to go hit. He's like, nah, I got better things to do with my time. Look at that!
Your bot fighting with the Centaur there. Bat is going to spawn now. The Earth Splitter just nothing.
What zones them out? It's what we call a zoning Earth Splitter. Did you see that? He hit the barracks twice. Can we look at the damage he did on the barracks bottom melee? Or not? That's cool. Look at that! Okay, that's 3 hits. That's definitely not 2. That's 3 hits! How hard does he hit on this Tiny? What's his damage actually?
A lot. That
is not... Yeah, that's not a number. He does like 560. That's... How much of that is extra on buildings? Well, it is a huge amount.
Oh, lasso to the Requiem, and there goes
catch.
Tino. Nice.
Perfect catch.
Used just in case. CML is gonna need some backup here. Ken. Sorry,
gone.
JG actually is the one getting pummeled here. Ken's waiting on the low ground for his entry point. He has a refresher. And there we go. Refreshes up. There's the instant Requiem. CML is out for the count.
Just be careful though, Ken.
Well, Tiny initiating again onto the Shadow Fiend, and he's gone. Ken might have got himself a kill, but he got killed right away.
Yeah, I was surprised he stood there. I'm like, you got the kill. Are you guys going to commit or not? But they were half in neon, half out. Again, they get 2 kills, but they lose 2 cores. At least you killed Tino. So it's nice, but it is nowhere good enough. If Tino had forced to buy back, if you could have like hit buildings a bit, it would have been worth it. Neon, again, 1 step forward, 2 step backwards.
Aggressive jump there from Abba, trying to catch the AA. Slightly too far away, but he'll get to do some damage onto the tier 3 tower. Maybe they can force some buybacks out of here. 60 seconds for the SF, and you talked about him having 30 souls. Well, that's history now.
Nope. Now look at that. Buildings just melting. And you do that, get that extra presence of the Dark Lord when you make illusions of SF, but what?
Yeah,
this
but that only applies onto heroes and not buildings, because I was about to get to that. He skipped the 15 talent. So those SD illusions don't actually help them out in sieging, but it will help with heroes. However, nobody dying so far.
Nice catch of Pango.
Stun there from JG will catch the Pango, but Abbat coming in as well. The cart, the tractor tries to make his way out, but JG won't be able to. Now CJ trying to zone himself away with his BKB.
Look at this.
That is another lane of racks now in peril, and this is pretty much your last glyph because the top lane is gone, bottom is already damaged, and mid's gonna disappear.
I mean, Bombay is like split pushing away and all that, but what is the value of this? You need to show up and fight, but no GG. 4 versus 5. Execration, they're probably gonna go for Mega. They're like, alright, well, what the hell are we waiting for? They have a sleep.
Oh, Tiny blinked into it.
But who do you want to kill here? Alright, Ken, it's all on you, buddy. But that's
Ken gets a Requiem off, but he also gets roared right after. Shanks instant buyback. Ken is down. Ken buybacks in. He's got 6 souls remaining. And Bombi is also squashed like a fly with that toss. And CJ, his TP cancelled. Bubble from Shanks too. They'll make sure that that hero is gone too. And that looks like we're pretty much done for in game number 1. Execration marching onto the high ground, heading for the tier 4s. They're going to drop the site.
They'll take a miracle, but JG's going to be up in 5 seconds. And they do have buyback on Bombi. They use it. And Execration's showing quite a bit of discipline here, saying we don't want to take this fight. Or do we?
Lewis backs in. Stampede forced out too. Everybody is alive again on the side of Neon. There goes the tiny Abba trying to catch the Shadow Fiend. That's the one that he really wants. He's down to half HP. Ice Blast coming through as well. Tiny does get his BKB off, but he still dies nevertheless. Naga is gone. JG will also disappear. And they're all back with 5 with Tiny buying back in. They're forced all the way to the fountain.
Man, Wind Waker's finished. Wind Waker's finished on Ken, but I don't know what's going to give for you this time. Okay.
Requiem Lasso. Refresher for another Requiem.
Oh, it doesn't hit.
Do as much time as they can. Okay, they do get their connections onto Beast, but there's the turnaround. CML also hits like a truck at this point. That's a support Elder Titan.
Doesn't feel very supportive as Castaway calls the GG. And honestly, from the beginning, you look at the draft and you're like, all right, Neon, I kind of see what you guys want to do. But the Naga Siren doesn't fit in the draft where it's like, we want to play fast because we have Shadow Fiend who can jump in and kills people. You're like, all right, that's pretty good. But you're up against a very tanky group. Your Naga Siren is kind of useless. And I like what Excretion was doing. They didn't let them get any easy pickups. Neon, maybe they need to wake up. Maybe it's like Talon in game 1 where you're like, what are you guys doing? Could you go wash some faces?
Yeah, this was rough. I mean, I liked Neon's draft, but I think that Naga Siren actually did end up griefing them and hurting them a lot because they did not get to play the game they wanted to, where Ken gets to snowball, Batrider and JG basically, or Bombi and JG get to make all the plays happen, and CJ just split pushes. And then he becomes this force where they push the high ground and Ken is at like 20-0. But they never got to play that because there was a big void of a tempo missing. They basically just put on the brakes. We're going to farm. Execration's doing the same thing. They're getting the most out of it. They have Beastmaster topping the net worth, not the Naga Siren. And that ended up costing them a lot because if you want to play that kind of a void, you either stop your lanes or you've already lost them and you just fall back to we'll farm whatever we can. So I don't think that was a really good idea for Neon to stretch it out that much.
Yeah, and I don't like the Aghanim's coming out so early for Centaur over like the Shivas, where if you have magic damage, it's a lot more helpful. But yeah, that's game 1. It's done and dusted. Execration's taken very convincingly. Neon Esports 1 game on the line, and if they lose it, they're not going to go to the grand finals. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, about 10 minutes, and when we come back, it's going to be the second, potentially final match between Execration and Neon Esports.
See you in a bit.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, we've got Execration taking the lead over Neon Esports. In Game 2, Otomo, we're going to need to see a whole different Neon Esports, at least drafting-wise. Because execution-wise, there are a few things going right, the way that they wanted to play the game, but it was a bit too late for that to start working, because Execration was already so big at that point. We had a Beastmaster running rampant, getting triple kills, almost ultra kills. Tino getting 16 kills on a Beastmaster, topping net worth to the end of the game. That's your carry's net worth. But this guy, he did it all from the offlane. I
mean, the Insanity also, or Abed, was doing crazy work as well on the Tiny. And we got some decent saves from Shank. CML was also alright. But in general, it felt like the Tino and Abed show. More so the Tino than anything else. On Neon's side, they had this interesting draft, which we didn't really like. The itemization was also weird. JG went for like first big item, the Aghanim Scepter on a Centaur War Runner. And you go, huh, that's cool. And it didn't work out. Bombi was just split pushing, but mostly dying during it. And CJ on the Naga side, it's not a great matchup against Tiny, Pango, as well as Beastmaster. It's not worth it.
Yeah, that last pick, it was basically, well, I won't say last pick, but the impact of the Naga Siren was pretty much non-existent. It was only the map. Just basically pushing out waves, cutting waves, getting big for that. 17,000 hero damage when your Shadow Fiend's done almost 40. Well, it just feels like one of those Naga Siren dead worth games where all that net worth is not doing you any good for the team. But Game 2 is about to start in just mere moments. Let's see what kind of drafts they're going to be cooking up. Because again, Execration did beat Neon... Neon did beat Execration 2-0 in the group stage. But looks like the tables have turned.
I mean, Neon would love to get that rematch against Team Tough. They were second place to them last RES. This time it's like, oh, you don't want to lose at this point, especially because they went straight to the semifinals. They're only one game away from the grand final appearance. So we'll see about that. Draft begins. Neon again banning out different heroes just because we know Execration is a very experimental team. Let's go with that.
Guess you could put it that way.
Meanwhile,
young alchemists at work.
Yeah, we'll see. There you go. The Clockwork as well as the Witch Doctor get banned out. That does leave the Spirit Breaker if you want to go for it. Nope, Spirit Breaker's gone.
And also the Shadow Fiend and the Storm Spirit are up for grabs once again. Execration wants to do this time around with Lewis. They haven't actually first faced his hero. I mean, the majority of the time. So we did see that Pango in the middle of the second phase. If they want to lock in one of those supports once again, one of those flex picks, they can do that.
What is Execration going to open up with? You see the enemy mid. They say, we're just going to take Tiny. They are very comfortable with this. Mostly that is going to be their carry Tiny. So like, alright, might as well just go for it. It's solid in many roles, and in general, it's a really good carry. Good damage, and is an AoE. What more could you ask for? And it comes with a stun. I feel like if your carry has a stun, that's a really nice bonus, because most of them don't.
Yep. It's always good to have. Of course, does Lewis play it in mid, though?
Let me check my notes here. Does Lewis play it in mid? No, not a whole lot. No.
Right, because I was just thinking about the crash landing on a Shadow Fiend. Like, that hero just dies to that burst.
Lewis plays Timbersaw, Shadow Fiend, Nature's Prophet, Razor, Storm, Lina, Primal Beast.
Okay,
So,
all right.
Not a whole lot of Tiny.
Yeah, not a lot of Tiny in that list, at least. But at least they can, you know, keep that option open. If he decides to bring out, like, I'll pick the Tiny for myself. Of course, that laning matchup sucks quite hard, but if you can get past that phase, or, which we have seen, is sending multiple supports, at least mobile supports, to shut down the SF, or he hits level 6 especially, because then you can kill him without the threat of Requiem, or taking damage from the souls when he explodes. It's also something to look at. There goes Tino's Beastmaster.
Yeah. They were like, well, let's get rid of some of the problems from the previous game. So the Pango and the Beastmaster, both of them are gone. Yeah, it's still... I mean, if you're Execution, you're like, well, kind of our best performers are out, but we'll be fine anyway. Tino still has a lot of his other heroes, like the Hoodwink, the Legion Commander, if he wants to go for. No. No, there's... let's see, Disruptor is still in the pool. Hoodwink is still in the pool. Weaver hasn't been banned out either, so quite a lot of those high demand picks still around if you want him.
Also the Bat Rider. Basically, the previous time it was the Elder Titan into Bat Centaur.
Yep. Get rid of the Winter Wyvern, not make sure, and they're just sticking. They can't stick anymore though, because in the next 2 picks, one of them has to be something new. But the Execution, like, we're gonna ride the old heroes as much as we can.
So if they do Bat Centaur here, Execration has to shift their draft a bit, and we're going to get something else instead of the Naga Siren. Could be the repeat idea.
I hope not. Please don't go Naga Siren.
Also, like, Bat Rider versus Elder Titan was a bit iffy, because we did see the ET taking most of those stacks that Bat Rider was farming anyway.
Yep, but to be fair, I think that was just as an Execration playing really well. Like, they're like, oh, there's a stack here, we all go invade. Or, oh, he's taking our stack, we stop him. It was very much a team effort, but I also understand, like, oh, you make stacks? Lovely. Astral Spirit. And Enchantress comes out. Not bad against the AT to remove that buff. And it is one of, what's his name? Castaway's best heroes.
Yeah, that means that JG's hero will be left for later.
No, we'll see what they want. I like that they're like, oh, the Centaur, you can have it, buddy. There you go. Centaur is all for you. Very odd Centaur performance by JG, I gotta say. I just do not like that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it didn't really find its place. It was a bit hectic for Neon. I don't think any item would have actually changed the game for them. But
you know, though, in this game, you can get an Aghanim Scepter on Centaur, and you get a shard on the Enchantress, and you just go drive by shooting. You know, pretty sure that's not what they do in drive-by shootings, but yeah, they're not like in cars with spears. Like, I got him, drive.
You could talk about chariots back in the day in like the Roman Empire.
Yes.
Yeah. All roads lead into Rome, and
Weaver's here. I like that. Weaver is a very solid hero. Could be the 4 or the 1 here. Although, as we've seen as Execration,
or the 5. The 5. Don't forget about it.
I hope not. I really hope not. As long as the support Weaver is fine. Invoker comes out.
Invoker into the Shadow Fiend. He can, live in that lane.
Live in that lane. I like how you said that. He's like looking for a word to say that it's a matchup. He's like, he can survive. And you're like, well, I guess so.
10 seconds.
I mean, Shadow Fiend is the hero that wins every matchup right now. So
5 seconds.
the hero is ridiculously strong.
He is. With Invoker, you also can, if you want to take a pointer to an Exort, you can Sunstrike other lanes. But, also going to be that team fight build that we see. Quaswex. What do you want here on Neon? Again, it feels very fragile. Again, I don't like this. I hate seeing a lot of squishy supports, a lot of squishy cores. It's like one slap takes the whole lineup out of order. And Execration, they got a guy who slaps with trees, and they got a guy who reduces all your armor magic resistance.
Yeah.
And they got bugs on top, and they got pure damage. And I do not like it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bugs and Sunstrike.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
An active
I like
hero.
the CK. Active hero, good to get on top. Gets an Orchid, which is good against the Weaver as well as the Invoker. Pushes the Tiny more into a carry role, which, I mean, he was always going to be, but you just counter two of half their draft with one guy.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Like, right now it feels like CK is good in almost any game.
Very much similar to a Lifestealer, right? It's like you get Lifestealer, you never feel bad about it. You're like, oh, okay, cool, we got a Lifestealer. Execution needs an offlaner, and Esports probably needs an offlaner too. Let's look at some of those offlaner picks. Well, Seer has been removed. Brewmaster, Beastmaster as well. That leaves Axe is in the pool, surprisingly. JG, one of his favorite heroes. Slardar as well. I think GG plays a bit of Venge. I wouldn't mind Venge for the double life.
It's alright. I feel like if JG brings up Underlord, that would complement their team's draft pretty well.
I wouldn't mind Underlord at all. Mars gets bans out. What else do you want to remove if you're Execration here? Execration. Tino's hero pool is a little bit more fragile.
Slardar still in the pool.
Slardar still in the pool.
Yeah, maybe that. Maybe Slardar ban's worth here.
Slardar, Axe.
So they still ban the Centaur. Right. Okay.
Right, so we have one more ban here. Slardar, Night Stalker, Vengeful Spirit, Legion Commander.
Not gonna lie, I'd like a Tino Night Stalker now on Execration.
I'd like to see a Tino Hoodwink. I mean, it always looks good. He's done it a few times. It's been amazing. I'd like him. And like, I think you got kind of a decent amount of meat in the front lines. You can run away with a Hoodwink.
Yeah, maybe. Hasn't played it this tournament though, but could work. Could work.
You're up against the freaking Bat Rider though. That's gonna be an issue.
When's the last time Tino's played Hoodwink even?
I think it was the last RES tournament. I believe that's when he was playing it a lot. Not sure if I mean that's like a month ago, so hard to tell.
Yeah.
Oh, more than a month, like 6 weeks. Last band coming out here in Esports, wondering about this. Slardar, Venge, Legion Commander, as well as Underlord.
Axe is also a worthy ban here too. They don't ban.
Axe is always.
I mean, against the Night Stalker, like the CK is already good in the lane, so I don't think they're gonna ban it. But Execration could still pick it. Still think maybe Axe is worth banning.
Yeah,
or the Underlord. Okay, sure. So they take that one out. They pick the Slardar. Okay, so yeah, my thought process exactly in the first place. Started to detour away from it when I saw that Centaur. I was like, yeah, they're gonna go for Slardar, but sure, you can ban the Centaur, and they banned out the Underlord, which was also gonna look like a good pick for Execration. It was good for both teams.
For sure. I mean, when you have like 2 minutes to think of an idea, you think of an idea, and then you're like, well, I can't just keep repeating the idea, so you have to come up with alternatives as well. So that's how it is. But yeah, you were like, yeah, Slardar is a good pick. Underlord's a good pick as well. Execration, you have.
Give me Axe.
It's gonna be. Give you Axe. I don't know. What about? Let's see. There's some Dragon Knight that Tino plays. I wouldn't want to see Dragon Knight. Well, it's not bad against CK's illusions. It's a lot of armor. It's okay. Although I prefer something else.
You've got some good combos with your team. You have Tiny you can follow up. You've got Invoker spells. You have Weaver who also helps you take your targets down. Elder Titan Earth Splitter and Stomp. Got a lot of good stuff going with Axe here.
Legion Commander is also not bad as well, because you're pretty good against illusions. I don't know. I
think Legion kind of sucks this game versus Neon.
Legion in general,
unless you get Shadow Fiend right away. Like if you're targeting against the enemy mid, then it's good. Like in that case, but if they had like an Ursa carry, I'd be very happy to pick an LC into an Ursa because you can't use Enrage while you're dueled.
No, in general, though, Legion Commander just isn't as good as when she got that first Stonehall plate. It's less than half as good as it used to be. They go for a very interesting hero, which is the Enigma. I've been saying that the hero's innate ability is amazing. I've never been impressed when I've seen it, though. For people who don't know, you have a damage aura reduction. Aura does 0 to 15% damage reduction for your allies, not you, not Enigma, just allies, and you have to be within 2 to 500 range of it. The closer you are, the better. Which is odd, because you often don't want to be holding hands in Dota, but I guess in a game like this, it doesn't really matter too much. So, in game 1, I really felt Execration's draft. In this game, not as strongly, I gotta say. And it comes down to this Tino Enigma. Enigma's been very hit and miss in the past, so I'm just not... No, I like Neon's draft more. I like Neon's draft a little bit more. The last 2 picks convinced me. The Enigma also pushes me away from Execration.
Well, I'm an Enigma enjoyer, so...
Okay.
I think I'm gonna... today, I've been wrong with almost all of my game predictions. So if we want a game 3, I'll say Execration. So I'll say Execration in this case, because, you know, Enigma, Weaver. I got 2 of my favorite heroes currently in the patch.
Man, you know when you mentioned Enigma Weaver, I'm like, wow, that's a squishy duo against the CK with the Chatters. That's pretty bad for Execration. Then you have the other lane is Matt Rider and Slardar versus 2 melee guys. Not too bad, but I still favor Neon in that one. Nah, man. This Neon's gonna crush all 3 lanes, and they're gonna win the game. And you're not having lunch today.
Yeah, it's very possible. We'll see if that rings true as game 2 is underway. And of course, quick reminder for all of you folks there with 1xBet, our tournament sponsor. There's this 1xBet application QR code on your screens right now, and also lower on your banners on the stream. You can find it out there as well. Or next time, when the game is about to start, have your mobile phones ready. And scan that QR code. Get something nice for yourself.
Man, this is a new facet I'm seeing for Castaway. This one, overprotective wisps. That is new. Seems very good for trading hits in the lane, though.
Yeah. Gotta make up for a garbage in it.
Her innate is so bad. Holy crap, I cannot believe
this is like one of the worst. One of the absolute worst.
I cannot believe that this is a thing. I cannot, like, someone was out there thinking, hey man, you know what we should do? She gets an extra freaking token. Like, what?
Even better than that would be pretty much anything, or when it's this one additional token will drop, you get one extra option out of the list. Even that would be better.
No, they'd be like, we know we're gonna give Undying a free respawn every 8 minutes. Like, wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And Insanity, he's losing his life.
Yeah, Abat just in big trouble between the two here, and Bombi also helping up with the right clicks. Castaway for the first kill. JG, a very crucial stun. Castaway, the blood grenade takes him down. CML trying to make a run for it. Here comes Lewis to help out, and JG and Bombi, they're gonna disengage from this. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. And just getting a kill, losing her life, but also taking down the carry Tiny. And Tiny has the top CML actually might going down here to Bombi. Chased down in the jungle. Couple more hits to go. Very close to getting it. He still has that smoldering resin on him, but it's just not enough damage with the 51 right-click damage on the bat. So,
yeah, some heroes definitely got screwed in terms of the innate abilities. Like, you look at Grigri. It's pretty damn solid. You know, you're like, oh, this is nice. I get free gold if I'm losing the game. This is not, feels good for me. And you look at the other people and you're like, oh, what are you getting? An extra neutral token. Hallelujah. I just do not love some of these choices. And I expect within 2 patches, like 2 number patches, everything will be fairly balanced.
Yeah, they're gonna delete every init and facet from the game.
Oh, I know.
Then we're gonna revert the frontiers, and we're gonna go backwards in like patches. No.
Right. That is what some people want.
We're gonna get to the point where Centaur Stampede used to stun.
Oh, so good. That was such a good time.
What about
60
What about unreleasing heroes?
And then we'll be like, no more Dawnbreaker for you. People will be like, no.
Yeah.
You can take Primal Beast, but don't take Dawnbreaker.
Yep. Hey, we're bringing back the old techies. Oh, the molding from the scene at that point. Because it's always like when we go to a new patch, people are like, yeah, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. But if we go backwards, I don't think they're going to like that either.
I would love that. I would love it to be when we can be like, here, you know, Dota Classic. We're like, all right, you guys have been complaining a lot. Here you go.
Yep.
For this week, you play on 7.00. Enjoy.
Yeah, we're bringing the old models of some of these heroes. The Storm Spirits and the Morphlings used to look a bit
The
funky.
Slardar?
The Slardar was very funky back in the day. Well, Shanks goes down and CJ almost drops himself too, but Castaway's there for the heal. Come get healed.
We'll be like, hey, do you guys remember when Monkey King used to just like break the game completely? Here he is again.
Yeah. By the way,
And with-
that
and
reminded me of the Techies Arcana, by the way. If you used the Suicide, the server crashed. With the Arcana.
That's how it should be. But yeah, I look forward. I'd love to see that. Oh, Tino taking some hits. CJ doing a good amount of damage.
Yep.
Oh my, oh my. Yeah, this lane is a disaster, as we kind of thought it would be.
Yep, solid amount of work.
Like this, it's your two relatively squishy heroes. Enigma particularly, you get on top of him, he's dead. The moment Shukuchi's down, Shanks is dead as well. These Eidolons, not insane amounts of damage that you get scared of them.
No, I mean, especially with Ench with heal, it negates the Eidolon's existence here. And
Yep.
CK is already tanky enough. Got 5 base armor. Any hero with +4 armor, it is already getting difficult for Enigma to actually damage them properly.
Yep. Mid lane as well. Looks like Ken is having a fairly decent time here against Lewis. Lewis a bit low on health. And one nice thing about playing against Invoker, it's nice and it's not nice, but you care about ruins, he doesn't. But so you're always gonna get ruins.
Yeah. Castaway is just... I've just been watching Castaway play against this Enigma. This Wildwing Ripper takes a lot of damage, but I think he farmed like 6 Eidolons there.
Yeah, he is... he's one of my favorite players to watch, and he's such a nice guy as well. So it's good to see him. Plus, he's representing an entire region. First, pretty sure African player, not just from South Africa, from the whole continent in the DPC. So really well, kudos to him. Now, I'm always a big fan of people breaking down barriers, and it's like, well, we didn't have an African player or someone from the region. Castaway's like, yeah, I'll do it.
Yep.
You know? Comes here as a mid laner, actually, to a different region. They say play a support. He's like, all right, I'll do it.
Yep.
Why the hell not? Well, in the meantime, though, Neon looking pretty damn solid in all the lanes. 3 kills total overall for them, including first blood. So, solid start.
I think he's actually playing with the team somewhere, because I'm looking at the ping on all the players, and the highest is actually 34.
Oh no, he's with them. I'm not saying he's playing from South America, but he just moved from there.
I know he's moved, but that's what I mean. Like, we still have like organizations that might have a player abroad. Like, there was one of these TI quality games we were casting. We had Mind Control with like 150. Oh, sorry, not Mind Control. Someone other player had like 150 ping, and he was performing really well. But here we have the highest is 34. So everyone is local.
And then if someone dies, like, he had 32 ping. That's why I lost. Yeah, it was 34. He's 32. He's faster. Yeah, sure he is.
I mean, there was good banter in the TI qualies with Sammy Boy versus Gunner, where Sammy Boy actually lost the bounty trade when the game started, and he just basically said like 9 ping versus 60 ping, and Gunner responded old, rubbing in the salt.
CML is getting a little bit of damage here, but he's gonna be fine. Oh man, it's so weird sometimes when you look at a player and people are like, oh, he's washed. How old is he? 24. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? He's washed at 24? The guy has barely started living.
Yeah, good job, Lewis. Like I said, he's able to live in this lane. He's 28 to the 33, even with a couple denies up on Ken. Lewis is doing a great job holding up, and Shanks rotating in. They got the blood grenade on the cold snap, which actually helps a lot. Ken doesn't get his raises off in time, but still gets the kill and lives. The heals coming out from Castaway. So yeah, frisky attempt there, but Lewis was also afraid to commit too deep.
Yeah, Shanks is like, I've lived too long. You know, dives under tower. I understand. I see the logic there, and it's fine, but it doesn't feel like Lewis was even committing as much. He threw a cold snap, and he kind of walked away. He was on the So a very odd move. And
had his spells available too, which was a bit weird. I was like, yeah, you could have maybe thrown in an extra spell in there. Maybe an EMP could have done the job.
Thanks a lot, buddy. But Execration, they do get a nice victory here with the double Wisdom Ruins.
Yep.
However,
fighting
they
at
might
bottom.
lose more.
They got Tino on their sights once again. The Enigma does get taken down, but here comes Lewis. Tornado EMP will take down CJ, and Bombi is going to drop as well. So they will get themselves a trade going here.
Nicely done.
That does mean the Shadow Fiend is taking the mid T1 tower at the same time.
He's got 20% of the tower's damage. You know, if Lewis can walk back in time, and he is, you know, with multiple points in Wex, he's moving fairly fast.
Yeah, he's a fastball. Yeah, he did 50% to that tower. So one more rotation like that and your tower's gone. Not sure if Lewis can actually afford it.
It's very interesting to play Weaver when you don't have to buy Urn. And you can see he's going for multiple Wraith Bands here. Oh, one for now, but I might get more later. You find Castaway. Okay.
Yeah, maybe he wants to buy more if he's just queued the same Wraith Band. Like, some players still don't know how to use the shop efficiently.
Which is kind of crazy, right? But when they make some mistake,
it is.
You're like,
if you're Control-Alt clicking the same item and you finish it once, it removes it entirely from your quick buy list. But if you click it on separate items that are the same, those stay.
Yeah, I've had that problem as well. Now I know how to fix it.
Yep, just add, instead of having one Wraith Band that you're going to be control-clicking, just get yourself like 2 or 3 Wraith Bands there and click them separately. It works.
Oh. Meanwhile, looks like they might get CJ again.
Not the CK. CK punished again.
He's not okay?
He's not okay.
There you go. Thank you very much. Tino, by the way, it looks like he might be going for Boots of Bearing first item. Very unusual. He does have the drums, the tranquils. I don't know if he's gonna do that, but he's got 8 slots, so he's gotta be started freeing up some of them soon. Probably a magic wand. He's got plenty of gold. I don't know. Maybe it is Boots of Bearing straight up for the Enigma.
Maybe.
Kind of cool.
I'd like to see Vlad's though. Yeah, he's got Vlad's lined up perfect.
Oh, Ken's in trouble.
Another core in trouble. This time actually getting killed. He will not survive this time. No Enchantress to help him out, and had just moved to bottom. Tried to keep the Enigma at bay. Did have a teleport open, but I guess when you see 3v1, it feels a bit hopeless.
Lewis, by the way, he's already finished his Spirit Vessel. It's about 10 gold away. Sub 10 minutes Spirit Vessel. Very nice on the Invoker.
Yep, great timing.
I also, some of these things I'm like, I know sub 10 is good, but I'm like, is it amazing? Or is it like sub 8 is incredible? But whatever it is, sub 10 is very good.
Yeah, it's really just down to how do they use it in the end. You know, you can pick yourself up a vessel. Even if you don't get a kill with your direct vessel, like your 0 charges, if you die, you get a charge. So, it's worth it.
Yep. He's gonna get a kill though.
Oh.
There you go.
That's a miss and a half.
Oh, so close. Forced to use the magic wand. Mommy still has 1.
We don't have Exhort, so no Sunstrike.
I think Lewis has still got 1. They're looking at top lane. This could be the only person they haven't.
There's a fight. Black Hole comes out, and they're going to go target again. It's the CK. He is not getting a rest. Good read from Tino to just drop the Black Hole right away, because they were not expecting them to make another rotation into another lane right after that.
No, they didn't. I thought they were going top at the moment, but then they changed targets here. JG is having I was going to say okay time, but he's also not really ahead of CJ by much. And Abed and JG, okay.
Stomp goes through. The tower breaks it, though. So the sleep is quickly gone. Leg Day also removes that Shukuchi effect, but JG, too many heroes. Meanwhile, Tino getting blown up in bottom, so they make their separate rotation. Both offlaners die.
By the way, he didn't take Leg Day. He took Brine Guard.
Oh, true, actually, yeah.
Yeah, which I'm not a big fan of. I prefer Leg Day way more, but I guess he's like, nah, I don't need it.
Yeah, because like Leg Day is like your counter these days to heroes that counter you normally, like Venomancer.
Yeah.
Pop
Okay,
Gale
I mean,
and
like-
Poison Sting, and then you just wait for them to get close, and you pop Leg Day, and you're running at full speed again. It's like, what the hell? Like, that's balanced.
By the way, Tino, he doesn't want Boots of Bearing or Vlad. He wants straight up Blink Dagger.
All right.
And
Shift some things a bit.
Oh, he might die again. They're getting ready to go for Tino. Ken has a Yule Scepter. Tino
They need
cannot
him
go
to get
to
a
the
bit
left.
closer, but Tino from charge away.
Yep. He's like, I smell sulfur and acid.
Yeah.
Must be
Meanwhile,
Sheffield.
top though, the same move again, but the Earth Splitter's again a bit off the mark. That's the second missed ulti for CML.
No more Spirit Vessel charges either. I do like that Lewis is going for Hand of Mice after. I feel like you want to go this. This is like the ideal build.
Yes.
You
This
get-
is the way you do it.
You get. I know some players don't do this. They go for like skip the Mice. I'm like, you should get the Midas. You don't know how long the game's going to go.
Brain tells you value, but you don't actually think about how much value you get out of the vessel if you connect some kills with it.
Oh. Wow, that was almost no damage coming out from the double attack of the Weaver. Alright, well, they do have Omelette on the CK, so it's a little bit more difficult to bring down, but I don't think it's going to take... Like, if you bring 3 or 4, you're still going to kill him the same as before.
Well, we're going to have to wait for a moment here, or do we actually have to wait for long? Because it looks like they are stacking up here in bottom with Shanks, CML, with Tino, that is the blink ready on the Enigma. If they can catch somebody off guard, Radiant Scan, Ken is on the edge of it, but it does not go red. So there's no one there.
Ken will have his Blink Dagger soon. It's going to be a bit scary. He is the only one on his
Under
team who's
ward,
having a
though.
really good time.
When did they get this ward in here? Damn.
Radiant's bottom tower is
What,
under
4 minutes ago? 9 minutes? They've already warded next to the tier 2? Damn, that's very early.
That's Shanks. He just goes in
Yeah,
like crazy.
that's Shanks, yeah.
bottom tower has fallen.
Is getting close to his Rod of Atos as well, which I think that you need. Execration, they're not lacking in stuns, but they definitely be like, yeah, a couple of more would make your draft really function and pop. Oh, Null Talisman on Weaver. That's new. That's a different one. And they're, yeah, Execration, they're farming away here, doing a really good job. Neon Esports,
Dire structures.
not as bad as the previous game. I think if you go late with this draft against the enemy draft, you'll do fine. But Enigma, Black Hole against a team that has no counter. I mean, I suppose Lasso is good against even the BKB, but still, I still favor Execration.
Is under attack.
Oh, we might have a rumble here.
Smokes are connecting. Bat's blink
no
is
blink.
broken with that. Lewis and CML. There comes JG, though. The Requiem coming out as well, fearing the Invoker, and misses a raise, and that might be the one. Well, it doesn't actually save Lewis, but they're going to have to fight versus Ken now without their mid. They're going to take him out of play. Securing the double bounties. Tino will get the kill on that. That is the Invoker losing his charges, but on the positive side, like I said, he dies with an empty vessel. He's got a charge now.
To be fair, that when the fight began, he had no charges. So
Yep.
he wasn't able to actually get anything.
Exactly. That's why it's
off-
value.
Yeah, so it's like, I want to die. However, Neon seems to be making a comeback in the economy. Look at them, 2,000 gold ahead. Oh. And Insanity is quite durable.
Yeah,
He's
he's
gonna
a
be fine.
strong boy.
He is a very, very strong boy. Swole boy, as they say. Now, they do have the Black Hole available. They do have the Blink Dagger on the Enigma.
Oh,
so
SF,
it's like,
SF just came into mid. An
There
instant
you
black
go.
hole. Oh my god, he just TP'd into his death.
that's a
He
problem.
did not see that coming. He did not
He-
see that coming, but great reaction there from Tino. He was like, oh, SF's here, go.
Oh, picks the arcade one spawns right after he uses the black hole. You know, when you see something like that, you kind of kick your luck a little bit. You're like, really?
Yeah.
You couldn't just like 2 seconds earlier? No, that couldn't happen. But Lewis, he gets his Hand of Midas. First charge is going to be an arcane one. Waiting for him to throw it out. You might hold it till 17 minutes so you can get an instant tier 2 item. That's how Hand of Midas works. It always gives you neutral items if you can get them.
Radiant's middle
Yasuo is in
tower is under attack.
trouble. No, he's not. Very odd. Holy Locket on Enchantress. I don't see this being picked up first ever.
He did get the heal on the overprotective wisps, so
True, but you know, oftentimes it's like Dragon Lance with the power treads into a shard. Then you like wing. Yeah.
He's the medic. Medic. And shows up.
Yeah.
Come get healed.
One of my favorite lines from Warcraft 3 was the Enchantress. When you click on her a lot, JJ is gonna maybe lose his life here. A lot of damage. Yep, he's dead.
Looks like it. Nobody's there to help him.
Yeah. If you clicked on her a lot in the Warcraft 3 game, you click on her, she's like, "I'll attract the humans with my human call. I'm so wasted. I'm so wasted."
Yeah, that one. Oh, that's been a while since I've heard that.
It's, man, Warcraft 3 is hilarious. If you go, when you like ping all the heroes, not heroes, any unit multiple times, they're just so funny.
I know, like there was some really good hidden voice lines.
I said a bowstring, not a G. Never mind. There's just some really good classic ones. So far, though, this game is very, very even. It is favoring Execration in terms of win percentage by a lot, 65-35, and that's how I'm feeling. Late game Enigma, massive problem. You got Invoker on top. He might go for Aghanims. He's got the Midas. He's scaling. And you put Tiny on top as well. That's a lot of damage. And I'm not a big fan of Elder Titan. You also have a Weaver with that. It's scary. In the meantime, though, Neon's like, you know what? We'll take Roshan. They're not taking it ultra mega hyper fast though. But I don't think that Execution is no. They have no chance to contest. Is going to go for Neon Esports. A nice victory for them.
Yeah. Happy to take that one. Game still tied economy-wise, but now this first Aegis, we'll see if the tide starts to change in Neon's favor. They've been on the receiving end on their cores. Little team died 3 times. CK as well. So far, Tiny, we have not seen too much of Tiny action yet, but he hits level 15 now. Grow attack speed reduction. Talent, very nice to have.
Can they find anyone here? Looks like they're thinking about. I should go sure I saw them smoke, but no, the smoke comes out from Neon actually. But they're all the way on the other side of the map, so they're not gonna be finding anyone here. Any items coming up? Any neutral choices? Nothing's crazy so far. CML needs his tier 5 item. Sorry, tier 2. Same thing with JG. Yeah, Enchantress. He's starting to work his way towards the Hurricane Pipe on Castaway. Still very surprised by this Holy Locket. I know the logic behind it. I just didn't think it's that good that you would justify the Holy Locket. And it looks like JG's thinking of a Hand of Midas for himself on the Slardar. I think the time for that has passed, though. I think if you go for Hand of Midas at this point, you're kind of like, nah, it ain't paying off in time, buddy.
Alright, we're going to have a bit of a disconnect here as well. Neon being favored here by the 1xBet odds here at 162 in game number 2. So things are definitely on the bright side for them. We'll see what Execration can still muster. I feel like they have still a long way to go in terms of scaling. Invoker especially has a bunch of items he can still pick up. You've got an Enigma, which is always great. You've got Tiny Carry. You have Elder Titan. You've got so many good things for Execration the further the game goes.
Tino's also working Shanks is working his way towards an Ags. He's already got the Rob Atos. Yeah, I'm just feeling, I agree with you. I think Execration's scaling.
They're really
right
happy
now better.
with Neon not actually pushing right now.
They're like, thank you very much. We love the pace you guys are playing. It's the same thing. Have you ever been in like negotiations and you make the first offer and the other guy immediately accepts and you're like, crap, I messed up. Shanks, he's in trouble.
He is indeed. Does get the Shukuchi off after the time lapse. Still being chased here.
Should be okay.
Yep, he is. He's all right. The Dragons did reveal his location. Meanwhile, Lewis getting blown up in mid.
Bigger kill. Was like Ken just blinked, threw him in the air, gets the kill on him. Castaway gets a free shard, so he doesn't even need to buy it anymore. And honestly, Sproink should be his scepter upgrade because it is way better than Little Friends.
Yeah, it's like your, I mean, Winter's Curse type ability, which is pretty neat, but Sproink is definitely really, really strong on Enchantress.
Yeah, some of these shards are just better than the Scepter. I feel like, what's his name, Centaur also, the double edge giving you strength and slow is way better. Echo Stomp, nah, this Scepter is good. This Scepter is, it's very specific, but it's definitely better than the shard. Our observer has something to say. He disagrees. Yes, yep. Get a mic. Oh, he got it from the Tormentor. Oh, sorry. I was being a jackass for no reason then.
Yes, you were. Absolute savage.
He's like, I was gonna be like, get a mic, then tell us your opinion. But he's like, no, you idiot. Yeah, I'm telling you, it dropped from a Tormentor.
All right, let's see what comes out from Neon's game. You know that Aegis is still up for 2 minutes. Another Phantasm split. Then your illusion's out of the way. Can also picks up another illusion for himself, so that is pretty handy for dodging something here.
Yep. Tino getting closer and closer to that BKB. He's got an Aghanim Scepter. I love, not Aghanim Scepter, Philosopher's Stone. I love Philosopher's Stones on cores who don't right click. You know, Zeus, Enigma, Visage. So to a degree, you're like, yeah, I just want more gold, and this will help me.
Yep. Good old money in the bank. Smoke up coming towards the dire triangle, but nobody here. Dropping down the quick vision there. Bombi leading the charge. And there's your scan.
Oh, nice scan.
And Dire Scan misses the target, so they don't know this is happening. They're going to get jumped on by JG, and they're going to be soon surrounded. Oh, what a nice dodge blink coming out there from the Tiny, and he's out.
Well done.
All they're going to lose for now is literally just an Elder Titan, so... Well, yeah, absolutely well done. That was heat in the moment. Quick reaction. Get the hell out of there.
You ever have one of these when you're playing and you're like, my god, the arthritis really isn't that advanced. I'm still good.
Yeah, Tino also gets away from the portal gank gang. So everything is going for the playbooks of Execration, you know?
Yep.
Building themselves stronger.
I mean, an age is going to expire in like 15 seconds. You're really happy. You're like, yeah, I don't care about this. Like so if you kill CML. CJ's got... BKB is starting to come out. We see one Ken. We see one CJ. I believe Tino's close to one as well. But generally feeling like the Execration BKBs are going to be more impactful. You know, it's like all you have to... You have BKB on Execration. You don't care about anything from Neon. You have BKBs on Neon. You're still worried about Black Hole.
Gotta feel a bit worried as Neon missing that previous gank and wasting that Aegis, basically. Because the time is ticking. The clock is ticking.
What are we looking at here? Is it ticking? It feels like we've been very much in a stalemate, right?
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, Execrations they're dodging really well. You have to put it that way. I mean, this could have already been Neon taking their tier 2s and...
Yep.
Potentially even considering sieging high ground, but Execration hasn't given up any ground for a very long time now.
I was listening to that voice line, the laugh from Killer Pigeon. I'm like, I gotta do it. Not my favorite.
Tino.
Oh.
That was the longest right click animation in a while. Let's see if Tiny hits any faster. Oh, he does.
Yeah, quite a bit faster.
Very fast Tiny when you think about it. But Castaway is tanky. He's got a lot of minus armor on him, though. And Shanks is going to let this one slide. They have no idea what's waiting in that triangle or how much vision there is, so they will not go there.
Oh, God, the left. Yeah, they're pretty wise. I mean, looks like it is working. The Holy Locket with the heals, with the facet. Not bad.
Yep. Meanwhile, the lasso does connect onto the Tiny, but Tiny turns things around. Tries to take the bat out of play, and bat is gone. Meanwhile, CML and Shanks have both fallen. And now Tino down too, and now Lewis has to run. But Lewis is taking too much damage as well, and Ken for the triple.
Oh,
that went down south really quick.
Tino just got his BKB delivered the moment that fight began. He couldn't use it, then Ken jumped on him and killed him. He actually BKB'd the last that was flying towards him. You kill, what, Bombi? You are not happy. And now we're starting to see... We're starting to see Execration start taking an actual lead. Like, this is the biggest lead we've had this game.
Yeah, very, very convincing fight. That's gonna seal a lot. I mean, of course, you still got your black hole threat and everything.
Yep.
But that was a fight you did not want to lose if you are Execration, because every win for Neon right now is towards their victory. Obviously, it sounds easy when you put it that way, or when you say it that simply. Yep. But if Execration were to win a fight, this game would be over in a way, because Neon can't afford any losses.
Yep. I mean, right now at least they have like all their tier 2 standing, so I wouldn't say one fight ends it, but it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you take a fight next to our tier 2, we lose a lane of racks, basically. Whereas we have fights. Let me
put it this way: it's like if you lose this next team fight as Neon, you're not going to get any stronger to ever win a fight again.
Ah, yes.
That's what I'm.
The gap becomes too big.
Yes. Yeah. So in that case, it feels like game over, because it's like, well, their scaling is just going to be so much harder to fight against. But there's still a lot of room for maneuvering, and of course, team fights can still backfire. We've already seen a pretty spicy gank towards bottom, which was completely dodged by Execration.
Dude, do you see Castaway's net worth? He is basically the same as Lewis. And Lewis has a hand of Midas.
Almost has the same amount of CS too.
Like, what is this guy doing? How is he doing this? Somebody download his replays.
Yeah, I mean, finally there's a game for him, basically, where everyone gets to farm on their team. There isn't like this one farm-hungry Naga, Tinker, anything like that. That's going to take like almost the entire map. So everyone is able to farm everywhere. JG has been spotted, pops his BKB, tries to make a run for it. Earth Splitter almost takes him down. Sunstrike almost finishes him off as the Tiny gets the kill, but Roche is not home. Meanwhile,
longest Roche possible.
And CJ are right next to the tier 3 tower. CJ will reveal himself as he's cutting the wave.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's for Execration, it was 2 minutes 48 seconds Roche timer. So, you know, by now, if this was average Roche timer, 1 minute and a half, they would have respawned. But they're like, we know it's going to be here, but it's not. They're super annoyed by this. Because you can't really leave the area and go too far. Yeah. They're keeping the Forge Spirits, but it's not ideal situation.
I actually love this Enigma build. He's gone for the Aether Lens as well. So nighttime, you cannot see him coming in when he blinks.
Nah, well done.
I really like that.
I like the damage talent at level 10. Black Hole plus 50, that is a lot.
That is. I see too many times people picking up the Eidolon attack speed, and it's because of efficiency. Because Eidolons are going to be up more than your Black Hole is, so understandable.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I hate that so much. I always go for the Black Hole DPS talent.
It's so good. So much extra damage, holy moly.
Yeah, that's 200.
You do 800 with at level, like with his current ultimate if you get the max.
Yep.
Pure damage is always super high. And
yep.
It looks like Neon, they're going for Roche. 15 seconds left. So
yeah, it's not up yet, so they're moving out from this area. And CML is going to charge right into the Shadow Fiend. Quick Spirit, and here comes the Tiny out of the portal at the same time. Bit of a backstab move at the same time. And there goes Bombi. They're going to take down CML, so the trade does happen.
Tino's ready.
Look at Abad. He's got himself an Alacrity on this Tiny, smacking away, fighting versus the CK.
Tino.
But Tino getting caught again. The Tornado save from Lewis. We'll buy some time for him. Demo going to look for it. The Black Hole. It connects it onto the CK, but here comes the Slardar. It won't interrupt him, and pulls the Ken Shadow Fiend. But it's not enough quite. There we go. JG blinks out. Lewis doesn't have any spells remaining, so he'll get out. And Castaway is also going to be taken out. So make it for... Oh, that was so close. Neon could have won that fight if Lewis didn't help out Tino.
Yep, I love that. He spots that the Stars on top of him. Firstly, props to JG for finding him, right? He's like, I know he's in this area. They didn't have any wards. He's like, I just know he's here. Gets on top of him, almost kills him. But Lewis saves his life. Tino BKBs, gets a jump on 3.
He's standing in the middle of the path. He's not even hiding in the trees. He's just standing there. JG's like, oh, there's an Enigma. I'm just going to go on him right away.
Oh, Castaway did his best to get the damage off, but it's not enough. And 2 buybacks though. Execration, they pretty much are aware of what we're talking about, which is that this is very much the pivotal time of the game.
Yes, it definitely is. And now you got your Aegis on your Tiny, so he has a fighting chance, even with the buyback used. But fights like that, Tino, gotta really watch out for your positioning. That black hole is a big tool.
Yes, it is. At the same time, though, they also got Weaver with the Agam Scepter now, so if you are caught, you do have that save mechanism from the Weaver. Actually, that's... I mean, I suppose, though, you would want to always use it to save an ally, because you jump in, save him, and then you're like, oh crap, I forgot, now I'm stuck here with you. Well,
leading the charge down mid. They already got their wards placed down right next to their tier 2s. So they have not spotted anybody around the area. They'll go for a bit of a wraparound. Invoker also has to worry about the phantasms constantly split pushing. So Invoker is busy. Invo is actually not here if they take this fight. They're taking the outpost so he can TP to it.
I guess up on JG, a lot more durable now than he used to be. Not that helps you against Black Hole, but everything else is very useful. Meanwhile, 5-man smoke on Neon. Who would you like to find?
And she's cutting the wave again.
But they must know. They can see those Eidolons. They're like, he can't be too far.
Yep. And he spotted the Tiny also cleaning out the wave. So they're quite frantically pinging around them. Slardar coming from the top half.
Oh, this is a good backstab.
You gotta be quick moves here. He's got himself the ghost walk. Go straight for Tino, and Tino will survive. JG moving away. Here comes the lasso, and they've got Tino out of play. This is scary now for them. But he still has that Aegis remaining. The Split Earth comes through. Big souls from Ken. Shanks is dead as well. Enigma did come with the buyback, and he's straight back into the fight. He's in good position on the high ground. Frozen the stun onto the Shadow Fiend, and SF is out.
Oh man, they might go for more though. They're chasing Castaway. He is healing, but he's slow to a crawl. He's gonna lose his life. Probably.
Overwhelming amounts of damage.
Yep. Tino instantly buys back, and unfortunately for them, they're forced to use the lasso on the Enigma, and then Enigma's like, well, I don't really do the damage. I'm just controlled. This
downside of this Enigma build is he is super squishy. That 2000 HP, he looks like a support. He packs a punch if he gets, and he still has his black hole intact actually, because he never got to use it last fight.
But they got Alacrity and Solar Crest upgrade for the Tiny, so you can see when they're both on, he's just like bam, 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 bam.
Yeah.
That's what he's gonna be doing. Just take that range racks. Look at this, holy moly.
That's some pushing power indeed. One lane of racks down, going for the second. They spot Bombi as well. Blink stun from Tino, and Bat will die.
They still have the black hole, they need to use it. Tino, of course, can't get caught.
Gone for 50 seconds. Backdoor protection is out. Tiny can get to work with this tier 3 tower. It's gone now.
The Alacrity is just doing work. Look at the CK illusion. They're hitting it, they're doing nothing. CJ, alright, he wants to gun from the side. Who are you going for? Okay.
Very risky.
The Aegis man. With no BKB used in time. What the hell were you thinking?
Buying back. JG trying to hit the back line. They will get CML. Here's the black hole from Tino. Straight on top of the Slardar. And JG's out. And that's another buyback. Tino might just die back for this one. Castaway is also low. CJ, 1,000 HP remaining. Can't no Requiem remaining as well either. So he's going to try to make a run for it. But still has to worry about JG. But the cold snap runs out. And does look like this Tiny has nowhere to go. He has that Aegis. JG's trying to give vision. Nobody around this area. He actually gets the blink away because the stun did not connect from the Slardar. Another EMP lasso onto Lewis. Oh, Bombi. Both getting used up into the air. Tiny can't finish off the kill. He tosses the tree. That's going to be enough to take him out. And now onto the Weaver. Shanks does not get his Shikuchi off in time. And JG still chasing Lewis here. But Tiny gets out. Lewis gets out. 2 lanes, well, almost 2 lanes of racks. The Neon team gets the hold for a bit longer.
Honestly, considering that they were 5 versus 3, Execration had a fantastic escape. only dropping Shanks who has buybacks, not losing the Aegis, not losing Lewis as well. Like, that was kind of best case scenario for Execration, but also good for Neon that they were able to hold the way they did. So a lot happened just now. Looks like the shot is going to go to Ken. Very nice for him. You do get that reduced. Oh, that's how it was. Reduced by 2 seconds per enemy hero. Yep. Not bad.
So every raise connection, you get another raise, pretty much. The thing is, you're getting caught by Execration right now. CML with Lewis right on top of him. The SF Requiem charge. They'll try to turn around for a kill, and they can. SF will get another soul in his pocket. Here comes Abat, though. Slardar thrown into the air. Bombi couldn't quite get into lasso range, and you got to be pretty careful as a Tiny does have the Satanic. He's got a lot of heals. But they are just so cautious on the side of Neon. They're ready to fight this one. JG needs some help. The BKB's pop. 30 seconds for Black Hole. And they're really poking the Tiny.
Love the control from the Weaver. He throws someone in the air, throws the ATOS on top of them. And you're like, wow, that's like 4 seconds of them not being able to do anything. The BKBs are down from Neon, so Execration might be like, all right, this is our opening, boys. Untouchable, attack slow. What's the other talent from Enchantress? Oh, okay, that's fine. That's cool. That other talent seems really good if you are up against someone with a lot of creeps, which you are actually, which is the Enigma. I'm surprised that he didn't go for it. No, well, he needs the Axe up to then to be useful. That makes sense.
Yeah, you're getting one Eidolon, which can multiply, but that's about it.
Yeah, but if you had, there's a good case to be made to take the Aghanim Scepter on Enchantress and that talent, but it's a lot of setup that needs to be done for it to be useful. So I can understand why Castaway doesn't want it. Ken does have the double Requiem now, thanks to the Refresher Orb on his side. What are we looking for? Any other items coming up here? Not really.
Well, there might be coming some gold soon because these tier 3s. That's the last tier 3 gone.
Oh, I bet. Smashing these buildings. Yeah, Neon Esports, the only thing they're bringing new to this fight is the double Requiem. That's about it. Execration, nothing that big for... Oh, they've got double Black Hole as well. The Refresher Orb on Enigma.
All right. The big scary threat from Tino.
And Abed's got Satanic. I think that's such a power spike. Satanic and double Black Hole versus double Requiem. Ken, you're going to have to do... like magic right now. An absolute miracle. Not the easiest thing for him. And I like our Execration's like, let's just go, guys. We know we're strong. We're on their side of the map, so even if we lose, we still have like time for everyone to respawn before the next Roche. It's a very clever way to take a fight.
Yeah, they are static with their positions right now. They're not moving. Except now the call maybe is to actually fall back a bit. Eidolons are just parked in front to give vision. That's all he's using them for now. And he walks in. There's the Black Hole. It's a whiff. It's a whiff. But he has another. And he has to use it. No, he doesn't. He's just dead. He's gone for 70. Does not look good for Execration now. Abat getting pummeled. He gets a Satanic, though. He gets a nice heal amount off of it. Lewis comes to the rescue. Maybe they can kill the Shadow Fiend here. Yes, they can. And Bombi gone, too. Lewis to the rescue. Who needs a Black Hole this game? Triple kill for the Tiny. CJ has to make a run for it. They will secure the top lane of Rax, even if they can't hit that Enchantress. The damage is done.
Yep, 2 cores are down, though. We'll see if Execration wants to push this through. No, Seema's like, I'm going to buy back. He's teleporting to the outpost as well. And looks like it is going to be mega creeps coming out here for Execration. It's so difficult. You only got the CK here, 2 supports. Castaway. Nice enchant to remove the buffs, but that's about it.
Oh, Ancient trouble. Gets the Sproink out, dodges the Stomp Force, snapped as well with the Hurricane Pike. And gone.
Astronomical price indeed. Losing all your barracks like that.
Indeed it is. And now Execration. I think they've done it. Yep. One more hold coming out from Neon. No glyph. Just 2 heroes remaining. Bombi might just go down. Okay, the tree toss doesn't quite fly far enough to finish off the Batrider, but doesn't matter as they're making their way towards the Ancient. And Tino already refreshed up for the Black Hole, but it's a GG call. Neon's run. They won the group, but they will lose their playoff battle as Execration is going to march into the finals.
Very amazing performance by Execration. This was a team that got ran over by Neon. They come in here, they look really good. And Game Mode even better than this. Game Mode just feels like they know what they're doing with this Abed Tiny. Like, all right, we take Tiny, we farm. Lewis, I love what he did with the Spirit Vessel into Hand of Midas. And Tino also just, like, I'm just going to be careful with my Enigma, throw out my Black Holes when I need to. And again, I do think that Execution was given the chance to play the game they wanted because Neon was not overly aggressive or even aggressive. You know, they're just like, all right, we'll respond when you guys make moves, and that's it.
Yeah, even towards the later parts, you can see like the Enigma positioning. Who does he want to black hole? Who does he want to target? It was really difficult for him, but I think Lewis made up quite a lot for if Tino was in trouble or getting caught, because he's a glass cannon on the Enigma. He does not stand longer than like 2-3 seconds. Lewis made up really well for it. A very cheeky Bloodstone pickup on the Invoker, sure, you know, extra AoE bonus. Might as well just take that one for yourself. Extend those fights as much as possible. But hey, they earned a spot in the finals. That means we're going to have Team Tough versus Execration in the grand finals. What do you think about that?
I think Team Tough looks better, but Execration was good, but I don't think they were really tested in this one. They weren't given a very hard, like, oh my god, you got to perform this way. Like, Neon let them play the draft the way they wanted, go late game with the items they want, and then, you know, they're like, I will take the fights. I think Team Tough is going to take this one.
Well, we'll see. That grand finals, as we're a bit ahead of schedule now with the 2-0, is going to start in about 50-ish minutes. So we're going to be going on a break, and then the grand finals, Team Tough versus Execration. We'll see you guys after the long break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, ladies and gents, it is time to close out another SEA tour here at the Res Regional, brought to you by Relog Media. We are going to the grand finals with Execration and Team Tough. Welcome, everybody. We've come back from our long break and setting things up and getting ourselves ready for this final battle. It's going to be a best of 3, of course, not a best of 5 grind, thankfully, at least for the players, because it is quite late, you know. Our local time, 5 p.m. I think we're already closing up on soon night time for some of these SEA players. So let's see who are the true night owls here with T-Panda and Kips.
Yeah, let's see who's ready to clinch this victory just before the TI qualifiers start off, because we do in fact have a lower bracket starter here in Team Tough and an upper bracket starter in Execration. And both of these teams in our tournament have already done away with a bunch of the rest of other upper brackets started. So if this is the preview, then we're starting off spicy for sure.
Surely are. If we take a look at the bracket and see how things have evolved up till this point towards the grand final, we saw Team Tough take on Yangon Galacticos 2-0. Execration also knocked out Bleed Esports. So I think one of the first times here we actually have not the seeds 1 and 2 going to the grand finals. So we have quarterfinalists going all the way to the distance. And now, of course, it is missing there, but don't worry. Execration did take out Neon 2-0. It was over so fast. That's why it's not shown on the graphic here right now. But Team Tough versus Execration. Might as well start talking about these teams. Let's talk about Execration first, because I know you're a fan of the opposing side. But let's, bring up some stuff here. This team, in that previous series especially, we had some pretty identical drafts coming out from both teams. Execration didn't need to maneuver around too much. And when I was saying Lewis was the wild card, I think he stepped up his game a lot, because Tino's Enigma really needed some help in that game too. So he really stepped up when the team needed their mid player to be around.
Yeah, and one of the things that I especially enjoyed about that previous match that we just saw as well is that it really shows that Execration can roll with the punches. And that is going to be very important for them in this matchup here. So the fact that they can go mano a mano, even when the games get messy, even when, there's maybe a mistake on your side, you just recatch yourself, you go again. These guys are experts.
Yeah, Shanks especially has been looking really good in every game that he's been playing, bringing out those pause 4 weavers and whatnot. He's provided a lot for Execration. But their opponents, Team Tough, they've had a bit of a break in between as they played the earlier series today versus Talon. That was a 3-game series. It looked a bit rough after Game 2. Game 1 was solid. It couldn't get any better. Game 2 was a 19-minute GG, and we were suspecting already at 10 minutes that, yup, this game's over, let's go to the next. They were able to corral themselves together, even with a Morphling pick. But again, there was a Gyrocopter on the other end, so it did make it a bit easier for them to maneuver a hero that hasn't had that much success lately in competitive Dota.
Yeah, and this is one of the biggest weaknesses, I think, for our Team Tough, is that they have a relatively limited hero pool. Their drafts look pretty similar, and up versus, well, actually the team that had been playing the all-hero challenge up until the playoffs. They definitely had to reach a little deeper, so I'm not surprised that one of these was just basically a loss in the draft. And that is something that we could potentially see happen again versus Execration here, who just are more flexible in their hero picks.
Well, aggression could be the key. You know, Team Tough ended the first game with a scoreline of 29-3, and then the second game was 30-6. That was a bit of a blunder. But the draft is ready, so let's dive into the Dota action with Team Tough and Execration. Best of 3, let's go. Of course, what is coming out for these first phase bans? I think we've seen a lot of Witch Doctors now showing up there. The Darkseer Spirit Breaker has also been showing up for the one with the second pick. So let's see if Execration wants to carry on that trend. If Team Tough then decides to ban out the Witch Doctor, then we have our, you know, at the moment we've been watching SF Storm Spirits quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's funny, Execration has been really set on banning out the Phoenix, the TA, Clockwork on top of that. Especially if they don't have the first pick and they don't think they can get their hands on any of those. And now Team Tough is just like, no, we're not going to let you have any of that at all.
They just banned the Storm Spirit and the SF, so both Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer actually going through for now. Now it's just time to do we ban the Witch Doctor and get ourselves a different opener for our first phase. Interesting.
Let's see. I mean, we've seen Team Tough fall on their faces with the Spirit Breaker once already, and I think they were one of the few people that have prioritized it relatively highly here in SCA as well, comparatively to other regions. Yeah, there
was a plenty of Spirit Breaker picks here. I think we talked about 15 picks earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And Team Tough, well, they had the one, and it ran face first into a wall. So who knows if they're going to actually feel comfortable picking it up again. I do think that they're thinking about it right now. And they have beaten the Witch Doctor before as well.
Yeah, those two could just slide through. Of course, is the Witch Doctor still on the list? Are they going to let one through or not? It's taking plenty of time here, Team Tough, that is, who actually, tomorrow when they're playing the TI qualifiers, going by the name Prism, as Otama brought it up earlier as well, that they are with Prism tags on their players. But of course, still are Team Tough. We'll, you know, Team Tough never forget, at least in Kip's heart.
Never. All right.
So they banned the Monkey King and they decide to keep the Witch Doctor for themselves. Smart idea. If you want yourself at least one of those strong heroes, might as well just secure that Witch Doctor for yourself instead of leaving it open for your opponent to pick, or just ban it out and be like, okay, what do we pick?
Execration, yeah, they have been banning Clockwork themselves. I mean, I think the highest impact, potentially +5 that you can pick here, just because the fact you're always going to have the vision aspect, you have a repositioning aspect with the cogs, you have always a BKB piercing stun on your side. There's so much you can do with the Clockwork, and it could also end up with you being basically a melee creep if your game goes badly and you just keep on dying. High risk, high reward, but in the hands of a PH team especially, I like to see it every single time.
Yeah, the Clockwork currently 3-0 in the hands of Shanks, playing it in the pause 4 position, while the Witch Doctor looks like it is going to be a first timer here for Team Tough. I have not played the hero during the course of this tournament, but Witch Doctor, I feel like anyone can actually make it work right now. So I'm curious. It can backfire, it can flop. But at least so far, it has brought some stable results on the board. We're going to see our Pango also making a rise. I think he's a good answer to the Witch Doctor in general.
Absolutely. It gets out of that AoE very well, trades in a good way, and we go for the Tiny here next as well, yeah. So I was wondering if Team Tough, because one of the heroes that I haven't seen to react to this Pangolier at all in previous times, and I do think he's overdue for return, is the Primal Beast. I was curious to see if Team Tough were going to pick him up, but you know, securing the Razor for this team, extremely important. Same A or 423 is going to play it. Bob, not so likely. And then of course the Tiny for Tsukimoto, who has been absolutely invaluable with these toss plays. So I see why they're not doing it, but it does mean that they need some form of a different answer, I think, because these Pangoliers, every single time I've seen them go through a draft where people are like, yeah, whatever, it's just a Pango, have taken over the game.
Yeah, Pango has a really high win rate in this tournament as well for a given reason.
BS.
This hero has definitely proven a lot. And of course, you know, they did kind of block pick that Tiny too. I know Team Tough have been playing it themselves with good results, but also we just saw 2 Tiny performances come out from Abad. So that also taken away. Morphling Enchantress Bloodseeker coming all the way in rapid fire. Of course, the Ench we've already seen in action. We see the Morphlin being busted out again. So let's see if Execration decide to... Well, they don't get the Enigma on their hands this time with this Morphling. And they're not playing against the Gyrocopter. So it's a bit of a different type of playing field now. Bloodseeker looks like your counter to the Pango. I've also seen these Bloodseekers trying to counter a Pango, and it does not work out. They just don't get to rupture this guy.
Yeah, exactly. Or they do get to rupture him, but that means that they have to walk very far forward into a chaotic team fight. Pango stops his roll somewhere off to the side and watches as the Bloodseeker gets beaten to a pulp by 4 other heroes, that sort of thing. So, yeah, that's been an issue. Interesting. I wonder if they've fixed Bloodseeker getting global assists yet.
I hope so.
Yeah, no, there's a problem with, and I do believe it's with specifically with the Blood Rush facet. That causes him, that causes him to get assists on kills anywhere. Which, I mean, technically with the Thirst he is contributing if he gives vision, right?
In a way.
But I don't think this is the way it's supposed to work.
You're not wrong about that. Talked about the Night Stalker in the previous series, banned out this time by Execration. Same thing with the Beastmaster from Tino, which was actually pretty sick. I was like, wow, that was a pretty crazy Beastmaster game from Tino. The one in Game 1. He was topping net worth, everyone else is dead, and he's 1v4ing and getting a triple kill still. I was like, how is he doing this? And I was like, yep, Drums of Slum. Finally showing actually why the item is worth something in a competitive game. Because a lot of the time it's like you get it picked up and yeah. We did not see it. It's kind of like Rattle Cage. The animations are so hidden that you don't even notice that it exists.
Yeah, which is honestly very much underselling the item to me. Like, I do think that the difference that you see in the place where Beastmasters play should be telling you a lot about how much it actually does for them. But you're right, it's very hard to communicate, both like in a casting sense as well, like in a team play sense. Like if you're in a pub with your Beastmaster and he says, come on, gather, I have the drums, I'm strong. And then you barely see it throughout the rest of all the gold particles flying around. Hard to have faith.
So they've spent a lot of time thinking about their first phase bans and now their final phase ban as well. So Team Tough almost running out of time. Not going to have a lot of time to consider their final picks, so probably have to lock it in right away. As we can see, ban out the Caudal, pick out the Void Spirit. Well, a hero that naturally has at least his ways of maneuvering versus the Pango, has armor, has good stats, has decent damage output. Can also break the Rolling Thunder if you land your Q in time.
True. You also get natural AoE silences out of this guy while being very hard to kill himself. Like, on paper, I very much understand the hero in this game. This is Team Tough, so you're playing with triple medium core here. Everybody is going to, you know, get their items and then hand off which 2 cores fight with his supports at any given time to keep up that tempo. But Void Spirit, his damage feels so limited, his reach feels so limited. If you look at any of the other 3 spirits that are available currently, they all feel like they have way more maneuverability in these team fights, that they put out way more damage because they don't have to wait as much for their cooldowns. And Void Spirit in general just feels like he is vulnerable. Although I gotta say, we have a lot of carries and offlaners picking up things like Orchids right now. This is not an Orchid game for anybody. So at the very least, his game looks relatively free.
Yeah, and if somebody does, then of course the Yule's build-ups are going to start showing. Well, see what our last pick's going to be like, because I had a bit of a flicker in my screen. I hope I didn't just disconnect from the game. Had a bit of disconnect issues with the servers today, even on our observing end.
No cats in your cables?
Nope. They actually ignore my cables. I'm happy about that. The Ember Spirit is going to come out as the final pick here. One of the other strong mid laners. That means we're going to see a Tino Pango by the looks of it. There we go. Offlane Pango, here it is.
All right. Yeah, I mean, offlane is where I've seen him work his Pangolier magic in general. Maybe something to do with how much of the more of the trading actually is the trading in that lane more physical? I don't even know.
For Pango?
Yeah.
I mean, Pango is fully physical these days. He's no magical whatsoever. So I think
the thing that I said is where I don't know is like what makes a difference for him between mid lane and off lane. And I think honestly right now it's very simple. Like you play him off lane because that means that you get to have 2 mid heroes. And if you do it the other way around, you don't.
Yeah, basically the increase in his shield crash made him more capable in the offlane position. Usually it was always like, you got to hold onto your swashbuckle to disengage. It was literally just to disengage. Unless you have an aggressive 4 who's able to make you openings and the opponent's safe lane duo isn't aggressive enough to actually fight you back. But now the new Pangolier dishes out heavy amounts of damage. He's very scary with these low armor supports. Talk about like Dark Willow, for example. I think is like the prime one I want to bring up because Willow just dies to Pango. But Willow is also good versus the Pango is because you have the Brambles, right? You have your tools of fighting against it. This Witch Doctor, if this is our Festoration, yes it is. I'm not sure if Carlo is going to be leveling up casks more than maybe once or twice. So going up in that lane versus the Pango, I think this is pretty free for Tino. We are underway with our game, and I'm actually reading some interesting stuff in our chat. Bob is throwing in, win or lose, let's go eat outside.
It is entirely possible that some of these players live very close to each other. I'm trying to remember, but I think actually back when I was on TNC, it might have been Execration who was literally in the same building as us, in the same kind of apartment, just, you know, three floors lower.
Right nearby.
It was, quite something. Yeah. We swaying back and forth in the same earthquake at some point. That was also something.
Very wholesome feel. Well, disasters do bring people together.
They
Natural
sure
or
do.
not.
Especially in that case where really nothing big actually happened. We just got freaked out a bunch. That's the best kind of earthquake, I think. The mild inconvenience.
Well, the Smoke Gang Execration's got the high ground position. They're going to surprise Mr. Team Tough Seimei. Caught inside the cogs, nowhere to run, nowhere to go, but a nice avalanche from Tsukimoto slows them down just enough so that they can get a trade off of on Lewis. Tino, and a Yoinka bounty rune right in front of the eyes of Bob, meanwhile CML does go down to Tsukimoto and Carlo dealing the damage there. So 2-1, despite the first blood, going for Execration and for Lewis. Again, like giving your mid laner first blood feels good, man.
Oh, feels real good. And you didn't even have to use your Morphling for that, so you still have him going into the lane untouched, feeling completely free. And he's going to have himself a nice time at first Eraser.
We've had some roster shuffles, definitely, between these previous RES seasons. It's also pretty interesting to point out as well that, you know, Bob and Lewis. Lewis is actually the one to replace Bob from Execration, and this is Bob's new team making it into the grand finals versus his old team.
I did seem to remember something like that. Yeah, so a little bit of a pride thing here for Bob then, definitely as well.
Yep. Even though he's taken it with a very PMA attitude, you know, let's go out and eat. Good old teammates.
Yeah, I mean, it's very seldom that you get people holding grudges in situations like this. You simply can't afford to. Scene small, you're all going to end up working with all these people again. I mean, it didn't North America basically end up eating itself? Yeah, exactly. All these people pissed each other off so much that they couldn't play together anymore, and then all the good people got spread across like 4 teams in a region that could barely sustain one. Yeah. Rip NA.
Classic. Yeah, God bless NA. The one. Shanks is doing a lot of work with his cogs. Hammering away the entire mana pool from 4 to 3 and almost over half from the Switch Doctor. Getting every cog to connect so far. Very good percentage. Gonna keep on doing it. Okay, that's a miss.
Carlo.
And another. Oh, Carlo with the sidestep. Gotta love it. Dancing his way around those cogs.
That was a real slide to the left, slide to the right kind of situation. Good stuff. Look at Cogs action in this one. Yeah, once you hit the first one, you're gonna get the second one most likely. No mana left for the Bloodseeker.
Yep.
And this is the kind of lane where normally I do like to see this Festeration Witch Doctor paired up with a stun, so you can actually milk the amount of damage that you get out of it and really make sure that you get some kills if the enemy plays defensive. Because in a lane like this, especially with the Bloodseeker, who's naturally going to end up pushing sometimes with the Bloodrite, versus a lane that can very much avoid doing so. How much are you getting out of the Festeration? Well, this is the first time that Shanks has put himself out of position, and this is where he's going to most likely pay the price as well. But he had to do that himself, and yeah, Maledict's gonna take him.
Maledict's gonna do the work. Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, if you don't have the CC, of course they're not going to get the biggest benefit out of it. Meanwhile, CML also got tossed by Tsukimoto, dropped pretty low there. He does not have a point in heal. Meanwhile, mid also pretty deep dives going on here with the Ember Spirit, teasing Bob there a little bit. Bob, who is actually, half the CS to the Ember.
On the struggle bus, I was going to bring up that this is a decently Ember-favored matchup, and later on in the game it doesn't get that much better for the Void as well, just because the Searing Chains are a problem for you. The fact that you're mostly magical damage based up versus a Flame Guard, that it's been almost a year since you were able to take that off by just hitting your 3 spells. Now you simply cannot anymore. So you're always going to end up shoved under the tower.
Yeah, this is like on my list, my top
simply by staying alive.
Yeah, this is like my top 3 mid laner right here, where you have the Shadow Fiend, the Storm Spirit, and then I have the Ember, and then maybe the Pango also added into the mix. Like, these are that's my top 4 list, but Ember is easily my 3rd. Just
like
how good the hero
mid
is.
laners? I see. And there's a lot of... Oh, I see. It's a duck.
It's a duck, indeed. CML with Abbat trying to deal some damage onto Seimei. Quick burst there with the Satyr Mind Stealer. Note, this is not a Chen creep, this is an Inch creep, even though they share the same letters.
I got unlucky on the camp there. Of course, this one times out, which is a blessing for Seimei if he ever wants to have some mana again. Really reliant on that magic stick to be able to pop some plasma fields now and then.
I was thinking about, like, which one is the budget hero, Chen or Enchantress? Is Enchantress the budget Chen?
I mean, the thing is though that they look similar, but they're not really. Like, after the laning stage, their points really diverge vastly. Ember Spirit, tossed in, no mana, no 6.
We're gonna have to go with your radio cast.
1, 2, no cogs, just in time for Shanks. Lewis actually walks out, and instead it is Bob who goes down under the tower to CML, who gets a double out of simply throwing in those spears, tanking the tower with the creep a bit as well. Supports, beautiful counter rotation from Execration right there.
What a cruel moment for us, both me and the Observer. We always seem to be linked here together. We're both disconnecting at the very same time, and we miss another piece of action. But what can you do? Yeah, first death for Bob. Lewis picking himself a kill. Wait, who was the other one who died? Bob and...
The Tiny also died. So
the Tiny
Tsukimoto
died as
took a
well.
tumble. Yeah.
So that's a double for the Ench then. Interesting.
Yep. Well, I was going to talk about that, because Chen becomes an aura machine and the Ench becomes a damage machine. And that those are 2 very different functions after the laning stage is over.
So Ench and Enchantress quite go hand in hand. Nice amount of damage there with Seimei level 3 on the plasma field. And Ember shows up out of nowhere with a haste rune, just chasing Tsukimoto under the tower. Roly-poly, here we go. Toss him up in the air. Yeah, that's not going to be really good. Maybe the avalanche, but Slight's going to finish him off. And Remnant straight back to mid.
At
Bob,
the very least,
I mean, Bob could have actually killed the Ember there.
He could have, yeah, that's incredible.
Because there was a moment I was thinking, like, he's diving out of the tower, he sees his Remnant. If he just sets up with the Q, he could have killed him right there, but no. Meanwhile,
now
4-2-3, a bit too deep in, as he's got a multitude of heroes around him. The impetus is going to finish him off of all things. Meanwhile, the toss in with a quick shield crash to recover and get Carlo out of the way too. Tino is considering rolling the last Maledict tick, but he'll live. Nice little toggling there with his branches and bracers. Trying to mitigate the damage. Meanwhile, Morphling also in pretty difficult moments here. Bob will get a kill. So something going Team Tough's way, despite the recent losses.
Luckily for them, not overreacting to that fight on bot. Those kills took place way too far from the tower for Bob to actually be able to do something for it. So instead he waits and reacts to the dive on top. Let's take a bunch of tower damage on the mid here though. That one's going to go down next time they lose heroes. Yeah.
All of those stacks are gone at this point. Lewis is just stealing them, and here comes Carlo and Bob. Bringing in the numbers. 4-2-3 is also joining in the fight. They want to get Shanks, and maybe they can get Lewis as well. He does have a lot of stick charges, though, and CML does get ruptured up. We'll finish off the Enchantress, and here comes Tino, the Rolling Thunder. This is what you really have to watch out for. He doesn't have a point in Lucky Shot just quite yet. He's doing a lot of damage with that. Soul Silence. Tsukimoto. Toss is available. Do they have the burst enough to take down the Pango? Tsukimoto melts on the low ground from the shield crash. Another juke, but still the link is connected. 4-2-3 on the chase. And should be able to get this one. Seimei will go down to Lewis. 4-2-3 still trying to kill off Tino. Tino still juking him around. Oh, this is filthy. Shanks is already back in action, and he tanks the Remnant, and he's still juking him around. And 4-2-3 goes down. Oh my goodness, Tino! Somebody give this man a tip. What a play from start to finish.
Outplayed, and here again. Listen, normally it's Team Tough that we see run around enemy heroes like this and use their extra mobility to make the difference, but Execration right now taking him to school.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful from Tino. I'm pretty sure he was smiling after that play, or after that sequence. The moment, especially when Shanks just walks in to soak up the Remnant, and he still thinks he's running south, but nope, he just goes around the tree line again. Invis Rune, yoinked away by Tsukimoto. They actually did drop the sentry down, but paying attention to his moves.
Not this time. I mean, the most incredible part about all of this is that the entirety of Team Tough has been involved. A rupture kill. Alright, 423 recapturing a little bit there. Because what I was about to say is just like the carry over on Execration has been completely unbothered. Morphling.
Yeah, there was the one death.
Not even involved in any of that.
There was the one death on the Morphling, but now getting a kill. Also getting to escape. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a chase here onto the Enchantress. CML. Bob is body blocking, waiting for that Carlo Witch Doctor to get a little bit closer. Gets the Maledict to connect. Shanks is also there. Another Dissimulate jump in. And he's out of mana. The Enchant also flies in, so Bob is now forced to retreat. Lewis chaining him up.
Cooldown on the stick.
3 seconds for a jump. He has to use his E first to survive a bit longer, and that will cost him his life, and also Tino will take one out of Carlo. 14 kills for Execration already.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And this is rough, especially in a game where the Void Spirit should be relatively hard to kill. Between how well Shanks has been playing with all of these cogs, it's been so hard for Team Tough to fight without any mana. And also just the fact that they simply don't have enough burst damage to take any Execration heroes down. So in order to get anything out of the fact that they're fighting, they're sticking around for so long. Void Spirit really not suited to that type of fight.
The chain up and bottom.
Here, then.
With the stun from the Centaur, Tsukimoto surrounded. The Rolling Thunder coming in as well. Now they get the Rupture on Tino, but that shield crash is soaking up most of that damage. He doesn't need to move anywhere. He can just stand in melee range and hit. And they will get both of them, and maybe even Bob. Okay, Bob's able to escape. Still had an Astral Step in his pocket. So yeah, not much of a counter on the Pangolier Disruption these days.
No, especially not when the rest of your team is already positioned to make use of the vision that you got. And that's really all he does there on Tino, right? He goes far enough forward to be a nuisance, to still be up in their face. And then the follow-up comes from his team.
Yeah. Paying their respects there. Bob's giving a laugh, and Shanks giving the shishi. We have a Mage Slayer for Lewis as he finishes this creep wave.
It's gonna be that much harder to kill him. They're already really suffering on Team Tough from a lack of, well, ways to deal damage to him through that Flame Guard.
Yeah, lack of Team Tough.
Basically. Oh, and the lack of damage is going to get exacerbated, I should say, excuse me, by the fact that we've got Guardian Greaves in the works on the Pangolier.
Lewis and Shanks on a wraparound here. Smoking towards Seimei and Tsukimoto on the high ground they have to go. No chance for a link up here for the Razor. He's just trying to make his way out. Unfortunate for Seimei, there's just too many hostiles around. They finished off the tower in the top lane too. Map is slowly but surely shrinking away from Team Tough. They just don't have the items, they don't have the levels. Bob. Surrounded here. Lewis is coming in. The chains, to the Rolling Thunder, and to a Morphling also just showing up, but he's not needed.
Man. He's like, okay, I would like to see you chain stun me. Expression like, cool, yes we will.
Yeah. I love how Bob also just, he starts waving his hand. He knows it. His life is sealed.
Carlos stole the Wisdom Rune just now, though. So that is still a 1-for-1.
There you go. No teleport available for our Mr. Tiny now with a hookshot from Shanks. He was trying to cut waves. Was dragging that creep wave quite far away, but the downside of teleporting into trees is the creeps are going to take a pathfinding route elsewhere, so it's a free hook shot.
I mean, it's one of those deaths that you gotta take, right? Either you kill the wave and you buy your team some time, or you die and you buy your team some time. So one of the reasons that they've now started focusing down Seimei is that there's nobody available on the rest of the map to actually make plays for this Razor.
Well, they got one player Morphling here, and they got it to work. That's a really important kill. Anything you can get at this stage, and especially if it's the top net worth hero, it's got to be worth it. They are constantly on the move, though, for the next kill. Execration, that is. Already spotting the Tiny. Rocket it up. Hook shot, cast, cancel. Misses Tsukimoto. Good moves there. Difficult for the clock to predict where he's moving. Seimei also wanted to push the wave, and now they're coming straight back top. So they're going back from mid to top, until somebody oversteps the boundaries. There's a bit of a heal coming in, but the mechanism from Carlo is just not enough.
And this is exactly the kind of thing that Team Tough loves to do to their opponents, but it does feel a little bit karmic to see them on the receiving end.
Yeah, it is a bit, yeah. Because I thought that I've seen this somewhere before. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've seen this.
But they're not the ones who are on the receiving end about it, like, all the time. Now they are.
Exactly. No, and this is
Bob has been definitely getting a special treatment as well from Execration. You know, their old teammate, like they're really just tag teaming him.
Yep. And to be fair, right, he is the one playmaker that Team Tough have in this game. He's also definitely the guy that needs to be held down the most. But it's also a little more personal than that.
Yep. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Bob needs to be held in chains, though.
Dying in a video game has never hurt me. Like, I think... I don't know. I feel like I don't know any people that have not felt hurt about dying in this video game.
It's all about the mental damage, right?
Exactly.
Again, a scouting rocket. They spot Carlo. Carlo probably thinks that they did not see me here. But he's a bodyguard for Seimei now. This is what we've come to. You've got a witch doctor just chilling about with his green still in his neutral slot. And the hook shot in the 4-2-3, rupturing up the Pango, but Pango's already got Guardian Grief, so Tino just continues to roll. He does not care, and they take down 4-2-3, and there goes Carlo as well. Lewis hunting for Tsukimoto. That's a double for the Morphling. Secretion making it look a little bit too easy here.
Yeah, really, and this is a Morphling with a Lincoln Sphere in his pocket as well. So... at this point, completely ready to join the game whenever he wants to. There's nothing that's going to kill him unless he oversteps his himself on a high ground again, like he did in the bottom jungle.
Execration yet to win a Res Regional. This could beat their first. No, it is still game 1, but getting themselves ahead. Head start's always a nice thing to have.
Absolutely. Versus the former champions.
Yep, exactly.
Maybe champions once again. After all, this is only match 1 of the best of 3. But so far, Execration looking absolutely dominant. And I gotta say, when I realized that they'd beaten Bleed, I was like, okay, these guys are dangerous, because Bleed has been in absolutely killer shape.
I'm also looking at the course of this tournament. Every game that has gone either into a tie or a best of 3, Execration has always won game 1. Every single time. They've lost game 2. In the best of 3, they won the 3rd game. So if there's anything to go with this this little script of mine, Execration wins the first. There's a high chance for Team Tough to tie it up. But of course, Execration broke that with a 2-0. Their previous semi-final round match.
That just means that they're due to still have that happen today, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So everything before today, they have been going with that pattern. Thank you for the correction.
No, it's gonna be very hard for them to not win the first one here at this point, and I'm not saying that in order to put Team Tough down or anything, but the amount of farm that they still need just to get equal with Execration here is absolutely astounding. Like, Tsukimoto, this is 20 minutes. He's halfway towards a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and then you're playing up against an Enchantress who already has an Orchid. Like, is that fair? Is that fair? Meanwhile, Seimei, he's in a bit of a washing machine right there. He's getting pushed by a Pango hit, and then he's just close enough to a Cog, so then the Cogs push him back, and then he's getting hit by Rolling Thunder again. And
would you say that he got rinsed?
You could say he got rinsed. Maybe, you know, rinsed to death. Tormentor challenge. They spot Carlo and Tsukimoto. The rays are flying right to the defender's gate. So they will take themselves that, and Tino taken down by 4-2-3. So that's a beginning of something. Now you need more. CML, that's the next one. Here comes the Morphling charging right in. 4-2-3 can't help out Tsukimoto as he's being chased away by Shanks. And now 4-2-3 left all by himself. So he will drop as well. Lewis will continue his wicked 6 streak. Hook shot.
And they're not even done yet.
Not yet. Cogs are ready, but they're trying to zone him out and hope the damage is sufficient. Man, that was a very nice calculation, but it ends up costing Shanks' life because they have to go back in for the kill. Okay. There we go.
Something extremely funny happened there as well between Lewis and Bob. Bob desperately wanted that 80 rune, and Lewis was right hot on his heels, so Remnant gets plonked down by Bob. Lewis tries to step around it, tries to take the rune anyway, fails, because he does step into it. And then Bob TP's out in front of him because he's like, okay, fine, I got my AD rune now, your team is fighting me top, I'm gonna win this fight with the AD rune now. But his TP is really long because everybody has been TPing to that same tower. So Lewis wails on him. By the time the Bob gets to the fight, not only does he have so little HP that he can barely join with his precious AD rune, but also, as it turns out, Lewis had a Remnant top, so he was at the exact same time.
So all of that effort. What was it?
Yeah, all that effort for, well, he got the clockwork kill in the end there. It's something.
It's something.
But yeah, Execration definitely getting the better of them in every single possible way.
82 to 18%. We're closing up on the magical 17 for Team Tough. Maybe that's the magical number that they need to turn this course around. Turn the tide, so to say. As Enchantress.
There is Blink on Tsukimoto now.
There is. I was about to say Execration, and I said Enchantress for some reason, but there is an Enchantress on Execration inside the Roche Pit, so I'm not totally wrong. As they're going to be wrapping around with the smoke. Tsukimoto with the Blink, and Lewis is in a good position already. He's going to pop it. And he knows exactly the timing he's coming out from there too, so brilliant timing there for Lewis. And they've secured the Aegis, and now this is really difficult for Team Tough to win. Pango is low. That could be your first kill. That's the BKB up on the Bloodseeker. They need more. They're TPing out. Bloodseeker wants out. He's like, this is not a winnable fight anymore. I think that's the wise call. They do get 2 of their heroes out.
Yeah, and I guess that's at least a Pango kill on your BKB reveal. You could have lost everybody there. Yeah, it's something that's the motto of this game, it feels like, but...
Yeah. But it was 11k a few moments ago, and now it's 17k.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can't come through the top side of that, or like, let's call it like the left-hand side of that fight, because there is a clockwork holding that high ground. If he notices you get hookshot, it's absolutely awful, but the same goes for the other flank, where they immediately get found by Lewis, and then... Well, this was supposed to be like a first toss out play from the Tiny, and instead he gets seen, gets found, gets blown up by the Morphling as if he's tissue paper, and the entire reason why you tried to take that fight is blown out of the water.
I really liked Lewis there. He had limited vision, and the moment that smoke popped, like literally the same moment that smoke popped, he's instantly using WQ. Just chaining up the... Tiny, that takes any possibility of stealing that Aegis. The team get to finish it. They know where they're coming from, and they also have an opportunity to kill, which is why the Pango actually went in and why the Pango got killed, because nobody else got there in time. But the follow-up was enough for Execration to secure it.
I think that's one of the reasons why I'm such a big fan of Ember Spirit as a hero, right? Because you get so much vision out of it. You get a bunch of poke as well. Yeah, this is a melee hero that can make plays, but ultimately, if you just want to know what's going on, Ember is also excellent for that.
But now with a bots on the front line here with the Morphling, hammering it away. Already down to half of his life now on this tower. Jumping from Bob, instant silence. Tsukimoto with the interruption. 3-man avalanche comes out at the same time. 4-2-3 has to pop a speed KB to run away for a moment. And they've already lost Tsukimoto, and the siege continues. Things still silenced up for a while. Gets rid of that. They're going to go for Carlo here. Quick, nice play there to take down the Witch Doctor. Bob?
Not this time.
Well, I mean, there's not much to do here. Yeah, exactly. GG. There's not much to do there. So, game 1 in the books, 25 minutes.
That was easy peasy lemon squeezy for Execration.
Oh, yeah.
And even though this is not the biggest stomp that Team Tough have been on the receiving end of today, this one did also feel very decisive. It's whenever they put themselves in this position with the draft where they don't have enough playmakers, where Bob doesn't get, let's call it free enough of a game to make up for that, the fact that both of his side laners need items to get going at all, then sometimes the game just ends up looking, well, like a clash between between a pair of amateurs getting mopped up by the professionals, which is, as we've seen in several tours now, really not the case with Team Tough.
Yeah, they couldn't really find their footing in this game at all for Team Tough, which was a bit of a rough show considering what they played against before. They took down one of the top SEA teams of Talon. But this game, you know, there's ideas in the draft, but I feel like there's maybe a bit too many ideas going on here because the Witch Doctor doesn't really find himself into a good laning matchup. You talked about a lack of a CC or a stun. Maybe a slow could have done with the Bloodseeker being replaced by another. That didn't really work. And when I brought up that Bloodseeker, I've seen them try to counter the Pango. It doesn't work that way, at least not in today's Dota. It feels like the Pango counters you because you fall in a trap. So this was some really good execution from Execration. They were faster.
Absolutely.
They were simply better. They knew and understood the situation in a bigger picture. But Team Tough, you know, Execration, they've won game 1s. Will they lose a game 2 and stretch to the final to decide if Team Tough or Execration is going to win this one? Well, we'll find out after the break as we return for game number 2.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
is indie gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and we're heading over to the second game of our grand finals here with Execration and Team Tough. Execration leading it, and also taking a very strong win over Team Tough. Now we just wait and see if Team Tough can bounce back from that previous defeat versus Execration. That was Bob's previous team, and their new mid laner just, spanked the hell out of him there.
Yeah, quite literally. If that was the, hey, by the way, this is why we switched you out talk, then understood. Message completely understood. But you gotta also give yourself a chance, right? There's a reason why neither of us particularly like the Void Spirit right now. It looks like a decent hero on paper, but it's much like, well, that Bloodseeker versus the Pango also sounds really good on paper. Vengeful Spirit offlane also sounds really good on paper. A lot of these things right now that seem very decent if you look at it, and then when you play it, it just doesn't work out for you. And especially if you look at the Ember versus the Void Spirit, we got such a beautiful demonstration there with Lewis first going for the kills on mid, then immediately switching to top, still having remnants left, still having cooldowns for the new spells left, having the reach as well to contribute to another fight immediately. Whereas Bob just has to sit around and wait for that Morphling to dive his top tower so that he can at least get something in return. If the Morph doesn't do that, he gets nothing.
Yeah, exactly. That was at the 10-minute mark, we had 3 players at 5k. It was the Morphling, it was the Bloodseeker, and the Ember. And 1,000 gold behind the rest of the bunch was the Pango and the Void Spirit. And of course, at the last of the pack, it was the Razor, which they did feel like it got picked into nothing in a way. It was like, is this Razor supposed to be an answer to a hero? Is it a lane counter? Is it a lane winner? It didn't feel like it had any of those aspects in there. So I'd like to see if they can either shuffle the pick order a bit. If they want to pick that Razor again, pick it into something that you see is going to be a threat. Because if it's not directly countering a hero, your lane flex between carry, mid, off lane, wherever you're going to put the Razor falls flat. And then you're going to corner yourself pretty badly in the draft.
Yeah, and this is not the first time that Team Tough has made that exact same mistake. Versus the weaker teams, you can definitely get away with giving Same the Razor without seeing any of the other cores, but you're completely correct that if you're up versus something like Execration, they're never going to let you get away with that. So you're up versus the Morph, you're not going to keep him down. You can't switch it to safe lane either, because the Pango is equally good at breaking the link. And then of course in that mid lane you have an Ember Spirit who is also quite decent at either breaking the link or CSing anyway with the Flame Guard and the Sleight of Fist.
Absolutely. And also, this was a 25-minute game with a Witch Doctor that had no neutral item. he had Grigri there all the time. And I think Atomo actually brought it up earlier on today that he gets triggered by a lot of pro players who don't know you can move it into your active inventory and get a neutral item on top of it. You got 2 empty inventory slots and a branch out there, and you do not have a neutral item. There are ways to contribute as a witch doctor by getting a neutral item and filling it into your inventory because you have room for it. So that's just one thing. Just throwing it out there, you know. Don't fall for it. Utilize
while we're dogpiling on top of Team Tough anyway, right? Might as well kick the mother down.
I didn't even actually look how much gold that Grigri could have been worth, because, you know, you're in the losing end, you've died 9 times. I'm pretty sure it's worth like 1,500 gold maybe at that point already. Might be worth selling. Get yourself an item, even though it might not change the story of the game. But still, you got something going your way.
You got something. I mean, one of the things that I think you can buy for relatively little gold that would make a really big difference is a Force Staff, because that was one hell of a clockwork game from CML, and I think you could have gotten a lot of heroes, not just yourself, but also a couple of your cores out of dodge if you would have had a Force Staff on you.
Yeah, a Force Staff, maybe just a casual cloak even, 20% magic resistance, also good to have even if you're not planning on building it into something bigger. But we're not going to see Grigri this game, which Doctor is banned by Team Tough, so we can move onward from that rant and see what Execration is going to be coming up with their first pick, because Team Tough, they got one more ban to go. Storm Spirit Weaver out this time by Execration.
Definitely switching things up a little bit, I think, in anticipation of the pick order. See if they're going to take the SF and the DK out again as well.
Well, one of them is going through.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, excuse me, because that's.
But I mean, I get your point. You ban the other, you pick the other, which is one way I can see it happen.
No, you pick the clockwork, and then you say, "Hey, Team Tough, can we get SF2, pretty please? Sugar on top."
Yep, still open up there. I wonder if Team Tough would actually pick Shadow Fiend, because they have not played it in this tournament at least. Maybe
no, they've always had a do something hero for Bob, which is because it's been Bob moving towards the side lanes, right?
Yeah,
and the side lanes being
you could
these
go
medium
carry
toppers.
SF. That would allow Bob to pick something different.
I gotta say that it doesn't really seem to be in 423's wheelhouse either, from what he's been playing for the past couple of months. Not saying that he can't do it, like, technically, I'm sure he's perfectly capable. I'm just saying that it really doesn't suit them at all, and that puts you as a team right now in a very awkward catch-22 kind of situation, where you know you're nerfing yourself if you pick up the hero, but you also know that giving it away to Execration or forcing yourself into banning it here is a bit of a waste for a hero that's otherwise very highly in demand. Well,
we're gonna go with the Tiny again. We've seen Tiny a lot in the first phase. Either Tsukimoto or Bob could potentially pick this one up. 423 hasn't actually played it, and neither has Bob. So all of the 6 games, they've only lost 1, which was literally, I think, just now.
Yes,
for Tsukimoto. So he was 5-0, yeah.
He's phenomenal on this Tiny. He just literally did not get to play it.
What would be a good combo with Crash Landing? I don't know, maybe if you want to really build up on that, you could play a 5 Pugna. But probably not the hero you would like to maybe pick. I mean, Storm is banned, but if there was another mana-hungry hero you could pick for the mid lane, use Pugna as a healing battery and use your Decrepify to buff up this Tiny's toss. Then they could just move up as a pair, like a lot of supports these days do. If they don't want to just gank a side lane, they send both heroes into mid. You have a double roamer in your lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the kind of hero that they would also be playing, because they do like to play 2 better scaling supports, shall we say. We almost never see the true sacrificial supports coming out from Team Tough. They don't roll that way. Yeah, I like it. Puck for Bob then, maybe?
If they can get it, yeah. I think that's what Execration's thinking about right now, is they could probably just ban it right away. Bob Puck, pretty good. His DK is already out. His Storm is out. They could also ban the Timbersaw if they're planning on picking some strength heroes here. But then again, if you ban Timbersaw, Slardar, Lifestealer starts to look really appealing. They ban the Puck. All right.
CK,
So,
yeah. I definitely think that the threat of a Timbersaw is one of the things holding this sort of the floodgates of this draft closed to the avalanche of strength heroes waiting to burst through.
A literal avalanche.
5 seconds remaining.
So, Team Tough, what are we going to do here?
Really all depends
here.
on... Okay, yeah. So we do have, in fact, both of the scaling initiating supports. That means that even if one of them has a worse game, now you're always going to get extra playmaking capability out of the supports. This is how they have been rolling. I did think that the Witch Doctor didn't really suit them, especially not in a laning combination where you then also don't snowball. So this is much more like it.
5 seconds remaining.
And then they're also waiting now with that potential Razor pickup. Okay, and here we have once again the Pango. What do you have against it, Team Tough? Surely you've discussed a different solution now. Are you going to play a Beastmaster, for example? Are we going to see the roar and the physical damage here? Slardar, perhaps? Primal Beast?
I mean, maybe flex the Tiny into the carry position and consider a Grimstroke here. Go for the Enigma, okay. A bit of a preemptive pick. Clockwork is still a counter to this hero.
Yeah.
Can't forget that. But if they... Alright, so it will be a Bob last pick in the draft. If they pick a core slash support, sorry, if they pick a carry slash support now, because then we know where the Tiny's going, we know where the Bat's going. They're going to go for the Bloodseeker, they'll give it another try. So Bob's last pick is going to be for Team Tough, and Execration. Well, now you already see this game is already worked out once. You have yourself a good combination here with the heroes that you have. You could just lock in your carry, you could go for Troll, for example. You can then last phase potentially your off-lane mid, wherever the Pango wants to go. I'm going to go for the Gyrocopter instead.
Alright. Very stable, very... You do want a range carry, I think, in this game, just because you want to not have to stand on top of each other with several heroes in order to focus fire somebody down. That would definitely be setting yourself up to suffer under a couple of good black holes. So, in this case, you can literally have the Pango and the... and whoever else, but especially just Gyrocopter, on different sides of the fight. Of course, Gyrocopter also doesn't rely on moving whatsoever, which is the other deal, so you don't want anybody who the Bloodseeker accidentally would be good against.
Yeah, they have a strong lane already. Like, their safe lane is looking pretty good, their off-lane duo is looking pretty good, which they could still enforce if they want to flex that Pango around on the side of Execration. For Team Tough, though, the Bloodseeker's a pretty good laner right now. Tiny Enigma can potentially find some kills in the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
But then again, I think Tiny Enigma, it's okay. I'm not saying it's amazing, I'm not saying it's bad. It's okay. Darkseer Tiny is what we've been seeing a lot these days, which I'm a bit skeptic about. But then there are lanes where the Darkseer actually does really good because of the Tiny helping him out so much. Ends up being banned in this case too. Not really something that Team Tough was looking for when they picked up the Enigma anyway.
Yeah,
Gyrocopter is such a hard black hole target as well, like when you think about scaling, because Gyro almost always has enough HP, and now you have Ench to bring in the heals. Dawnbreaker would be another hero that really just ruins Enigma's dreams.
Yeah, we've seen Talon demonstrate it recently. It's absolutely brutal. So nobody dies during the black hole unless you have significant AoE damage on top of it, and right now a lot of these teams, but especially Team Tough, pick low cooldowns, relatively little burst damage, and if it is burst damage, it's single target. So nothing like big to throw on top of the black hole to nuke everybody into oblivion. Which means that the Dawnbreaker is a very good response with her heals. And we bring out the Invoker.
So offlane Pango for Tino, just as he's played it before. We see the Invoker come out once again for Lewis. He was pretty good with it last time. Just one tiny mistake he made in that previous Invoker game was the fact that he Cold Snap with his Weaver rotating in, and they got the bug to chew the Cold Snap procs, and then he just walked away. And they got the kill, but they lost their support in the process, which was a bit of a...
That sucks.
Yeah, I maybe should have followed in and maybe get like a 1 or 2 right clicks, and that could have sealed the deal. But I think Lewis, outside of that, he played a really good Invoker game.
Yeah, and Bob, by the way, well, going to end up on a hero that he hasn't played in a good while, because all of his other picks from this tournament have been banned out. So we are going to, in fact, see a mid-tiny. And same onto the offlane Brewmaster. Brewmaster into the Invoker is, of course, always a little iffy.
Yeah, a lot of shift-ups here for Team Tough. You got Tsukimoto Bat, Bob Tiny, Carlo Enigma. A lot of shuffling around here. I think are they shuffling a bit too much? But I guess when you're in the grand finals, like this is the time to do something wild, and not necessarily play with the strengths, because they know how you play it, how you play your game, how you play your strats. This can work. This can work for Team Tough. I actually haven't been a Bloodseeker enjoyer for like almost a year now. I feel like there are only 2 players in the world who can actually run it. One of them is Bakaz, and he's like absolutely fantastic on the hero. I don't think anybody else can get even close to playing a Bloodseeker that well. So that's not what I'm putting my faith on. I'm really looking at Bob Tiny Crash Landing, and then of course the Carlo going Enigma with the support. So I think there's a chance to shake things up versus Execration. That's just my take on this one. What do you think? What's your take?
Yeah, I think that was pretty necessary as well. The Brewmaster is really one of those heroes that can go out of control if you don't win the lane versus him hard enough. And I wonder if you're going to have the tools to keep him down here with Gyrocopter Ench. If you don't trade a lot of damage into them early, it might be relatively free for the Brewmaster.
Yeah, the Brew can either come out shining in the laning stage or get shut down in the first 2 minutes. Yep. And then it's a struggle to get back in.
It is. And
we've seen 2 different types of Brewmasters today. One had 3,000 gold at 9 minutes. The other started building his Radiance at 9 minutes.
That sounds about right to me.
Yeah, 2 very different games.
The mid matchup is where I'm going to be looking at as well. As Invoker, we have the Elitist. So bonuses from the orbs that are currently invoked, but no passive stat bonuses or regen or anything from the different elements that you level up.
Yep, your active balls are what matter. Yeah, because I feel like the dumbed down Invoker where you get your passive stats is, you know, what people are probably looking for. At least the ones who want to play Invoker, but they don't want to think about their active... what are they?
It's literally another thing to jungle.
Yeah.
They're orbs.
Orbs, yeah. Yeah, active orbs, I guess you could put it that way. I thought there was like a, you know, like Brew has stances. Active elements. Well, see what comes out of this lane. You got
they're already
higher damage
starting off
on
sneaky on top, or in bot, excuse me, with Seme dodging behind the tree to avoid getting snuck up on, and then here. I mean, we've seen almost this lane just play out, where the Bloodseeker did decently, but absolutely was not stopping Tino from farming one way or another. I do think that if you have the Enigma on this lane, you will look at, especially the lane being pulled back a little bit more naturally. You have a stun now on the lane as well. My goodness, does that help? Like, no shade to the current Witch Doctor build, by the way, but that was just not a lane for the current Witch Doctor build.
Certainly wasn't. And Abat gets away with 30 HP in the bot lane. Tsukimoto almost right-clicking him down to death. And I'm also really liking the... I mean, of course, Event Horizon is the facet to go for on Enigma. The 15% movement speed penalty. As you can see, like, when Tino turns around, he loses 45 movement speed. That's the same worth as boots, basically. You lose your boots buff.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely huge. And that makes him able to trade so well on Carlo, especially when you don't have to focus on the CSing because you're just a support. You get to take full advantage of that.
Only got 4 elasted so far on the Pango, though.
Mm-hmm.
Been struggling to get his engine running here. This is pretty difficult to CS, not because of the amount of damage you take, but because of the lack of damage you have against your opponents. You have got these 3 Eidolons. They do a total of 60 damage. When they multiply, it's 120. That is before reductions. So try and last hit when you have, like... You have this lane of 8 versus 2.
Yeah, and talking about a lack of damage, is an Invoker running around with 67 damage right now. Doesn't really feel very good to be last hitting versus a Tiny who's coming in with the 74. And that's even worse when the tree is involved. Yep. The Invoker will do better here as the lane goes on, but for now Bob is absolutely unbothered, moisturized in his lane. Thriving.
That's the one. That's the one. We got a Falcon Blade lined up here for the Gyrocopter. I feel like sometimes it's in trend and sometimes it's not. Honestly, above Falcon Blade, I've become a Null Talisman enjoyer, where you pick one Null over the whole Falcon. Because you're still getting roughly the same amount of mono regen, and it's only half the price.
It is, yeah, but then definitely still with the mini crit before going into Axe, right?
Yeah, still the standard build. It's just literally replacing Falcon with a Null Talisman on almost every hero. Same thing for like a Weaver, Null Talisman. Pudge, even, if you're playing support, Null Talisman. You have Lina that loves to go for Falcon Blade, Null Talisman. Maybe Lina is an exception where that attack range and the damage output, you might actually want the Falcon Blade above it. But I have been converted into this Null Talisman religion, and I have been approving it ever since.
I mean, I think that if you rely on the right-click damage cell, Falcon Blade is nicer. Oh, Tsukimoto, that was very risky.
Big stick. Yeah, big stick on the gyro. He's going to live through it, and that's going to be first blood. Going for execration. But getting the kill off of Tsukimoto, and he said that was risky. It definitely was. Ended up biting him. But Bob finds his vengeance. Kids!
Kids these days.
They're all but words, but no actions. And Bob shows him his place.
I'm very glad that he got to get some counter arguments in now after that the shellacking of the previous game. Bob does deserve to get his vengeance.
Shanks is on a wraparound here in bottom. We've got a 3 versus 1 scenario with Tsukimoto once again in a bit of a no man's land position. He looked fine for a moment, but with the way Gyro and Ench started to zone him out, they saw, oh damn, there's a Shanks right behind us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, since these days you don't really get the levels in the Firefly early, no way for the Batrider to shenanigan his way out of that one either.
Shenanigan.
Are you a fan of shenanigans? Hijinks.
Also the shenanigans.
Alright, that doesn't mean that all of the supports are mid now, and we do have
Golem going for a bit of a dive in mid. It's gonna, it's gonna be Bob running away from the elements. Quick toss there onto Ench, losing over half of his HP. Bob also picks up the illusion rune for himself, so he has a quick dispel from the cold snap. Carlo also rotating in. They'll get the kill in the end. Tsukimoto about to die to Shanks.
But he blocked.
Here come the, the rock rubblers trying to make their, they're fighting against their own kin. While in the bottom lane, you've got the gyrocopter dying under the towers. Carlo showed himself in mid. He quickly TP'd to help out his Brewmaster to survive. But this is just gruesome, shard golems being beaten by other golems.
Yeah,
that's bullying.
Like that's his stunted little brother right there. You shouldn't do that. That's not right.
He's already dead. Well, with all the movements going on here, everybody is not too far away from each other's, except a big difference with the two mids. 32 on Tiny, 24 on Invoker.
Yep, all of the extra action in mid really not benefiting Lewis there whatsoever. Who is looking for the urn right now. That is the earliest possible time that we're going to see an Invoker actually get enthusiastic about any sort of fights taking place. Before that, doesn't do anything for him. Waste of mana.
Their attempt onto Shanks, Rupture used. Should be able to get this clockwork kill. Tino can't really interrupt it in any way, so 4-2-3 gets his kill. Bob gets his assist. Yep, still all chatting. That's not going to end anytime soon. Brewmaster about to die before he hits level 6, so no primal split for him. Lewis slowing him down with the Hindergast. And Seimei stops strategically there for a second so that he doesn't die to the impetus. It's actually the smart move.
Clearly I underestimated Lewis here. I'm saying he doesn't want no action before that urn comes out. Wrong. He was hoping to get that urn while the action was ongoing. And is now continuing to look for that first charge. He's going to get it too.
Yep. Will come for some work and effort, but now, he's got the charge on the urn. That means when he upgrades to Vessel, he'll have a Vessel charge available. That will be big.
And that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, because it's like there's this kind of conception where you would like to use your urn charges as soon as you pick up an urn, which is sure, it's understandable. You're an Invoker, you're going to do some damage. It helps you with the cold snap. But there are also the possibilities of building it into a Vessel and get a really big charge out for yourself. But you're getting kills with it, so your stacks ain't really changing here. You've got Carlo making his move. Here comes Abbat as well with the Gyrocopter. The rocket is not going to die, so the Batrider actually ends up dying now because of it. And Carlo almost dies himself. Shanks. He did have the Satyr Tormentor throwing in a bunch of Hadoukens.
Now, a really clever map play here as well from Execration. Lewis sticks around on bot and is not expected to stay there because the Tiny has been slapping his mid tower around. Or is expected to start doing that, but they rotated Shanks to this mid lane, which is the kind of matchup where Tiny can do absolutely nothing. Like, he just placed the cogs in front of the tower, nothing he can do to it anymore, and that is a direct line switch out as well. So then you have Lewis on the bot lane instead, getting some surprise kills and charges off of Seimei. Clever way to do it.
Their movements have been on point, but Team Tough is trying to even it up, and this is the right hero to find. It's right to the Gyrocopter. Throws in the cooldown, no connections onto Bob, but it slows down Seimei. Toss in, and that should do it. 4 points crash landing. We'll do the work that is required.
Once again on the map here though, that does mean that they've shown everybody on bot they want to shove this in as hard as possible on Team Tough right now, because you can't go to your mid lane anymore. No position there is going to be good enough. You're going to be intercepted by Lewis. This is dangerous. 423.
Yep, Shanks does not have that hook shot available. Same thing with the Bat. These are the two heroes without their level 6s yet. Lewis trying to set up on Bob, but misses the tornado.
It's gonna be fine. But this leaves us a very much... This is so much more chill if you compare it to the previous game, right? Where we already saw... To be fair, Lewis's positioning has not been chill. Really enjoy that. But it's not getting out of hand for Team Tough whatsoever. They can definitely hold these towers every time they are in time. Shanks TP's out on top.
Yep. Rupture burnt. That's gone for 70 seconds.
That does, and I thought the last time that we saw the Rupture burnt on the Clockwork that Tino for sure was going to immediately move forward with his Rolling Thunder. Maybe did not get a good opportunity last time around, but now, yeah, definitely would feel extra free. And once again going in for the mech into the Guardian Greaves, so very much in for the extra armor, the extra regen, making sure that he survives these Rolling Thunders for himself. A way to get to purge any possible silences from, for example, the Blood Rite off himself as well. Tower for nothing.
Shanks also finds Bob stuck
Bob's
inside
in
the cogs,
prison,
and
yeah.
the backup is arriving. He can't get out. The washing machine effect sent into the air. CML right next to him. Carlo looking for the black hole setup here. They're all stacking up for it. There's the Invoker and the Clockwork caught. Bob will die. Carlo gets hit by a battery assault, so that back black hole just ends up breaking. Might lose Shanks for it, but 4-2-3, level 10. He needs to make his way out. He's pushing Tino around with the Rupture. He wants the Pango kill. He'll get the Pango kill, and he regenerates out of that too.
See if we can get
Seen
anything
some
on the back
use
foot
out
here.
of this arterial spray. May. No more mana. We'll finish off the Enchantress, though. 4-2-3 gets a double by just throwing in a Blood Rite. So, you know, response is coming out.
Pretty decent. One of the things that I don't like for Team Tough here is that normally they're a team that's they do very well with burst damage, right? And this lineup provides pretty much none of that. So I feel like their rotations in there were a little bit staggered. Seimei showing up a little late as well. He's got an urn, by the way, so a lot of damage coming out from this Brewmaster, not immediately rushing the Radiance, although he is gonna be waiting for a while longer again.
Master in a rough place. That tornado should finish his life. Just cleaning out some of those Eidolons on the process here. CML with the help of Lewis. Bob is on the hunt. He does have a nice amount of burst damage, and he wants the jar to show. He might just die here. Oh, he's just going for the standard toss. Okay, sure.
Just
the rocket's going to follow him.
Dire are scared.
Lewis is going to follow
Listen.
wherever the rocket's going.
This is science. He tosses onto him to see how much of the health bar it takes out, and then it looks like, okay, if I full combo him, does it take the rest?
Damage check.
That's what that's for. Yeah, exactly.
Is under attack.
For a moment I thought he would actually go in, because a Tiny with Avalanche and Toss already does 1,000 damage. He would have been able to blow up that Gyrocopter. But it's in front of a tier 2 tower, so I'm not sure if the trade would have been worth it. So just do a bit of a harass.
And
Are almost regenerate back to full. They are going on the aggressive, though. Under vision is Bob. CML sees him. Lewis is nearby. There's the enchant slow. They see Tsukimoto. They see 4-2-3 and Carlo. Everybody's around. The Rupture is onto the Invoker. Lewis is going to have to turn around with a Cold Snap, keep the Bloodseeker at bay. Tsukimoto going to go down to the Impetus Spear. Bob, he's in the middle of everyone. The hook shot onto the back line onto 4-2-3. Shanks could use some help. Now Tino is charging towards him. Carlo going to get focused here. We'll keep the Enigma busy, and at the same time, Carlo and the boys finish off Abba. Take down the Gyrocopter. Big kill for them. Here comes Bob for another. Tries to take down Shanks, but it backfires a bit.
oh, pretty hard. Now if they
Fight's
don't...
not over. Fight's not over yet. Seeker TP's out. Tsukimoto TP's in. But no.
Tag, you're it. Good patience there from Team Tough, realizing that they can't actually do anything with the Rupture. They need to reset, and Execration's decision to break formation and go for the kills now that Team Tough has backed off does lead for the opportunity for Bob to finally get that toss initiation in and get away with the Gyrocopter kill, but in the end they lose too many on the chase out. 423 especially, just too low after that engagement was already halfway through. I'm concerned about Bob's net worth right now. Tiny in the mid game is such a volatile hero. You really need to... Once you have this level, 10, level 11, you've got full points in all of your abilities, your burst is on everything that's ever going to be, and you've got the blink dagger on top of that. That's where you need to be scaling with kills, keeping the enemy down, etc. And
you're a snowball hero. You got a snowball
exactly.
From that point. You can never stop and let go of the gas. These first 20 minutes are very crucial.
And it's all about securing your scaling for the rest of the game as well. Like, he's got the BKB queued up right now, so not even another farming item in the middle here. It's just literally about being alive. That's already rough for a Tiny, who's supposed to do a decent amount of heavy lifting in this game.
Bob finds the Enchantress.
That's a good find.
Tosses CML right back, so they should be able to get this Bombi kill. It will take them some time. That's a smooth swing. He doesn't want to hurt the Enchantress too much.
Classic Tiny fighting Enchantress action.
Also, Seimei, he needs backup right now. Carlo, he's got the mech. He'll get the heal out, but the vessel's on him, so he doesn't heal for much. And Lewis walks into the black hole. Into the lasso follow-up as well. He drags him out of the Midnight Pulse, and here comes Bob as well. Lewis, he lands instantaneously from that toss, but still, the cogs actually pushed him back on the ground. He'll lose Shanks. And that ends up being a bit more costly.
And this is a scenario where Execration make the play on the one side of the map where they currently don't have a tier 1 tower left. So yeah, they do bring in the backup. Tino arrives eventually, but that is way too late. Team Tough, much faster on the TPs because their tower is so much closer.
A lot easier. They will hunt down Carlo at least. Get something for their efforts here. So, also should be able to steal the arcane, but Bob just blinks right in front of him. Still the gyrocopter on the first place here. He's got his Crystallis Yasha. Where's his Ags? He's only now lined up. This is a very interesting build.
And he's had the Yasha and the BKB lined up for a while. A bunch of action broke out, so I didn't have time to alert you about it. But Abbat very much switching up his build here in favor of being able to fight right now. Really judging that this is when Team Tough are going to look to get active, and he's not wrong because the BKB is flying in on 423 very soon.
Alright, well, he's picked up his Sanjin Yasha now. So he is tanky. Tanky and fast. Already invading towards the Tormentor area. Roche is going to be in the top left corner for now. So it looks like they're just going to have to wait for daytime Roshan. I'm not going to work with the tier 1 tower. The rest of the bunch stacking up. They do have a smoke on the Enigma. And, of course, with all their available tools, they're ready to fight pretty much. This black hole up in 50 seconds.
And Team Tough a little late on their response. I do think they're going to get a solid amount of damage onto that mid tower. But yeah, here come the response TPs already.
Lewis on the hunt. Tino shows himself in mid. Bob blinks out. Wow, Vessel.
Frame perfect.
Rupture. Tino is going to have to use his rolling boulder, and he's going to die to this rupture here. He's trying to stay alive for as long as possible, but the shield crash is not going to do anything good for him. Gyrocopter could use some help as well. He's down as well. Team Tough will take 2 quick kills, 3 quick kills, and 4-2-3 getting himself a double, maybe even a triple, as Lewis is also caught, and they have found a way in. They have a good chokehold now on Execration with all these kills going their way. It was Execration trying to respond to Team Tough's push, but they got their buttons. They pressed the right buttons on the right heroes.
Absolutely. I mean, the blink out from Bob is the big thing to highlight there, I think, where, yes, the vessel is on him, but it hasn't ticked yet. So he does blink out while he's got the charge on him. That is what allows him to then come in back into that fight devastatingly later on. This is also Radiant's time for Seimei. Yep. This is, well, the Gyrocopter is now at a place where he is not actually out farming the Bloodseeker anymore, and this would normally be Gyrocopter favorite to, even at the best of times. Don't underestimate how fast Bloodseeker farms. But when the game is not moving, Bloodseeker should not be out farming you. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah. Very grim situation. Sometimes these item build orders can end up biting you. And in this case, I think this is exactly one of those where you did not go for the Aghanims and it did not pay off.
Nope. And once again, the reasoning is understandable. You're trying to match this exact timing. You know they're going to come. You don't want to give away the gains that you have. Specifically, you're up that mid-tier 1 tower. You want to instead take out the last of their tier 1s, slow down their game, make sure to make it extra hard to get that tower in mid. And you just don't manage to shut that door before they jam their foot in it.
Yeah.
That's painful.
Also the same thing with Lewis as well. He's got 80 last hits in 21 minutes. Like, fallen really far behind in terms of CS. These are not good numbers.
They are not, but, you know, at the very least, he's got a hand of Midas, so some of those CS are worth a lot more than the others.
Yeah, you could put it that way. Support Enigma just went past him, by the way. just pointing it out.
Always
Shank spotted in the mid lane. Bob.
Toss back? No?
No toss.
He sits there and thinks about his sins.
Yeah, just throw a creep on him. Squat.
Yep. And this is so typical Team Tough, right? They still had a smoke that was not broken. Somebody else on another lane trying to make use of the information. Like, oh, I see them all in mid. The smoke gank has stopped. No. The smoke gank was coming right your way all this time.
Yep, the train never stops. You have a popular culture song in Finland about the train keeps going on?
I mean, there's certainly one in the Netherlands as well, but I imagine it's a lot simpler and it's mostly about making train noises while jumping around with your beer in your hand, so...
Ever heard of an artist called Kari Tapio?
I have not. Have you heard of Guus Meeuwis?
Guus Meeuwis?
Yes.
No.
And this time actually with a soft G, because he is from the south of the country. Well, I'll educate you at some point later. It is not very highbrow, but it's fun.
Yes, ma'am.
We can trade train songs. Team Tough now looking pretty secure as far as their game plan goes.
Yeah, see if they can keep this tempo up, because things have been looking on the upside. We were worried about the tiny net worth and in general, like how much can they still establish this game, but they've definitely found a weak spot in Execration. There is the nice second peek at the Gyrocopter though, which you have to worry for.
Yeah. That makes him significantly harder to kill. Of course, by this point, your Bloodseeker is looking pretty darn decent, and your Tiny, since he had the space to pick up that Echo Saber, now also does a decent amount of physical damage. And there's always still the possibility of you catching the Gyro unawares with the toss combo first.
Well, bunch of traffic now around that tier 2 tower. Seimei going in first, leading the vision for the team. But Execration's moving away.
All the way around the back, looking for a Blink Dagger target for that lasso.
Pick up the hook shot onto the Brewmaster. If they can kill the Brew now, that'll be huge. Because he doesn't get this Primal Split off, and he gets the Vessel. I mean, the Lotus Heal, but it's not going to be enough. Carlo,
Tornado
Black
missed.
Hole, and they just live through it, but there's a lot of damage flowing in. It's going to be enough on the side of Team Tough to clean them out of the way. That leaves with the supports, but it does not matter too much. I mean, CML, he can do some damage, sure, but you're fighting against a bunch of cores. They are actually forcing 4-2-3 away. CML, wow.
Bob tossed him back
we talked about Sproink being a really strong shard, but him taking down the Bloodseeker, whew. Maybe even Bob now as well, trying to go for the kill. He's tanking the tower as well. Oh no, Bob's gonna get tipped for that.
Tilt.
Oh no. It Tsukimoto, don't do the same. Flame Break and Napalm blinks in. Okay, Ench was actually busy there. Yeah, he's busy typing, so his buddy died. Well, very
this is how we like our SCA finals. I hope they do this for the TI calls as well.
Well, that was chaotic.
That was chaotic. I mean, the biggest deal there, of course, is definitely the Invoker failing to cancel the black hole out, leading to the full black hole going on Enigma, who does currently not have a BKB. So that was... They could have interrupted, cut it in half, and that gives the Gyrocopter a lot more time to actually fight back. But instead, that is supposed to be a one fight for Team Tough off of the back of that mistake. Unfortunately, they followed up with a mistake of their own, where Bob really wants to rub salt into the wounds, kill them all, and instead tosses the Ench into a position where he can get the Sproink off on Bloodseeker.
Yeah, or either just Lewis with that Orchid to cancel out the black hole. It's really, it's easier said than done, you know, it's just that simple.
They know where the supports are.
Buttons on the Enigma this time. CML on the receiving end of the damage that will take him out. So the kill onto Tsukimoto. Hobbit does have the alacrity on him right now. Bloodseeker afraid of this challenge. Shanks is going to be there with a hook shot. He's got the cogs ready as well, but just waiting to land it. The meatball pushed away. Didn't get the connection there. Meatball and Deafening Blast, complete miss on the Brewmaster, so this chase is going to take a little bit longer. But still, a win is a win. The Book of Execration, very back and forth now. Buyback coming out as well from the Ench. But that is for securing a Roshan.
And I think this is the first time that we've seen Execration win a fight into the Brewmaster ult, where it was going right from the start. They don't manage to stop him. Team Tough is going full bore for their supports, but still, thanks to the help with the Clockwork, both of them living so long. CML buying back for this one as well. Securing the Aegis for Execration. And now your Black Hole and your Rupture have lost a lot of value.
Yeah, Rupture at least. But I guess the Black Hole too, if you're targeting to take down the Gyrocopter. They are still clumping up a lot. Pango, Clockwork want to be on separate sides of the fight. They never want to be together, because if your two playmakers are caught in a singular spell, then Team Tough can just dish out damage and stand wherever the hell they want. You never want to have the Pango and the Clockwork together, even if they have great synergy together with the Cogs.
The other thing that surprises me about the Gyrocopter not having the Agnes Scepter is that you usually see... Oh, no.
Ruh-roh. Tornado comes out, though. It will hit onto two. They almost killed off Tino. Tino is solo on HP, but the Pango is still surviving, but Bob comes in with a big slap of a tree. Now Gyrocopter tossed down to the river. The rocket connects onto the Bloodseeker, but he does not get the chance to live in this fight, and his Aegis is gone. Carlo, Black Hole ready. This Gyro's gone. There should be no way to protect them here.
Nope, not a bonus kill just yet. Bob tossed in the Clockwork there, but this time, no misjudgment. That was just an extra.
Yeah, no Invoker in that fight. Bob's saying Gege, but that does not count. That does not count.
Better not.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I thought for a second there that that fight being in very narrow quarters, both of the Team Tough cores being caught with their BKBs on in the cogs, was going to mean that that Execration was still going to take that one, but the non-presence of the Invoker in that fight really does cost them a lot.
Yeah, we were feeling Execration there a bit after Roshan, or at least from that Roche fight. But now things have, you know, again taken a quick slip. We'll take a replay of that fight.
Invoker completely zoned out on the side right now. And the Gyrocopter steps forward. Sure, that's where he's supposed to be, but now the distance is too big to bridge.
Yeah, there's not a lot of abilities the Invoker can help out with. Like, he uses Tornado at the start. They weren't able to catch anybody off guard, and just didn't look like a fight for him to take. And he would back out. Back out from that one. With the rest 4 dead. Team Tough will take that.
Radiant are scanning.
And it's really all about the initiation right now. Team Tough has this option with either the Bat Rider or the Tiny, bring somebody into their team and chop them down immediately. And yeah, they have good reactive abilities between the Clockwork and the Invoker, but they have very minimal time to actually get those off. Especially if it's the Pango who gets caught, he is so important for the rest of their team fight.
Team Tough looking for some invasion again. Closer to Execration, taking over the jungle side. Scouting out in front, Execration sufficing with a 1-lane push. Lewis also has 2 stacks of Midas. Come on, use them, please. Oh, this is painful. They had a creep wave right in front of him, but he can't use them.
Nope. Oh, here we go. There's another fight, so I still can't talk about the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, fight breaking loose there. Gyrocopter has to run. Carlo, Black Hole's ready. But
Oi! Ah, phooey.
I felt that.
Yeah, in your bones.
Oh. Every Enigma player would have gone for that. And he does as well. And he knows that it's a long shot. But it could connect.
Yeah.
But literally the cast point delay is too much.
And if he hits this, your lineup's going high ground here.
Yep.
Since he doesn't, well, you will be fishing for a tossback on the high ground for sure. The BKB of that Gyrocopter being down is pretty huge. And, well, since we have the break, finally I get to talk about this, but there's another thing about the Gyrocopter slowing down his purchase of the Aghanim Scepter in this game, right? So you always see Gyrocopter touted versus heroes like the Void and like the Enigma. It's like, oh yeah, but he's going to continue on shooting during the time frame that he's caught in your ultimate. So if he has a Satanic, he's going to sometimes heal so much that you can't actually take him down. But we see here a Gyrocopter with a Satanic and without an Axe. It doesn't do anything for him if he's disabled at this point in time.
Well, as we're coming back from the pause, Gyro right in front. They know that there's no black hole now. Might be able to utilize as well. Status assistance on Sebe. He does not get impacted by the silence at all. 4-2-3 taking the fight to the Gyrocopter. Tino rolling back and forth. Gyro surviving. Satanic does nothing. It does not heal him. Tino dies in the air of his shield crash. And everything just started off with Brewmaster having that Void Brawler on. He instantly removed the first stun. He instantly removed the Orchid right after. And they're like, he can't Primal Split. Well, I mean, he didn't even have Primal Split. They still won that fight.
No. No, that does not matter anymore at this point in time. Listen, the thing I'm the most surprised about is the amount of damage that this Bloodseeker outputs before having either a Shard or an Aghanim Scepter. And he can scale much deeper. And in fact, right now, is just simply going for the Skadi to deal with the effects of that Satanic. He's gonna be gunning for the Gyrocopter every single time.
That's gonna corner Execration again. You know, they're caving in.
Second game Execration. Maybe a little bit of their weakness. Maybe they should ban game 2. Let's go straight to game 3.
It does seem like it. Got lucky with their 2-0 today, with a game 2 victory, but now it seems like we're going back to the old habits. Every time a series has been tied, they always won the first game. As mentioned before, not a lot of games in the course of these rest tournaments, but still, a number to take into account. Quick Tormentor there for Mr. Gyro.
Does feel nice. Get that Rocket Barrage out. Will be giving movement speed to the Gyrocopter as well, thanks to the Afterburner. A little bit of synergy there.
Oh, they almost catch the Gyro
lasso.
There. Yeah, fell a bit short with the range there. Oh, pick up the hook shot, connected on the bat. The Wisdom Rune taken by Shanks. He will die for it. Tino rolling in, ruptured up as well. Has to be careful because there's the 4-2-3 Bloodseeker dealing damage to him. Still keeps his ulti on. He's able to roll back to the low ground. Gyrocopter trying to deal damage. Carlos Black Hole instantly broken. But it doesn't seem to matter too much for the time being. At least they get to retreat and restart things here. Seimei does have that Earth Brawler here. Nice tornado coming in from Lewis, trying to protect the Gyrocopter at all costs. He still has a Satanic, but he does not heal. It is, once again, the crash landing that just destroys him as the toss lands right on top of him. Gyro gone. Black Hole whiffed and all things. They it's just...
I mean, it's wild. It's
they don't
really
even
wild.
need their ults anymore.
Yeah, Execration had so much time standing there wailing on them. Team Tough's initiation completely foiled. Sure, you get the clockwork right off the bat, but that is the best Rolling Thunder you've had in a while. The Gyrocopter gets to stand in the middle of everybody and flak away, and it just doesn't deal enough damage. Like, I do think that between the Guardian Greaves of the Enigma as well as the Crimson Guard he's got on him, that damage output from the Gyrocopter is significantly diminished. And then on top of that, neither of these cores of Team Tough particularly care about it. It takes him his entire duration of his BKB to somewhat take down the Brewmaster Brewlings. He's got level 20, he's got 1200 extra health on those bad boys. They're running out of damage on Execration. I can't put it any differently.
Yeah, and it feels weird because you usually see like Gyrocopters just dishing out so much damage. Of course, that Daedalus is still in the works, and that Aghanims was never finished because he had to go for a Satanic in between.
Every single time that he's queued up the Ags, he's had to buy another item, and this is this is one of the reasons why you buy the farm amplification item first, because you then make it to the other ones faster.
Rough game.
Rough game. Like an interesting read on the build, but I think finding out in person why you don't switch it up.
Yeah, ankle breaker. Well,
yeah, ankle breaker, but it was on a wet floor sign.
Yeah,
and you did it yourself.
It was. We've got a lot of item progress coming on the side of Team Tough again. We've already got the Kinda Tiny online. He's going for a Moon Shard next, with Enigma going for the BKB. He can no longer be interrupted by anybody else except for a Clockwork Hook Shot. Or say, if Pango had a Basher, but that ain't happening.
Nuh-uh.
Very
this has been very much a
built Pango.
Yeah, that's the other reason why they're running out of damage, right? Especially while the BKBs are on, it's really only the Gyrocopter clicking as well. This Pango makes it up to high ground.
Not sure how long he's going to live, though. Shield crash barrier. No, they're just diving straight behind the tier 3 towers to hunt him down. There goes the whole team. There. And there's nobody left to defend the base. So either now you tap out. Yep. We're going to game 3.
It's incredible that Team Tough just get to do that, because that was not meant to be like the base breaking moment. I mean, you go for your pick-off, you hope that that pick-off gives you the opportunity to then safely go high ground, but instead the entirety of Execration just falls apart as they desperately try to keep their Pango alive, and that's just... I think that a lot of this in the game is just about the item builds. The Pango having to go for a defensive item build, very nice if all you need to do is roll in the mid game, but between the Invoker never contributing enough, it feels like, and the Gyrocopter just not really driving that carry trajectory very well. There was not enough damage to actually make up for the fact that the Pango was not contributing at all.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the reason to go for all these auras and all these items that the Pango needs, but I think Blink was something that they really needed on this hero. Gyrocopter with a different order with his items. The axe is there for a reason, and yeah, I think those are actually the two big things that could have changed fights in some order. But we did see a bit of disparity where they didn't always have everybody there when the fights were about to break loose. We had either an Invoker split pushing another lane or just wasn't there. A couple failed initiations, but they still committed to those. Team Tough made a lot of mistakes this game, and they still won those team fights. And I feel that is a bit unfair for Execration, but then again, if you can't beat your opponent when they're making mistakes, you gotta look in the mirror. Something has gone very badly wrong on our end. So, I think with these thoughts, Kips, good time to throw it to the final break here of our West Regional SEA. And after the break, find out who's going to be the champion.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
One last game to decide our champion for the third tour of the SEAs here at the Res Regional. And then we're going to be done with it. It's a $50,000 tournament, 25K on the line for the victor, 15K for the second place, and of course 100 rest points for winner, 50 for the runner-ups. So either one of these two important points up for grabs. Team Tough, if they can win this one, I think they're pretty much guaranteed, if they keep the roster, to play at the LAN event later on this year. For Execration, they could really use those points. I mean, they already have some,
Absolutely.
but it will improve their position.
Team Tough, with their previous tour win, far ahead of anybody except for Talon Esports, which makes it very hard for anybody to catch up previously already, because they were all like 50 points ahead of the rest of the pack. And if they win here again, it's going to be nigh impossible for two teams to overtake them. A special shout out, of course, to Execration for taking out Neon earlier. That really helped. But yes, it's really just Team Tough securing potentially by being in the final here, but perhaps definitely by winning it, they would sign their ticket to the LAN. And I think they might even be our first mathematically confirmed team. Like, I will definitely do a little bit of calculations after this one is done to see if that is correct.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that they should be through, because there's only one more tour that can give 100 points, 50 or 25 or 15 points to some of these teams. So it would mean that Talon and Talon would be then the team to beat for the rest of the pack. They would not be allowed to get to like top 3, or if they get anything higher, then Talon basically just secures their spots. So I think we're both right about that. It's going to be a tough run if Tough ends up taking this one. If it goes for Execration, then we have three teams that are very close to each other's in points, and it's still up for grabs for pretty much anybody who has been to at least one of these playoff stages in the last 3 tours.
So everything in Team Tough's own hands here, and I think in order to get a close game, really all that we need to see from them is to take care with their draft, not open up that gigantic weakness on their offlane immediately. Make sure to grab 2 supports that can make plays, that can do something, stay true to their own style. As for Execration, I actually think that I want to see another more active hero in the hands of Lewis. He looked, it was like night and day how involved he was on Ember Spirit versus the Invoker. And I really felt like something in the passivity of the Invoker after he got his first couple items felt off.
There's definitely still room to improve, definitely build-wise, maybe even draft-wise slightly. I mean, this time the Bloodseeker did take the win over the Pangolier, unlike the previous game where it just looked hopeless for them to actually try and counter. But you kind of need maybe some damage items that complement the whole skill set the Pangolier has these days, at least one of them. Usually you see like an Echo Saber, maybe even a Basher, maybe just even an Aghanims could have helped applying the minus armor debuff on multiple heroes, not just the one that he's focusing on. Because then it ended up like Pango and Clockwork, they're doing the same thing. They're controlling 1 or 2 heroes at maximum and not doing more than what they could. Because look at Pango's hero damage dealt last game was less than 10,000. That's less than anybody else on the entire server. So you got 30k on Gyro, 20k on Invoker, almost 20k on Enchantress. Your offlane cannot fall that far behind in damage in general.
No,
I do want to remind all the viewers out there as well, we do have a bit of a hiccup with the server. So we're taking a bit longer than usual here to start the game off here. But don't worry, we'll get our third game underway very soon, just to keep you guys notified.
If you see us like shifting our eyes around, clicking stuff, taking breaks, that's trying to get back into the lobby, or in this case, restarting our Dota clients.
Yeah. That's, you know, the life of esports, you know, like traditional broadcasts. They don't have to update their football players' feet or their shoes or anything. We gotta reopen the bloody client every time this kind of stuff happens.
True.
So that's then we have a lot of people who have to do the same thing, so it's not just us.
Yeah, at least we haven't had, you know, any streakers yet. I do know some heroes load in without cosmetics sometimes, so that's not quite the same.
Well, as we wait for the lobby remake and everybody to get themselves updated on the client, we'll take a tiny break, but we're not going to throw into any ads or anything, so don't disappear for too long. We'll also be back in just a couple of minutes as long as we get this sorted out and throw in the notes for you. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
So we're done with our hiccups with the servers, and we're ready to go for our game number 3, the deciding game with Team Tough and Execration. And our draft is live, as we've got Phoenix and Clockwork already closed in. And first phase bans, maybe we could bring up a couple, as the Pangolier is going to go out, so is the Enigma. Those two, also the Brewmaster. We're not going to see these heroes repeat a performance here. But, you know, very different first phase. Phoenix Clockwork. Well, Clockwork, not that new to us at least, but I'm happy to see the birdie bird here.
Yeah, and kind of surprising to see Team Tough letting go of that Tiny, considering that they're pretty much married to it. But, you know, perhaps Tsukimoto's heart is elsewhere during this this particular match. Phoenix getting through though for them has done pretty well for them in the past. Also interesting to see that the SF is currently neither picked nor banned when the other 3 commonly banned mid lane cores are definitely taken out. So that is the DK, the Storm, and the TA.
Let's see what Team Tough pairs up with this Phoenix. And where is it going to go? Because I've been begging for a mid Phoenix for quite some time. I still haven't gotten to see it. I think in the TI qualifiers, I think in China, they might have played it once. We've seen off-lane Phoenixes. We've seen support Phoenixes, but I'm still yet to see a mid Phoenix, which I would love to see. And there's an option for it, depending what Team Tough are now going to be finally picking in their draft, because these look like 2 cores to me, unless they want to put the Gyrocopter as a support this time. But that Slardar does complement Gyro's right clicks.
Yep, very much so. Unlike the you know, the no Aghanim Spango in the previous game, where you have AoE minus armor potential with the Gyrocopter would have been nice. In this game, you're always going to be running for the minus armor with the Slardar. And I'm wondering if they would be bringing this up if it couldn't also be a 423, a Slardar at the end here. I definitely think that Team Tough is exactly the kind of team who could pull a trick like that on us. So even though we're pretty sure that both of these are cores, not sure if it's going to end up actually being the case in the end. I haven't seen them do it before, I don't think, but it's just straight out of their playbook, isn't it?
It does feel like a hero they like to vibe with. We've got the Razor coming up once again. Seen some good and bad Razor picks. This time I like it because now there's a hero you're answering it into. Of course, the Gyrocopter can still deal some magical damage through, but you're forced to move a lot with this Razor in the game, and the Slardar is going to try and prevent you from doing that. They just don't have the attack speed to destroy a Phoenix Egg right now, which is a bit unanswered for the time being, so is Execration just going to ignore it? Where you fight where the egg is not, basically.
Yeah, you have some area control units of your own right, you can definitely make sure with the clockwork to separate some heroes off from that, but on the other hand, you can also grief yourself with those cogs and accidentally end up locking in a fight in a position where an egg would feel really good. And I was about to say, I don't think that this Tiny is confirmed as a support yet. Now he definitely is the opposite of that. But it does also mean that now with the Crystal Maiden being picked up, for example, you do not have any extra space to pick up Grandma. So no little shredder to take out that egg. The other option that we've seen pretty much every single time actually that we have casted is the Marcy. Which I also don't really expect to see in this draft anymore.
I think we had one Lena pick earlier on today, but yeah, Marcy is definitely an answer to it. Unleash is really good at the job. Or just having heroes that can jump in quickly, relocate themselves to the egg. He hasn't put Fire Spirits on your whole team. Maybe you have an item that spells, say Lotus Orb, and you just put 4 heroes to hit it down and delete it out of the way. It really is down to when does he use it, where does he use it, and how does Team Tough plan on defending it? Because right now the defenders, well, there's no Treant, for example. You don't have Overgrowth to protect it. You don't have a Black Hole to protect it. Slardar is kind of limited. Mars Arena, yeah, classic.
The classic. No, and I was, I was already going to mention it, that the Slardar, after the Razor gets picked up, suddenly very unlikely to be in a carry position just because this Razor does smell like either offlane or mid. Definitely offlane now that this Tiny has also appeared. Can still be mid if you play that Tiny carry, of course. But Team Tough confirming it themselves with the Morphling pickup, which very much is a 423 kind of hero. And happy to see it back. A lot of players were kind of skittish on it after the changes. I also don't think that it's quite the hero that it used to be. But, we did see... who was it again? In CIS, we did see Dream pull off one offlane Morphling game in the qualifier, so I am happy.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's good enough.
Radiant team ban.
Right, so we're going to ban out the Coddle, the Ember, and the Doom. I mean, the Doom makes sense versus the Morphling a lot here, and of course, mid picks considered. All of the strong ones are out. There is, of course, the Shadow Fiend. And are they going to take it? Probably not. There's the Mars. Now we have an Egg Protector. I like Team Tough's draft.
Yeah.
It has
such low cooldowns. Yeah. Low cooldowns, a lot of mobility, a lot of ways of bursting people down. And Execration they are free to pick an SF into this if they dare. But spell build versus a bunch of these heroes, there's a heal in the game, every single one of these heroes is tanky, that is rough. And of course, if you go right-click build, then you're a ranged core up versus a Mars in a game where you already have another ranged core on the Razor. This is tough. But you get the Clockwork Cogsouls, so it's something.
So are we going to overwhelm ourselves there with the tiny mid for Lewis and bring in a right clicker for the safe lane? Are we putting Razor there? Are they just banning out offlaners and suspecting a Tino pick to come out? Well, I think this Timbersaw should be going mid.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, so Razor, Tino. Yeah, there we go. So they wanted a strength hero. They banned out offlaners, but then Timber makes its rise. So it suits in very nicely. And Lewis, who has been playing very good today, now just needs to keep that style up. Slardar mid for Mr. Bob. Okay. Sure thing. Sure thing.
Every single time that you think you got this team figured out, they do something again.
Yeah. We did have that with Tsukimoto trying out different supports out. And seems to be going on that trend again. Gyrocopter paired up with the Mars. Got yourself a nice Harassy lane. You have Phoenix and Morphling, which is also another good lane. That makes it a bit hard for the Razor to also right-click versus Carlo. Or in general, Carlo makes it hard for this Razor to hit anybody. But Slardar versus Tiny. I think I'm just going to be watching the mid lane for the first 5 minutes and see how that rolls out.
Now it's going to be Slardar versus the Timbersaw, actually. I mean, we're still going to be watching it, though. But That is Safe Lane Tiny, and I
Oh yeah, Safe Lane
think
Tiny.
that
Yep. Thank you for that.
yeah, I think
It's
that
a
as
long day.
bad as it is, it has been such a long ass day. As bad as that matchup sounds on paper, though, the fact that you have to manually plant all those trees as a timber saw, and the fact that you do have an absolutely illegal amount of regen on a Slardar who's constantly going to be sitting in the river is going to make it a lot more equal than we'd expect here.
Well, with the wise words of Bob, may the best team win. It's exactly the case here. This is the final. The two teams tied up in a best of one now. Victor takes 25k and 100 circuit points. We've gone through the scenarios about those circuit points. We'll keep you updated on those later on as well. We still have a fourth SEA tour. It's going to be in a few weeks because we still have to wrap up South America and Europe until we start our final leg before the LAN event itself. And we know which teams are going to be playing there. That's still a while away.
30 seconds to battle.
See how some of these storylines for multitude of these players, for some, might just be their first LAN ever. Some are already seasoned veterans, been around the game for years and years and have seen everything that the game has to offer. But it is always nice to bring up all these new storylines and, of course, the resurging old veterans, bringing up all that experience, making it work out. Got our bounty spawning here. 423 is in a bit of trouble, though, being chased by three heroes, Shanks, CML, Lewis, and Tino. Make it 4. This Morphling is not getting out alive, so that's going to be a first blood for our offlane Razor.
And this is a matchup that we've seen earlier in this same day, even from the other side of the same best of 3, I should say, with the Morphling being played by Execration, but that lane was started off a lot simpler and a lot more comfortable for the Morphling. Here, though, I mean, you are not under particular amounts of threat from a Clockwork Razor. This is a combo that can, on any other hero, get a full static link off, and of course on you with your waveform it cannot. But they can still use that trick at times where you really wouldn't want to leave the wave to still force you back, so your response here is going to have to be out-trade him with the Phoenix, who does have the hotspot, by the way, so no free Radiance for Carlo. He is instead opting for the extra heal and percentage-based damage on the Sunray.
Slardar off to a good start in terms of his CS, at least in the mid lane. That the numbers are racking up nicely.
Yep.
So it's going to be maybe forced under a bit of pressure every now and then, just like the Morphling here. So you can see 4-2-3 gonna have to do a lot of shifting back and forth. Keep that region up for the hero. Bob and Lewis basically hugging each other there in the mid lane for a while, just battling it out. No points needed in Guardian Sprint, which I'm looking at the Slardar as well as not needing.
Nope, he has the leg day, but cannot press it.
Yep.
Which is interesting. One of the bigger deals in the mid lane. Yeah, our arms are heavy. Let's see. Bob just better at clearing those waves for now, but very important for him that he does keep the regen up. Both of them very much reliant on their mana to clear the waves. And here in the top lane, Seimei on such a traditional offlaner. We almost never see that anymore, but clearly they needed to actually pull out a different trick this time around. So no Wind Rangers this time around, no Razors.
Yep. Can work.
Arena. Absolutely.
It's the key phrase I've been looking at. Something like, if something is a little bit different from the usual, we always say, yeah, it can work.
Oh. It's Dota. Anything can work. Who knows? And he does have the Victory Feast as well. So this is... These are a couple of different facets being picked up right now, making sure that he gets an extra bonus after a kill happens in the arena. A lot less.
Yeah, there's the clockwork
utility?
flare, which we discussed with Trent when we were considering how much vision do you get if you have the arena facet, which blocks vision out, which is the other one, Bloodsport, if I remember correct. The rocket flare shows, of course, the vision by the player, but I'm not sure if it's team split vision, so can the other players see? Because it's not technically theirs, it's their team's vision.
Yeah.
Because they fixed the obs wards and couriers sharing vision.
Yes, of
so
course.
Basically, they're actually blind in there. But that rocket flare, I still don't fully know if that actually shows vision for the other players or not, because it's quite hard to test it on your own.
Exactly. No, I was about to say, of course we don't know that yet, because all the testers are nerds who do that at, 3 a.m. in the night, alone.
Yeah. But that could be a reason why there's no reason to pick up Bloodsport.
Bob is schooling Lewis, by the way, and you wouldn't say that if you see how much damage he takes from just a single Whirling Death here, but the amount of distance that he's already built up on the CS, the right-click damage that Bob does, Lewis really just cannot contest it.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
2
huge
ways
difference.
behind.
Every time the Timber's been walking in for CS, Bob has had a loaded up stun. That's what I've been watching so far. Meanwhile, Shank's in trouble in the bot lane. Carlo diving in, and with the help of 4-2-3, they will get a kill off the clockwork. Get themselves on the board here on the side of Team Tough. Their first kill of the game. This is where you start building from.
Well, 423 had a pretty full magic wand as well, so back up to acceptable health and mana levels immediately. All going real well for them so far, and that means the clockwork is already mid.
Yep, dropping some
Can they actually
cogs,
do
trying to
anything
deal
to
some
Bob?
damage to Bob. They are actually almost taking him out. He finally puts that point in the sprint. Nicely being able to dodge the Whirling Death because of his high mobility. Making the Timber miss a couple times.
And immediate alter. Oh, that stun misses. That would have been so much damage if he gets to slap around Lewis a bunch there.
Because now he's got the haze, which really is the big difference maker now. So he wants to load up his stun. He wants to hope that this Timber Saw would walk close enough so he can blow him up once again. He doesn't have the mana for the follow-up stun. But soon he will. Also, the rune spawns is an arcane for Bob. He's got a bottle refill. Meanwhile, Seimei going down. The gyrocopter also in trouble. So they've lost themselves 2 heroes in the top lane and also fighting in bottom. 4-2-3 still linked up by Tino. Tino, though, only 1 point in the link. So not exactly taking a huge amount of damage away, but it is enough to take down Carlo. Suddenly, 3 kills go in the way of execration.
Yep, 3 different lanes as well. Especially that top lane's really gotta hurt. Seimei definitely wanting to get more levels here on top than he's currently getting. His CS looks good though.
Yep, there Bob able to take a kill on a roaming Crystal Maiden. It's pretty scary when level 4 CM runs into a level 7 Slardar. Equivalent of almost any RPG game, you see this kind of a level difference. You should run.
Yeah.
But you're not running away from this one.
I'm not meant to be in this area yet. That's what that means.
Yeah. Exactly. A quick reminder.
I'm curious to see where we're going to see Bob take this. Like, is he going to go Echo Saber first? Are we going to see a blink, a rush perhaps to allow Seimei a little bit more time to build up? See if Seimei is going to adjust his build.
Mars has only finished his phase beat, so I think they're going to have some discussions going on between the two. Who's going to be building the blink? And not really a game for a Mage Slayer, to be completely honest. So I don't think we're going to see that. That will give a bit of room for itemization. We have the Slardar blink, and we have a Mars blink as well. I was hoping Orchid maybe for the Slardar, but guess we're just going double blinks then. I mean, I'd still very much like to see an Orchid on this guy.
Yeah, the Orchid does sound really very good.
Rocket flying in on Tino with all the rotations to the bot lane. Both supports have arrived. They're going to try and finish off Tino. The egg is placed down as well. Tino dropping low. So is 423. He's got no mana left. He might actually die on the Morphling here in the front line. Oh no, 423. The cog push and all of those things. You're losing your carry first. This was supposed to be a secure kill on Tino. And instead, they ended up losing 3 heroes in this bot lane. Oh, that is botched.
Clearly, even if they would have survived that with the Morphling, you might still lose your, like, this much damage on your tower just by virtue of how many heroes Execration are willing to bring. But without a catapult, they're not actually ready to overstay their welcome that much, so at least they get to hold the tower for now. That could have definitely been done better by Team Tough.
Yeah, I mean, the hero with the least CS is second in net worth. That's the Razor. All the kills that he's been getting. Doesn't even care about the CS at this point if he's getting kills like this.
Yep, and he's fully geared up to farm fast here as well. Like, that's one of the things that you get with the maxed out plasma field. He's been able to max it out.
Easy kill there for the setup on the Gyrocopter in the mid lane. I love how they can frostbite a target and still throw cogs and they will still move even if they're rooted. Goes totally against game mechanics, right? You're supposed to be rooted on the spot and you're still moving around.
Listen, man, this is what happened after we coded it and we just left it there. That's how this game works.
Yep.
Talking about that, I also have some Phoenix particles streaking across my screen.
Ah. Beautiful.
Did not ask for that. It's gorgeous.
It's definitely gorgeous. Actually, want to look at that.
I might want to restart my client if that doesn't stop anytime soon.
I mean, there is some stuff coming off of that Solar Gyre. Which are the wings. So I think that maybe, unless you're having like real artifacts, like proper artifacts on the screen, that might be a bit annoying.
That was some artifacting. It's gone now. As Bob rotates towards the bot side.
And Lou is rotating top. 2 separate rotations at the same time. Tino is safe, but is the Mars safe? Looks like he's also going to get to back out.
Tino did turn up to clear the wave under tower as well, but that's really too deep of a dive for Bob. He's never going to get him before the Blink Dagger, so a little bit of a waste of time for him, but at least a little bit of value time with creeps in mid for Tsukimoto. Level 6 on the Gyrocopter, of course, not as...
Yeah.
You're not sitting around waiting for it, but it's good to have.
Yeah, it's good to have. They failed 2 ganks at the same time, so bit of a calm moment there. Execration continues to build their net worth difference here. Timbersaw can slowly catch up. Tiny, maxed out tree. Echo Saber ready at the 11 minutes. He's enjoying life, thriving.
Yeah, this gold differential right now is built at a point where normally this laning stage would already be breaking down, but Execration doesn't really have the tools to force it unless they get a good pick off now that the clock has hit 6. And on the other side, Team Tough, they're waiting for those double Blink Daggers. So, yeah, Seimei did rotate mid here, but again, no opening given, and that means that the big amount of net worth that's currently in Execration pockets is because they are free to farm the jungle next to the lanes. And they farm jungle better on that Tiny and on that Razor than anything that Team Tough can currently muster.
They're keeping their eyes open here in the top half. CML is in the jungle. Seimei is walking in. If he can get himself a kill, that will push him closer to that Blink Dagger, but CM's able to walk out. Bob also 100 gold short from his Blink. So they'll soon have 2 playmakers. Hookshot misses. Tsukimoto there with a sidestep, but still, CM ulti. Toss coming out from the Tiny. Good night.
Absolutely destroyed.
Yeah,
it's one of the things that, yeah, because we have Team Tough normally with these, with these supports that can make plays on their own, right? We're talking about a Bat Rider, for example, with the lasso. They've been playing a lot of Tiny. There's been a lot of heroes there that you can make plays with if you have clever positioning, if you use the fog well, etc. between a gyrocopter and a phoenix, it's really just all about, are your enemies over-positioned anywhere? Or are my cores enabling me? And that again is just to wait for the blink dagger. And Execration's just been farming stacks. All three of the cores feeling wonderful about this, and it's been very hard for Team Tough to make the decision to go and risk sieging a tower without having a jump first in order to make a kill. So
yeah,
all this slowness just straight into the pockets of Execration heroes, and here finally we have the break. This is very important for Bob. Getting a good blink dagger reveal, getting a kill, ideally on this Tiny, without losing any
right
teammates
on the edge of vision. Tsukimoto smoke pops, and I think Tiny knows.
Yeah. He's too deep.
Glimpse.
Whether he caught a glimpse or not, I think he did, but he also knows that they simply can't go that deep for him. There's still a tier 1 tower up, and the possibility of a rotation of that clockwork coming in, a hookshot plus a bunch of cogs, and then the Razor coming over the top, a Timbersaw coming over the top, that would annihilate Team Tough right now.
Oh,
they simply have to back off. No blink reveal.
Definitely a lot of questions being made in terms of, do we really need all these blinks when we can't make a single play happen? It's all taken away from their farm.
Exactly, because that is 2 blink daggers that provide no stats whatsoever. Of course, they provide a significant movement speed boost, if you think about it. Especially in the form of being able to work around terrain.
Alright.
And here...
Well, it looks like they're not going to show up in time to protect the egg. And this is such a late teleport from the gyrocopter too. And he's thinking about going through with it. But the entire team of Execration is there. We're going to get our first tower kills at 15 minutes. And these are side lane tier ones.
Yep. At the very least, it's a trade. The Team Tough, sure, they lose the Phoenix there, but the extra space to breathe and the extra dark space on the map is going to favor them in terms of being able to hunt their opponents down more effectively and not showing as much. Of course, it does mean they need to anticipate the immediate go to mid right now. There's always a possibility that your enemies are going to do that, and Bob's here first.
Get the connections as they want.
Oh,
it is Bob just disappearing right off the face of the earth. Shanks giving him the voice line for that play once again. Bob, it's been a bit hit or miss. This time is definitely a miss for him and his teammate. Also fallen right after Tsukimoto gone. 4-2-3 and Carlo going to walk into a Tiny though. Can they snipe the Phoenix? He's got no egg, he's got no dive. And he's just on the other side of the Watcher, so he'll take the Watcher away, put the wards down, and another tier 1 is now in peril. Execration, 5 manning it up this early on.
Yep, they have a BKB on the Razor, so there's absolutely no need for them to back off whatsoever. You can simply leave the Razor in the middle of whatever fight happens. He pops his BKB, stands his ground, his armor starts stacking up. Team Tough does not have the damage to take care of him in time currently.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Would you look at that indeed.
It's a pretty sizable lead for Execration in these early minutes. Getting to play the game a bit differently compared to the previous snowballing Tiny, which kind of needed to keep the tempo up. This time it is your carry Tiny who has all the freedom and the time to farm. Differs very differently. I mean, definitely differs from your mid Tiny. Sure, yeah, let's put it that way.
And would you say the differential is large?
Yes, very different differential.
Divisive? Very different. Hell yeah. Another go on mid. Yeah, it's risky. As Team Tough, you kind of need to hope that Execration is a little on the greedier side. And they let you take a couple more buildings just because they're having a good time
misses.
farming.
They get to collapse on top of the clockwork. Shanks will go down to Bob. Lewis trying to go for the response here. Bob's dropping again. Bob's down. They got the arena place down as well. But the Timbersaw still fighting back. 4-2-3 below, but the Phoenix healing is coming and keeping up. 4-2-3. They'll take down CML. They almost take down Lewis. And 4-2-3 on the chase. He almost got it in the bag, but no. Cannot get the kill. The Phoenix Tech explodes. It will zone them out for the time being. Seimei, still Blink Spear available. They're going to push in the Tiny into the waters. He'll take down the AD rune for himself. But he is all by himself, so there's not a lot he can do here. But throws in a 3, at least with the AD rune, does a lot of damage. The Echo Saber almost bursts down the Mars, and here comes Lewis with a bit of vengeance. He'll take them both down. Now there's 4 versus 1 with 4-2-3, forced to go for the teleport out, and there's no cancel as the Clockwork can't get close enough. Meanwhile, Lewis taken down by Bob. Bob who died first, and oh, he got hook shot.
Oh, he's gonna die again.
He grabs the fish like the professional fisherman he is, and Bob is dead again.
The hardest thing about Team Tough for this game is definitely that Bob can find his way in, but he cannot find his way back out again. And even picking up this BKB, yeah, it's going to help him survive a lot of the damage, but that doesn't change the fact that with this Clockwork always on the watch on the other side, he's going to be wasting so much time of this game stuck in cogs. It's unbelievable.
A lot of positive remarks there for 4-2-3 with this Morphling, who doesn't feel like he's the strongest hero in these team fights yet. This is very early for a Morphling to get involved, but him staying alive for that long actually is the big win for Team Tough. It is a 3-4 trade, sure, but you know, it's actually the Gyrocopter who got the most experience and almost the most gold. Still, the Morphling did get a hefty amount. Participating early, has the Lincolns ready. There's a smoke gank right next to him, so the Gyrocopter's going to tank it. Trying to keep their Morphling safe.
Very acceptable. No, exactly. 423 right now, almost catching up with Tino, who spent, oh man.
Can Carlo and Bob? No, they can't jump a Tiny like that. 3,000 HP, by the way.
No biggie. No biggie whatsoever. No, that Bob really just going to have to wait until he gets his BKB. Luckily not that far off, but it's going to take a long time before he is comfortable in this game. Of course, the moment will come eventually, especially once you get the other heroes that can stand in front of the fight more easily than you, so that you will not be the one linked up, that you can spend your time getting out a couple of hazes first instead. Another smoke. Yule's on Seimei.
Just under the cover of darkness. No vision there for Execration, and they spotted the Tiny. The Rocket's going to start this fight for them. Seimei and Bob going to follow up on it. And this Tiny is all by himself. The team will not be able to arrive in time. It's a 4-2-3. Getting closer to that Manta with this kill. Everything he can take, he will get. And straight to the Roche Pit. I like this call.
Have the straight damage. This should definitely also go into the... I mean, should it go into the pockets of Bob? I say that because he's the one that has been frontlining. He's the one... Yeah, there's a smoke already coming in.
I still like this call that they're going to take it. I think they're superior in the team fight. There's no Tiny. It's a 5v4. Roche is low. Seimei in front. Tino does get the slows out. The hook shot onto the Mars. Mars is going to get controlled. 4-2-3 with Bob on the side. They got CML. They got Lewis all by themselves. Razor with the BKB is just isolated from the fight. The egg explosion from Carlo hindered them just enough, but they're going to Roche. They took the ages for Tino. Tino gets the kill. Lewis is about to drop the 4-2-3. The Morphling fighting all the way to the end. Finally, they take down the Razor. Bob's trying to survive with a vessel on him. Shanks is chasing him around, and they just can't seem to get the most out of it. And just like that, it backfires. Good start for Team Tough in terms of how that fight is set up. But Execration, they just took the ground in their control, walked into the pit. They had time for the Tiny to respawn and walk in there. They even brought back the Crystal Maiden just in case. Huge win for Execration in the end. It was the right call for Team Tough. I'll stand by it. It was the right call, but it can also look like what the hell are they doing, because it was a risky one with the T1 still there.
Definitely. The tier 1 still being there is exactly the thing that I was going to bring up as well. You get the reinforcements in so quickly. And really good arena there as well. But of course, with BKB already being up on that Razor, the amount of control over the actual fight that you get out of it is more limited than you'd want it to be. So Razor gets to have a relatively free fight. 423 also not quite finishing off that Timbersaw again, which is the second time that's happened, that he invested a lot in getting on top of the Timbersaw and it doesn't actually work out because the Timbersaw gets solar crested, I think. Yeah, solar crested. So, CM really ruining the capability of Team Tough right now to burst down the Timbersaw.
Yeah, very close. Very close to getting that. I was looking at that barrier on top of him, at least the physical damage barrier on the Timber. That the damage from Morph is just not enough. Ended up ruining the party there for Team Tough, and now this game is looking rough for them. As Execration, the majority of this net worth is still on all of their cores. If this was a situation where the supports were very farmed, then probably not the best situation to be in. But since your cores are this far ahead, these type of games have not been lost that frequently. I think there's a very small lose percentage when you lead like this. Have we actually had a game in this tournament where you're 10k ahead and you've lost that lead? I don't think we've had a single one so far.
We've seen a couple of ones with net worths close to that getting turned, but definitely not over. I don't think.
Yeah.
In this case, though, you do have burst damage available on Team Tough. You do have plays to make, including spear pushbacks, which would be a bigger deal if the opposing carry was something like a gyrocopter, for example, or Luna. Unfortunately, you are dealing with a little bit more tanky stuff than that. But the other thing I do want to bring up is that the item lead here is, especially over the Morphling, there is no full item lead of any of the dire heroes just yet. You are a full item up, of course, if you are the Tiny over the Mars. That is true. But the gold differential, there's no one hero who is so far ahead that it's going to be real trouble bringing him down just yet. But if Team Tough lose another fight, we will be in that kind of territory, and it will be incredibly difficult for them to find a good opening for their next fight.
This is, of course, a lot of prep for tomorrow's TI qualifier, where both of these two teams will be playing. Team Tough will be known by a new name, known as Prism Esports. They're going to start from the lower bracket, though, which is obviously not the way you want to start your TI run, but open qualifier teams, unfortunately, have to start from the bottom half. While Execration, they're going to be playing versus Blacklist International tomorrow morning.
Pretty cool. Good position for Team Tough here. They get to pick and choose.
Bob is in a good spot with that stun onto 3. Seimei coming over the arena. This is your chance here. They're going to take down CML and Tsukimoto. Tino running away from 423. The link is still on him. It's bugging the hell out of them because 423 has the link on him. And Tino soaked up all of his damage, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. Execration now coming in with force. Bob with the big crush again. Down to 2. Lua's falling. Tiny's just the last guy surviving, but 423's got the mana. He can still stand his ground. And now onto Bob they go. Yule's up in the air. He will fight to the bitter end. And actually, he's losing now damage to the Morphling, who takes an ultra kill for 423. Just what you needed at the right spot. Bob with some big stuns and keeps Team Tough alive.
No hesitation there whatsoever during that fight as well. They come up on that high ground. They realize they've got the enemy team in a low ground position. This is everything they could have ever asked for. And that was really very close to being an even bigger crush from Bob to start the fight off with. He only gets 2, but still it's enough. CML immediately bursted. Great arena, separating that fight out. Morphling immediately linking that Razor back, nullifying the influence that he has over that fight. And they peel him apart from there.
Yeah.
Really well done.
Keeps them still up in this series. Straight up 5 kills and getting some a team wipe. Experience-wise, this is a huge win. Gold-wise, it's also a win.
Yeah, it's not really a win in terms of terrain though, because that mid tower still standing. Execration respawning already. The boot is not off your neck just yet.
But look at the hero level graph. You've got 19, triple 18, 117. Then there's Bob Slardar 14. It's like there's a big gap building between the top cores Bob, who has been dying a lot early in those fights, so he's been lacking on experience because of that. It's everybody else surviving except for him.
Yep, it's very, very glad to see that he finally survived a round to go for a second time around. I do still have one aggressive ward here at the ready for Team Tough. Just placed down with that little bit of breathing space, and it means they will feel secure enough to topple the mid tower.
Yeah, it's a good ward in sense of getting security for yourself, but at the same time, it's not an area where Execration wants to even play at. So if they can get that tier 2 out of the way, the ward has basically done its job.
It's fulfilled its purpose. But, that does mean double BKB up on Team Tough right now. Enough time bought for that. And the Mars very close to this as well, so pretty much at triple right now. And that is where the impact of a Timber Saw temporarily takes a really big nosedive.
Tsukimoto in the front, they're right under vision. If smokes are popping, they know exactly where they're coming from. Hook shot, beautiful! Shanks got everyone on the spot! And that helps the Tiny to just collapse right on top of him. 4-2-3 has already lost two of his buddies. He's going to TP out. Bob's going to try and do the same thing as well with his BKB. They don't have TP cancelled on the side of Execration, but they'll get 3. Shanks, what a beauty of a hook shot.
Gorgeous. Absolutely pretty like a picture. What do you do? Well, those 2 BKBs that you were about to reveal and hopefully nullify the Timbersaw with didn't matter anymore whatsoever at all, and you just TP out. Sucks. What can you do?
Yeah, while that was happening, CML actually had time to de-ward the glyph while the fight was happening, so they also took their vision away. Didn't have enough information to jump the rest of Execration's heroes, and they ended up losing 3 because of all the chaos.
Really quite painful. And this is right now the level difference has just made a pretty big difference as well, because now the level 20s are coming in for Execration. And unfortunately here, not quite 20 for anybody who's not the Morphling.
Yeah, both the level 13 Phoenix and the Gyrocopter are going to feel scared in front of a 21 Tiny.
It's insane. He's got the extra tree grab base damage. He's got the shard in his pocket as well. Bought that with his own money. You know, sometimes it's really... I think there's a lot more heroes that should be doing that. Of course, in this case, it's really part of the base build.
Yeah.
But
yeah, must have.
There's more cores where I think, like, you should be buying this shard. You have money. Stop waiting for the 3rd tormentor of the game to give it to you, please.
Boys are still happy with the banter in the chat. Happy that that's not changing anywhere. Yeah. Feels like this is going a bit back and forth. Really feels like who gets the better initiation. Like, obviously, Execration, it's easier for them to start fights. But for Team Tough, a small opening for Bob can mean a huge win for the team. And with that Aghanims, that's going to get easier.
It will, yeah, but there's also Aghanims nearly up on the clockwork, and that's also going to be a lot easier initiation for him once we get to the overclocking and we get the barrage of rocket flares online. It is very hard for an enemy team to find the right positioning where you can actually surprise somebody.
Yeah.
Silly coverage on that one.
Well, we are sitting on a pause right now, waiting for the Dota crash to be fixed on the side of Seimei. Seimei, who is the only player who hasn't killed a hero in this game.
Mm. He is, yes.
He is, again, you can see like the build-ups. You know, the Yules going for the BKB, has the blink. I guess 1 damage item could change it all. It does remind me of the Pango of the previous games. Just auras. He's a provider, but he needs somebody to use that supply.
Capitalize. Well, you know, with the amount of minus armor that there's going to be around, certainly as a Mars, your right clicks are going to do pretty well. And the shard is up on the slaughter as well, so Bob doesn't have to waste any time sitting around pointing fingers at people. Blink Crush, Slam.
Well, let's see what comes out of these next few minutes. Go when ready signs are given. Same not ready yet. Sorting things out. Just look that we have an Aeon disc coming up for the Phoenix, so that will allow him to egg every single fight until there's a nullifier.
Yeah, not really big nullifier builders on the side of Execration here.
Yeah, not exactly. Maybe a Razor, but I think that's also very far-fetched. So I think they're just gonna, let him do his thing. Let him pop that egg.
Let him cook.
Maybe a sheep stick could be interesting to pick up on Execration's side. Like a good timed hex, super value.
Yeah, most likely going to be Lewis's domain, but for now he is looking for the Shiva's Guard, and it is very important to get some more armor up versus a slaughter lineup. Feels bad because your armor is already countered out in some way, but really the only way to make sure that you don't get even more damage to the face is to just build that armor. Also kind of hoping to see, yeah, AC on the Tiny. Exactly, very good. I am glad with where Execration is going with this. Another smoke. BKB on the Mars as well. Triple BKB.
Already popped. Lewis coming in from the other direction. They've got the Crystal Maiden under control. Tino helping out from the side. Gonna have a rocket following him. 4-2-3 turns into Link towards the Razor. They're swapping damage from each other's right now. Counteracting one another. Egg. There's also the Mars. Egg placed down. 4-2-3. He's stuck between a cliff and the arena. He's able to squeeze his way through. They've lost two on the side of Execration. Razor being the other. Now
Even
the chase.
so,
Now the chase,
so much damage left.
Okay, they're not going to follow.
Yeah. I mean, they are 3 versus 5. It is very risky to chase up that high ground blind afterwards, but for 23, lost too much HP there. There is about a 50. Yeah, I think it was 50 during that fight. Right-click damage difference, just because the Razor gets to see him first, pops his Lincolns first, and then the Morphling needs to pop the Razor's Lincolns afterwards. That takes time. So yeah, they were sucking each other's damage, but 423 very much on the losing end of that exchange this time around.
Yeah, they were.
My god, that's a tongue twister.
Yeah. Yeah, they were definitely changing damage from one side to the other. Counteracting the effects of that Link. Soon the Aeon disc up on this Phoenix too. And now we see a sheep stick also for the Mars, but that's gonna take some time. It's in the works. It's in the works.
So we're going to have we're going to have an egg every single fight, which is fantastic, which means that it's really down to whether or not you get to actually hold people inside the area of effect of that egg, whether you get to fight underneath it or not.
And also the damage output doesn't really matter, because you're still going to get some DPS off of it by the time it runs out.
Yeah, Tsukimoto's just gonna throw himself into the teeth of his enemies.
Do they think this is Manta Illusions? I think they did, because they just get, oh no, ran over completely. Oh, Seimei is also gone. I hope they didn't have another crash at the same time. Yeah, Mars had a crash, but that was... I mean, we could honestly just take a look at a replay at this point and see how quickly that fight was over.
What a awful moment for your Dota games going on.
They were not ready for that whatsoever. Here's the replay. So look at Lewis and look at Abad. 1, 2, gone, gone. That's it. That's how quickly the fight ended. They both jumped at the same time on the same target through everything they had. And you got yourself 2 big kills. Morphling being the first kill is basically just fight over sign right there.
And I kind of can't believe that Team Tough was about to walk past that high ground. Normally you see somebody furtively sort of sneaking into the trees from the side, putting a ward up there, forcing the enemy that's keeping guard up there to back off or engage on the ward placer, etc. But Tsukimoto was charging straight on past them. They seemed really very convinced.
They got no smokes.
Yeah.
None in inventory, none in stock. They've spent all of them.
Yeah. So you guess that the entirety of Execration is just in the pit?
Yeah, even if somebody blinked on the portal, you see 2 timber saws, they most likely look like illusions because there was another timber on the low ground, which was actually another illusion. So that could have been a bit of a debate in a way too, but still, that could have maybe given them a chance to actually react and keep the timber saw busy, but they both just connected at the same time. I also love that Tino has been repeating the same sentence all over again, taking your time. They are updating, but
Yes.
Tino's always saying, take your time. Take your time.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Very kind.
yeah, very kind. I mean, I was going to say technically it's not up to him, but no, it totally is if he's actively offering his pause time as well. I mean, it would be really cool if he's like, take your time, and then they're like, hey, can we use your pause time to fix this? And he's like,
No.
no, my time.
On pause.
You take your time.
Yeah, you can take your time. Emphasis on your.
We'll be sitting on ours.
But yeah, it does feel like Team Tough's their game is starting to get closer to a knife's edge with fights like these, because this means another Roshan is going to go Execration's way. There's only one more tier 2 tower outside of their base. And I have to say, these guys have, played a very long night of Dota. We're closing up on late evening here, local time, and we're behind. So, I don't even know what the time is out there.
Not 5. I think 5 hours difference to Malaysia from here in Finland.
So yeah, it's like 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm. And that's Malaysia. I'm trying to remember if the Philippines was 1 hour further even. It might have been. Gotta say, I know this from like back when I was working in Malaysia. I called my parents fairly often. Then the year in TNC didn't do that so much, so I don't remember.
Yeah, production just confirmed. Yeah, 1 hour further.
A bad daughter.
So it's 2 a.m. there.
Thought as much. I mean, that is the time that they usually would still be playing pubs anyways, if my experiences in TNC are anything to talk about. So.
Yeah. I guess it depends on the team who have the early birds and who have the night owls. Because you have these who
They're
also
all night
started.
owls. Do you remember when they were talking about how early Dahak gets up?
You know better than me.
And they're like, what a weirdo. He gets up early, does his exercise, and then starts pubbing, and then, nobody is there to play games with him because we're all still in bed, and then he...
Yeah. First one to go to sleep.
Pretty sure that's how that went. Yeah.
And he's the guy who wakes everybody up for the official. Like, guys, we got a game in an hour. Yeah, just 5 more minutes. But yeah.
I'm not going to say which team this is with, but I have actually, in a qualifier where we were basically already eliminated, shut off the computers at night manually. Because I wanted them to take the official seriously still the next day.
Yeah, makes sense. Wise move to do.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You don't want to have you don't want to have TikTok brain rot in your players.
Yeah, I left a piece of paper on the electricity supply, and it was moved the next morning. That never quite went well anymore after.
Yeah, so someone's been there. Meanwhile, Tiny does find Bob in the top lane. Chasing him up there. Rockets don't fly far enough to spot his location, and of course Tiny with no TP cancel remaining. Bob will go back home. But that is now an Aegis on the Tiny with already 4,000 HP. Of course, they do have burst damage. Can still try to blow somebody up, but it comes with a heavy cost of resources on the side of Team Tough. Gotta find the right heroes, click your abilities in the right order.
Yep. I think you're hoping to keep this Tiny away from the center of the fight for as long as possible. He's going to be meanwhile taking your hairs down one by one. Has that Daedalus finished? Hex up now on Lewis as well. You were talking about a possibility of a Hex for the Mars. That is a lot further off. Especially if you don't get to press your BKB here on Team Tough, or the alternate thing if your BKB runs out. Yeah, Lewis is going to run you down with that. Also a very tasty target for the Tiny. The only positives I guess you have as Team Tough right now is that with the Morphling Illusions you're decent at splitting out the waves. Team Tough is very good at recognizing when and how they should start cutting as well. So it does seem decently hard for Execration to keep 2 waves in right now.
Yeah, the one thing
sure
you can always do is just literally cutting those waves, and they are going to utilize that as much as they can, but Execration, they do not care. They send a bot to the high ground to siege the first tier 3 kill. Or something with at least. It's going to go back to action.
You have so much vision with the clockwork.
Yeah. You're going to have to smoke. Do you have any smokes left? They did refresh at the 30-minute mark, but they already used it up. It is on Phoenix's backpack. Meanwhile, Tiny gonna get speared up, and there's the burst damage we talked about. He will go down. That's the Sunray. Egg is there. Another Sunray placed down. Shanks is already down to 4-2-3. Egg's exploding right now. It's catching the entire team except for CML, but now it's the go sign for Execration. Now they can dive in the back line. 4-2-3 is going down. Will die to the Razor. Tino will fall as well to Bob, and they will not get this tier 3 tower out of the way. At least for now. Tiny walking it back in. He'll take it. Now onto Bob they go as well. Bob's going to get double tossed in the air. Rock'em sock'em. He's out. 70 seconds.
1, 2, 3. And a bit. Another spear back.
Yep, they're trying to make most out of that burn. The hot spot on the Phoenix. That Sunray does do a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. And that's a dieback on Bob. And I do feel like we're looking at the end moments here. Execration are looking at a victory in the Rest Regional 3rd tournament. And that means that we're going to have a tight run for the 4th tour, because Team Tough, if they won, they would have been pretty much clean and through to the LAN event. But with Execration, if they can now just squeeze in a couple more buildings, they'll make that 4th tournament a real battle for every single team that's playing out there, because almost anyone that has been at least once to the playoffs has a chance.
Oh, Mars bought back without a BKB.
Gonna be sent in once again, and there's the toss damage coming out from Abbat. They get squashed on the spot. And you got the Gyro, you got the Phoenix, but they are really just looking at a hopeless defense. Maybe with the Morphling you can still do something. The Sundray is a powerful tool, but as soon as they see the Morphling come back up, they are backing away. They are smoking up. They're deciding to stick around.
Just fake back.
They just need somebody to overrush
one more hero here. Exactly. There's only a buyback on the Phoenix.
And there it is.
That's not who they get. There
goes that smoke. There's the mega creeps. And it leaves with the tier 4 towers remaining.
Team Tough, whatever they do here, are going to be playing this under vision the entire time.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna happen. But it's a very slim possibility. They're going to give it one more try. Bob's charging in with the help of Carlo. The Aeon Disc is already popped. He's trying to get the egg off. He can't pop it right now. Carlo's about to die, and he never gets his Supernova off, and Bob is down, and that seals it. Execration. 4-2-3 has already popped his BKB. There we go. The GG call comes out. Execration are your champions of the Rest Regional SCA 3rd Tour. They take home $25,000 and 100 circuit points. Now the race is truly on, Kips, for the invites for SCA. Now we really have a competition going between all the teams.
Absolutely. This is going to be a very close race now. Team Tough keeps on, upsetting other teams, making their way all the way into the end of the bracket here. But this win would have locked them in, and now they're going to have to do it all over again. And in the meantime, Execration, I think that if you lose this one, you get just a little bit rocked before you're playing TI qualifiers tomorrow. That's really not where you want to be. And I think if you're Team Tough, you're taking this one in stride a little bit more. You're the lower bracket team, they're the upper, right? You're underdog already. But Execration here also really giving themselves confidence, giving themselves a really confirmation that they did good playing this tournament. They won it, they got that confidence boost, they know to get the points, a little bit of an extra chance and extra LAN after TI, and they're gonna go into these TI qualifiers feeling like they have played the most that they can on this patch, and they've done well with it too.
Yeah, you are right about Team Tough. Gonna have to do it all over again in the next tour as well to start scoring some points. They don't need a lot, but just a little bit more. 50 for them and a $15,000 prize pool secured at least, so they don't walk out empty-handed. Of course, tomorrow it's going to be a whole new day for them to start setting their sights towards the TI qualifiers for SEA. But Execration, congratulations on winning the third tour. And that also means that our tournament is coming to an end here. So with these words, with these thoughts, we are going to be coming back with the SA Tour in just a couple days. We're going to be doing some late night LATAM action. And our first game, of course, is going to kick off on the 20th of June. So just 2 days from now, we're into another tournament, and SA's top team is in the hunt for the next tour. But until then, folks, this was T-Panda and Kips. It's definitely been a long day for us. It's been a long day for you, but I'm glad that you've stuck with us with this entire day of action. But until LATAM starts again, Kips, do you have any final words?
The only words I have is that I think we've seen all of the teams that we've seen come up through the regional series so far do really well in their respective regional qualifiers. I think there's been a couple of surprises for people who have not been following us here. So if you want to know more about the strengths of the regions and how they are building, you should really just be watching us, and maybe you can see the surprises of next season come up too. We will, for sure.
Wise words from Kips. Thank you so much for tuning in here with me. Thank you for Relog. Thank you for all of you people watching out there and our sponsors. But until next time, in 2 days, take care of yourselves. Good night. And bye-bye.
It's hard to imagine a match without first blood.
Drink it.
Check it out.
There are more chances you'll be paid at 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.